The Project Gutenberg ebook of Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape. Author: M. R. Harrington. Editor: Frederick Webb Hodge. Release date: February 19, 2024. Ebook number 72988. Language: English. Original publication: New York, Museum of the American Indian, 1921. Credits: the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape. Conclusion of the Lenape Annual Ceremony in Oklahoma. Native painting by Ernest Spivak, a Shawnee Indian. Notes and monographs edited by F. W. Hodge. A series of publications relating to the American Aborigines. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape by M. R. Harrington. New York Museum of the American Indian. High Foundation, 1921. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape by M. R. Harrington. Contents page. Preface 13. Chapter I. Pantheon 17. Supreme Being 18. Evil Spirit 24. Monitoic of the Four Directions 25. The Sun 27. The Moon 28. The Earth 28. Thunder Beings 29. Keepers of the Heavens 31. Missing Holly Kun, or Living Solid Face 32. Mother Corn 43. Chapter 2. Minor Deities 45. Doll Being 45. Tornado 47. Snow Boy 48. Comet 48. Evil Monitoic 49. Animal Spirits 49. Plant Spirits 51. Local Genii 51. Chapter 3. Survival of the Soul 52. The Soul 52. The Land of Spirits 52. Ghosts and Mediumship 54. Early Accounts 56. Penn 56. Brainerd 56. Zaysberger 57. Chapter 4. Visions and Guardian Spirits 61. Initiation of Boys 63. Other Visions 64. The Guardian Spirit 65. Favored Individuals 66. Unami Examples 67. Mincy Examples 72. Historical References 77. Brainerd 77. Zaysberger 77. Loskiel 78. Heckewelder 78. Adams 80. Chapter V. Unami Annual Ceremony 81. The Leader 81. Officers 84. Preparations 85. Ceremony commenced 87. Chief Speech 87. Recital of Visions 92. Conclusion of Rites 96. Departure of the Hunters 97. Prayer for the Hunters 99. Return of the Hunters 100. New Fire 101. Use of carved drumsticks 101. Turtle Rattles 103. Phratry Prayers 104. Women's Night 105. Conclusion of Ceremony 106. Payment of Attendance 107. Finale 108. Payment of Officers 110. Valuation of Wampum 111. Indian Comments on the Ceremony 111. Penn's Account 115. Zeisberger's Account 116. Adams' Account 118. Another Form of the Annual Ceremony 122. Chapter 6. Mincy Big House Ceremonies 127. Myth of Origin 127. Number of Ceremonies 128. Arrangement of the Big House 129. Preliminaries 132. Fire 132. Purification 133. Opening of the Ceremony 133. Chief Speech 133. Ceremonial Drink 134. Recital of Visions 135. Other Features 136. The Prayer Cry 136. Feast 137. Final Address 137. Conclusion of Rites 137. Grand River version 138 Wanbanos version 143 Chapter 7 The Misianji or Mask 146 Origin of the Mask and of the Big House 147 Misianji Dance 152 Notification 152 Preparations 153 The Ceremony 153 Adams Account 154 Other Functions of Misianji 156 Masks of the Minsi 158 The Mask Society 159 Ceremonies 159 Chapter 8 Minor Ceremonies 162 The Doll Being 162 Myth of Origin 162 Preparations for the Ceremony 163 The Doll Dance 164 Minsi Doll Ceremony 166 An Old Minsi Doll 168 An Early Account of Nanitas 169 Bear Ceremony 171 Traditional Origin 172 Preparations 172 The Rites 174 Otter Ceremony 176 Myth of Origin 176 The Ceremony 179 Buffalo Dance 182 Imported Ceremonies 183 Skeleton Dance 183 Peyote Rite 185 Paraphernalia 186 Officers 188 Conduct of the Ceremony 188 Ghost Dance 190 Chapter 9 Summary 192 Religion 192 Ceremonies 196 Minor Ceremonies 198 Notes 201 Index 206 Illustrations Plates Page Conclusion of Lenape Annual Ceremony in Oklahoma. Native painting by Ernest Spivak, a Shawnee frontispiece I Lenape man and woman of Oklahoma in ceremonial costume 22-2. Costume worn by impersonator of missing Holly Kun 34-3. Masks of the Minsi, after Peter Jones, 38-4. Stonehead or Misianji, from Staten Island, NY 42 V Lenape Ceremonial House near Dewey, Oklahoma 82-6. Lenape Annual Ceremony in Progress. Native painting by Ernest Spivak, a Shawnee 86-7. Plan of Lenape Ceremonial House and Grounds 94-8. Nanites, the Guardian of Health. 168-9. The Peyote Rite among the Lenape. Native painting by Ernest Spivak, a Shawnee 186 Figures 1. Mask of the Oklahoma Lenape 32-2. Rattle of turtle shell used by Misianji 33-3. Charm representing missing Holly Kun 37-4. Mask from the Canadian Lenape 39-5. Stonehead or Misianji 46. Central post of ceremonial house showing carved face 83-7. Side posts of ceremonial house showing carved faces 84-8. Ceremonial fire drill used at the annual ceremony 86-9. Rattle of land tortoise shell, used by celebrants at the annual ceremony 93-10. Drum made of dried deer skin, used at the annual ceremony 94-11. Sacred drumsticks, used at the annual ceremony 102-12. A. Plain drumstick used at the annual ceremony. B. Prayer stick 102-13. Paint dish of bark, used at the annual ceremony 105-14. Drum of dried deer skin. Minsi type 129-15. A. Drumstick, Minsi type. B. Prayer stick 130-16. A. Regalia of otterskin used in the otter rite. B. Regalia as worn 178-17. Flint and steel used in the otter rite 180-18. Rattle or land tortoise shell used in the otter rite 181-19. Peyote button 185. Preface: the following paper is intended to be the first of a series concerning different phases of the culture of the Lenape or Delaware Indians, once a numerous people forming a confederacy of three closely related tribes, the Unami, the Minsi, or Munsi, and the Unalatekio or Unalachtigo, first encountered by the whites in what is now New Jersey, Delaware, eastern Pennsylvania, and southeastern New York, but at last accounts one reduced to some 1,900 souls scattered in Oklahoma and the province of Ontario, Canada, with a few in Wisconsin and Kansas. Of these the Lenape of Oklahoma seem to be mainly of Unami extraction, the rest largely Minsi, while the Unalatekio appear to have merged with the others and to have lost their identity. The writer has gathered most of his data for the whole series from the Oklahoma bands, with such informants as Chief Charlie Elker, Kokolapo W.E., Julius Fox, or Fouts, Peyton Ihink, Minnie Fox, Wemiel Squee, his wife, and William Brown, but much valuable information came from Canada where his principal informants were Chief James Wolfe, Teano Swan, Chief Nellis F. Timothy, Tame Pemi Helat, Isaac Mancha, Kapayuhum, Chief Nellis Mancha, Michael Anthony, Nkamaazat, and Monroe Pheasant. Of these a special credit is due to Julius Fox and Chief Timothy, both of whom manifested great interest in the work and exerted every effort to make it complete, and to Ernest Spivak, a Shawnee, whose paintings, carefully made of Delaware ceremonies at the writer's request, form a valuable adjunct to the text. The works of previous writers have been utilized where available, and much has been learned from archaeological discoveries in the ancient territory of the Lenape, not so much, of course, with regard to the subject matter of the present paper, as of others in preparation. Most of the information was gathered while the writer was collecting ethnological specimens for the High Museum of New York, now the Museum of the American Indian, High Foundation, during the years 1907 to 1910, but some of the Canadian data were procured earlier while in the field for Mr. E. T. Teft of New York, whose collection is now in the American Museum of Natural History. Without knowledge of the Delaware language in its divergent dialects, and without any pretension of being a philologist, the writer has endeavored to record the Lenape words as he heard them, depending for translation on his interpreter pro tem. Hence some inaccuracies at least are inevitable. The alphabet used is as follows: vowels, consonants as in arch, C like English, SHA as in cat. A slight ASP irate. A as in fall. Gives the preceding vowel a nasal sound. AI as in isle. E like a in fate. Faintly whispered. E as in met. LA cert LI as in machine. X like German, CHI as in hit. Other consonants approximately as in English. O as in note. U as in flute. U as in bud. U as in full. It was intended at first to publish the mass of material thus obtained in the form of a monograph on the ethnology of the Lenape, but later it was seen that while some phases of their culture could be described in considerable detail, there were others not so well represented in our notes. It was therefore finally decided to publish at once such parts as were ready, in the form of separate papers, and to leave the others until more detailed information could be obtained. No extended comparisons of the religion and ceremonies of the Lenape with those of other tribes will be attempted in this paper, these being reserved for a projected article to embody the results of a comparative study of Lenape culture. M. R. Harrington. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape by M. R. Harrington. Chapter I. Pantheon. To the mind of the Lenape, all the phenomena of nature, all the affairs of mankind, in fact the entire world as we know it, is under the control of invisible beings. Some are great and powerful, others of somewhat lesser influence, and so on down to the humble spirits of plants and stones. In some, good seems to predominate, in others, evil, but most of the Monitoic, or spirits, seem to be, like mortals, a mixture of desirable and undesirable qualities. Supreme Being. All the Lenape so far questioned, whether followers of the native or of the Christian religion, unite in saying that their people have always believed in a chief Manitou, a leader of all the gods, in short, in a great spirit or supreme being, the other Manitoic for the greater part being merely agents appointed by him. His name, according to present Unami usage, is Jaislamukaong, usually translated, Great Spirit, but meaning literally, Creator. Directly, or through the Manitoic his agents, he created the earth and everything in it, and gave to the Lenape all they possessed, the trees, the waters, the fire that springs from flint, everything. To him the people pray in their greatest ceremonies, and give thanks for the benefits he has given them. Most of their direct worship, however, is addressed to the Manitoic his agents, to whom he has given charge of the elements, and with whom the people feel they have a closer personal relation, as their actions are seen in every sunrise and thunderstorm, and felt in every wind that blows across woodland and prairie. Moreover, as the Creator lives in the 12th or highest heaven above the earth, it takes 12 shouts or cries to reach his ear. An account of the worship of the Creator will be given later in connection with the description of the annual ceremony. The Minsi had similar beliefs, but the current name for the Great Spirit in that dialect today is Patumawas, interpreted he who is petitioned, or Katanatowet, Great Spirit. It has been frequently stated that the concept of a supreme being or chief of the gods was not known among the American tribes in pre-colonial times, and that the Great Spirit concept, now widely distributed among the Indians, is entirely the result of missionary teaching. This seems to have been the case in some instances, but it is a mistake to assume such a broad statement as a general rule, on a priori grounds. To the Indian mind, the spirits, or gods, partook largely of the nature of mankind. Why could not a chief of gods be as natural a concept as a chief of men? In the case of the Shawnee, the Creator, or Great Spirit, is usually spoken of as a woman, our grandmother Pabothqui, surely not a missionary idea. Let us trace back the Great Spirit concept among the Lenape, and find what the early writers say about it. Perhaps the earliest is in Danker and Sluiter's Journal 2 of about 1679, in which an old Indian living near Bergen, New Jersey, is quoted as saying, "The first and great beginning of all things, was Kikaron or Kikarum, who is the origin of all, who has not only once produced or made all things, but produces every day. He governs all things." William Penn III, in a letter dated Philadelphia, August 16, 1683, says, "They believe a God and immortality, for they say, there is a king that made them, who dwells in a glorious country to the southward of them, and that the souls of the good shall go thither, where they shall live again." Further confirmation is given by Holm-IV in his book first published in 1702, where he says, "They acknowledge a supreme being, a great spirit, who made the heavens and the earth." Zeisberger V makes it even stronger, for he wrote, about 1779, "They believe and have from time immemorial believed that there is an almighty being who has created heaven and earth and man and all things else. This they have learned from their ancestors." Heckewelder 6, p. 205, adds more details in his book, originally published in 1818, "Their almighty Creator is always before their eyes on all important occasions. They feel and acknowledge his supreme power. It is a part of their religious belief that there are inferior Manitos, to whom the great and good being has given command over the elements." Finally, in the little work ostensibly dictated by the Minsi John Wampum 7 known as Chief Wabuno, undated, but probably printed in the last quarter of the 19th century, we have the Great Spirit, whom we call in Muncie or Delaware Kunspatamounds or Kakamunito, Great Spirit or Benevolent Spirit, created the Indians. Thus we have a practically unbroken chain of authorities, including most of the best ones since 1679, all speaking of the Great Spirit as a well-developed concept. But Brainerd VIII, writing in 1745, is not so positive in his statements, for he speaks of their notions being so dark and confused, that they seemed not to know what they thought themselves. He also says, before the coming of the white people, some supposed there were 4 invisible powers, who presided over the 4 corners of the earth. Others imagined the sun to be the only deity, and that all things were made by him. Others at the same time have a confused notion of a certain body or fountain of deity, something like the anima mundi. Later, p. 349, he quotes a converted Indian conjurer, who, in describing the source of his former power, tells how it came from a great man who lived in a world above at a vast distance from this. The great man was clothed with the day, with the brightest day he ever saw. This whole world was drawn upon him, so that in him, the earth, and all things on it, might be seen. Pl. I Lenape Man and Woman of Oklahoma in Ceremonial Costume. A. John Anderson, Witanaxgonwe, B. Mrs. Elker, Kisilungonskwe. Perhaps, as Brinton 9 suggests, the original Great Spirit of the Lenape might really be called the God of Light. Brinton, however, does not think that the Spirit of Light was of necessity a good spirit. Still, the Lenape today who follow the native religion, acknowledging his goodness in their ceremonies, think that the Creator wants them to do right, and there is evidence that the idea of goodness has been associated with that of the Great Spirit for a long time. Assuming that the Creator of the Lenape is the God of Light, what is it that leads men to worship the source of light? Is it not the self-evident benefits connected with light? It seems to the writer that goodness necessarily follows as an attribute of such a deity. Evil spirit. The case is different with the evil spirit. The modern Lenape in Oklahoma make little mention of an evil one, and James Wolfe, my principal Mincy informant, did not speak of such a being at all, but there is some evidence, however, to show this belief to exist among the Lenape in more recent years. Some writers do indeed make frequent mention of the devil as figuring in early Lenape belief, but they translate the word Manitou as having that meaning, whereas it really signifies a supernatural being, good or bad. These writers evidently regarded as the devil any deity not fitting into Christian doctrine. But the real truth seems to be that, while in ancient times certain Manitoic, or spirits, were supposed to work evil, the devil, along with whiskey and other blessings, was introduced by the whites. The whole matter is well summed up by Laskiel 11, where he says, besides the Supreme Being, they believe in good and evil spirits, considering them as subordinate deities. They seem to have had no idea of the devil, as the Prince of Darkness, before the Europeans came into the country. This idea is also supported by Zeisberger 12 and Brainerd 13, although Holm 14 seems to give contrary evidence. Manitoic. Of the 4 directions, the Lenape now in Oklahoma believe that when the earth was created, and everything finished, the Creator gave the 4 quarters of the earth to 4 powerful beings, or Manitoic, whose duty it was to take care of these regions. These personages are the cause of the winds which blow from the different directions, with the exception of the tornado, which is thought to have a different origin. In the winter, it is said that the Manitoic of the north and the south are playing the game of bowl and dice, with alternating fortunes. When the north wind is successful, it is cold for a long time, until the south wind wins again. These Manitoic are called Mahamsawa Hangiopung, grandfather at the east, No Omikawane Young, grandmother at the south, Mahamsa Iliosigok, grandfather at the west, and Mahamsalawani Young, grandfather at the north. The expression in Deluntoiyun, said to mean who has charge of it, being frequently added after the name. These are mentioned in the ritual of the annual ceremony, and the people often pray to them when gathering herbs or preparing medicines, at the same time offering tobacco. The earliest record of this belief thus far found dates from 1616, and while it does not concern the Lenape proper, it illustrates a similar notion among a cognate people in Virginia. This is in Strachey's work 15, in which he states, "The other four gods have no visible shape, but are indeed the four winds, which keep the four corners of the earth." Brainerd 16 mentions the same belief as being an old one among the Indians he knew, who were mainly Lenape, and as this was in 1745 we have at least a respectable antiquity established for our grandparents at the four directions. Loskiel also mentions them 17. The sun, to the sun the Creator gave the duty of providing light for the people. The Unami say that he is a very powerful Manitou, and call him Gikakwaita. They speak of him as always clothed in the finest of deerskin garments, with his face handsomely painted, and wearing red feathers in his hair. Every day he travels across the heavens from east to west, stopping for a little while at midday, then going on. At night he comes back under the earth. The Minsi, according to James Wolfe, called him Kees-ho or Kees-hawks, and Gikonikis-ho is another Unami form of the name. When praying to the sun, the Lenape usually addressed him as elder brother. Little is found in early writings concerning the worship of the sun, a mere mention in Brainerd 18 and Loskiel 19 by whom he is called the sun or the god of the day. The moon. None of my Lenape informants had much to say of the moon, except that it was regarded as the Manitou charged with the duty of supplying light by night, and that it was addressed, like the sun, as elder brother. It is mentioned as a god, and called the night sun by Loskiel 20. This is expressed by the Unami name Piskawenakis-ho. The earth. Some Lenape speak of the earth itself as a Manitou, and call it our mother because it carries and nurtures the people, having been assigned that duty by the Creator. Others, instead of the earth itself, mention a spirit beneath or within the earth, but apparently separate from it. The earth is mentioned in a list of gods by Loskiel 21 in some localities, at least, it was addressed in the annual ceremony, and thanks were offered to it for the benefits it gives to man. Thunder beings, perhaps the most important of all the subordinate Manitoic, excepting only the sun and possibly the keepers of the four directions, were the thunder beings, to whom the Great Spirit gave the duty of watering the earth and protecting the people against great horned water serpents and other monsters. The Unami told me that they are called Pethakowiyuk, and are addressed as elder brother. They are man-like beings with wings, and always carry a bow and arrows with which they can shatter trees. When the first thunder is heard in spring, the people say, the spring flying things are coming, and it makes them feel glad to think that winter is nearly over. Some burn tobacco and pray to the thunders at this and other times, and for this reason they claim that the lightning never used to strike an Indian or to destroy Indian property. The late James Wolfe related an interesting thunder myth, which will be found in the paper on Lenape mythology to appear later, stating that the Minsi called the thunders Pileswak or Pilesok and believed them to exist in the form of gigantic partridges, although really persons, or rather Manitoic. They used to live in Niagara Gorge beneath the cataract, and could sometimes be seen coming out, in the form of a cloud, in which, as it rose, a play of lightning was visible. There were said to be 3 bands or parties of these mysterious beings, each band consisting of 3 thunders. Zeisberger 22 says, thunder is a mighty spirit dwelling in the mountains, and Hekawelder 23 Indians, at the approach of a storm or thunder gust, address the Manitou of the air, to avert all danger from them. As a rule, however, the early writers do not seem to have noticed this belief, or have included it loosely under the worship of gods representing the elements. Keepers of the heavens. The Lenape now in Oklahoma believe that each of the 12 heavens, in the highest of which lives the Great Spirit, is presided over by a Manitou who serves as a messenger to repeat the prayers of men until they reach the ear of the Creator. They are represented by the carved faces upon the posts inside the temple, and are mentioned in the ritual of the annual ceremony. I can find no mention of them in early accounts of the Lenape, however, unless the 12 gods mentioned by Loskiel 24, most of whom have already been spoken of in this chapter, may represent the same concept. The Lenape today speak of these as being related to the living solid face, who will now claim our attention. Missing Holly Kun, or living solid face Fig 1 mask of the Oklahoma Lenape. Height, 14.5 inches. Fig 2 rattle of turtle shell used by Missy NG. Length, 16.7 inches. The most remarkable deity of the Lenape is the mask being, called by the Unami Missing Holly Kun, which was interpreted as living mask, or living solid face. According to the Unami, this being was made guardian by the creator of all the wild animals of the forest, and is sometimes seen riding about on the back of a buck, herding the deer, but he lives in a range of rocky mountains above the earth. His face is large and round, the right half being painted red, the left black, while his body is covered with long dark hair like that of a bear. Unlike most of the deities in the Lenape pantheon, he is represented by a graven image, a huge wooden mask, painted half red and half black, figure 1, which is left in charge of some family who will take good care of it, and burn Indian tobacco for it from time to time. With the mask is kept a coat and leggings of bearskin to represent the being's hairy body, a peculiar rattle of turtle shell, figure 2, a stick, and a bag made of bearskin, all used by the man selected to impersonate Missing Holly Kun at the various ceremonies when he is supposed to appear, and which will be described later. To the back of the mask is fastened the skin of the bear's head, which effectually conceals the head and neck of the impersonator, PL2, while the bear's ears, projecting, add to the uncanny effect. PL2 costume worn by impersonator of Missing Holly Kun. If any Lenape had a child who was weak, sickly, or disobedient, he would send word to the keeper of the mask that he wanted Missing Holly Kun to attend his child. It is said that it did not take the impersonator long to frighten the weakness, sickness, or laziness out of the child, so that thenceforth it would be strong and well, and would obey on the instant when asked to do anything. This effect was probably strengthened by the mother saying, "If you don't behave, Missy NG will carry you off in a bag full of snakes." This seems to be the only trace of the doctoring function of the mask among the Unami. They also say that when the keeper burns tobacco for Missing Holly Kun and asks for good luck in hunting, it turns out that way every time, and if anyone has lost either horses or cattle, whether by straying away or through theft, he can go to the keeper of the Missy NG with some tobacco and recover them. All he has to do is to explain his errand to the keeper, who in turn informs Missing Holly Kun that they want him to look for these particular animals. The loser then goes home, and in a few days the missing stock return, driven back by this mysterious being. If they were tied or hobbled, it is said that the Missy NG appears to them and so frightens them that they break loose and come home. Missing Holly Kun has a special ceremony, held in the spring, and also participates in the annual ceremony at the big house. This Missy NG is also called Weopi Lakis, to distinguish it from another, kept by a different family, which was not so important, and about which little was known by my informants except that, within their memories, it had never appeared at the annual ceremony, but that it probably had a spring dance of its own. There is an indistinct tradition, however, that in former times several masks were seen at the annual ceremony, and that half a day was given up to them. Miniature masks, figure 3, were often worn on the person as health or good luck charms, in former days usually suspended from a string about the neck, but in later times carried in the pocket. The two large Unami masks in the Museum of the American Indian, high foundation, are shown in PL2 and Figure 1. Fig 3 charm representing missing Holly Kun. Height, 1.9 inches. Among the Minsi there are considerable differences in belief and in practice, their masks resembling those of the Iroquois in many particulars. The late James Wolfe said that Mitzinkali Kun was supposed to live among the rocks on a hill, where he was first seen, and told the people how to obtain his power. The mask owners formed a society, which had a special meeting house and ceremonies, and whose chief function it was to expel disease. This will be discussed further in another paper. Peter Jones 25 illustrates two Minsi masks in use in the first part of the 19th century, and these are here reproduced, PL3. The first he calls a Munsi idol, and says that it was delivered up by Joe Nicholas on his conversion to Christianity, and that Mizinke is the name of this god, while the second, which he names a Munsi devil idol, formerly belonging to the Logan family, was delivered up on the 26th of January 1842. Jones does not refer to these idols in the text. The second mask illustrated seems to have a turtle shell rattle tied on its back, the handle projecting downward. Another mask, found by the writer among the Lenape at Grand River, Ontario, and apparently of Minsi type, is shown in Figure 4. It was collected for Mr. E. T. Teft, of New York, but is now in the American Museum of Natural History. PL3 Masks of the Minsi, after Peter Jones, some of our best evidence indicating the early existence of belief in this mask being among the Lenape is furnished by archaeology by the finding of a number of heads or masks of stone, PL4, within the boundaries of their former domain in New Jersey and the vicinity 26, which, when the rarity of such objects in the surrounding regions is also considered, seems quite significant. Such stone heads even marked the trail of the Lenape withdrawal westward through Pennsylvania 27 and have even been found in Ohio, where they lingered for a time, Figure 5. Fig 4 Mask from the Canadian Lenape. E. T. Teft Collection, American Museum of Natural History. Height of head, 14 inches. Fig 5 Stone head or Missy from Ohio. Height, 13.9 inches. The best early description is given by Brainerd 28 who, in May 1745, while on the Susquehanna above the English settlements, saw a masked Indian who must have been an impersonator of missing Holly Kun. It runs, but of all the sights I saw among them, or indeed anywhere else, none appeared so frightful, as the appearance of one who was a devout and zealous reformer, or rather, restorer of what he supposed was the ancient religion of the Indians. He made his appearance in his pontifical garb, which was a coat of bear skins, dressed with the hair on, and hanging down to his toes, a pair of bear-skin stockings, and a great wooden face painted, the one half black, the other half tawny, about the color of an Indian's skin, with an extravagant mouth, cut very much awry, the face fastened to a bear-skin cap, which was drawn over his head. He advanced toward me with the instrument in his hand, which he used for music, in his idolatrous worship, which was a dry tortoise shell with some corn in it, and the neck of it drawn onto a piece of wood, which made a very convenient handle. As he came forward, he beat his tune with the rattle, and danced with all his might, but he did not suffer any part of his body, not so much as his fingers, to be seen. With the exception of one minor point, the wry mouth, this would be a good description of the Missy outfit used until recently by the Lenape in Oklahoma, PL2. On the following page, Brainerd mentions images which seem to be the Missy faces carved on the posts of the big house. PL4 Stonehead or MISING, from Staten Island, NY, Staten Island Institute of Art and Science, Zeisberger 29 also refers to the masks in these words, the only idol which the Indians have, and which may properly be called an idol, is their Ozinkhoalikan, that is image. It is an image cut in wood, representing a human head in miniature, which they always carry about them either on a string around their neck or in a bag. They often bring offerings to it. In their houses of sacrifice they have a head of this idol as large as life put upon a pole in the middle of the room. In his dictionary, Zeisberger gives the word for idol as mezink, so it seems probable that the W in Uzinkhoalikan is a misprint for M. Mother Corn. One of the important Manitoic of the old days was the corn goddess, known as Mother Corn, of whom one of the Unami legends collected by the writer relates that it was God's will that the corn spirit abide in the far heavenly region in the image of an aged woman, with dominion over all vegetation. Although little remembrance of the details of her worship can now be found among the Oklahoma Lenape, she is mentioned as a guardian spirit. While at the Mincy ceremonies at Grand River Reserve in Ontario, she was one of the 12 benefactors of mankind to whom the thanks of the people were offered, and Mincy women mentioned Sister Corn in praying for good crops in the corn fields, while Zeisberger 30 says that the presiding Manitou of Indian corn or maize was spoken of as the wife of the Indian, and was offered bear's flesh. Chapter 2 Minor deities. Being the masks described in the last chapter are merely representations of a supernatural being, and are not supposed to be the dwellings of a spirit or spirits except when worn by an impersonator, who is said to become imbued with the spirit when the mask is donned, nor are they usually supposed to possess inherent power, except as symbols of missing Holly Kun. But the Lenape had also a class of images, usually of wood, representing the human form, which were supposed to possess life, or at least to be the residence of spirits, which, so far as can be learned, had no separate existence. They were supposed to understand what was said to them, and to have the power of protecting the owner's health, to enjoy offerings, resent ill treatment, and in fact seem to fall into the class of true fetishes. Usually, but not always, representing the female figure, they were kept as a rule by women, and were given yearly feasts, at which outfits of new clothes were put on them. The native name in Unami is Odas, in Mincy, Nanitas. The ceremonies and beliefs associated with them will be described later, in the chapter on minor ceremonies. Most of the early writers seem to have overlooked them, which is not surprising, since they were matters of personal and not of public concern, and their rites were held in private. John Brainerd, however, mentions an idol image 31 which seems to be of this class, and a Mincy specimen is figured by Peter Jones 32 and mentioned by him in a footnote. This was afterward procured by the writer from Jones' son, and is now in the American Museum of Natural History, PL 8. John Brainerd, brother of the better-known David, made his note of the custom about the middle of the 18th century, while that of Jones dates from about a century later. Tornado. Besides the gods hitherto named, there were many other deities of lesser importance. The tornado, for instance, was one of these beings classed as Manitoic. He is mentioned as a giant in size, walking on his hands when in action, his long hair entangling and sweeping away forests and villages, and sometimes as a winged being. When a cyclone was seen approaching, some would burn tobacco, and addressing the roaring monster, as grandfather, would pray that he turn aside and leave the village in peace. Others, scorning such measures of conciliation, would burn old moccasins and rubbish, advising the destroyer to turn aside if he wished to escape the stinging smoke, while still others, even less conciliatory, threatened him with the edge of an axe, vowing they would break a wing for him if he came their way. It was commonly said in the tribe that on account of these practices the Lenape suffered little from this evil Manitou. Snowboy. Another minor Manitou is Snowboy, a being who is supposed to control snow and ice, but who is different from our grandfather at the north, who merely supplies the north wind. Offerings were made to Snowboy to ensure a proper amount of snow for tracking in the winter hunt. Further information concerning these last two Manitoic will be found in the paper on Lenape mythology, now in preparation. Comet. There is a third Manitou called Ilaunato, which some Lenape say means comet, others shooting star. When a war is impending, says the legend, this being may be seen flying through the air, carrying a bunch of human heads. After Ilaunato has passed, if one listens he will hear a distant rumbling sound, for this Manitou knows beforehand where the fighting will take place, and drops the heads on the spot, and the noise of their fall is a roar like thunder. Evil Manitoic. Both the great horned serpents, monsters living in the rivers and lakes, and the giant bear were considered evil Manitoic, the only good derived from them being, in the first case, charms made of the scales, bone, or horn of the monsters, supposed to bring rain, and, in the second case, a medicine made from the tooth said to have the power of healing wounds. Children were accustomed to hunt in the sand for tracks of the little people, comparable with fairies or elves among the whites. Animal spirits. The concepts regarding the numerous animal spirits who were believed to offer themselves as guardians for mankind, are rather hard to define. Most Indians seem to regard their mysterious animal helper not as the spirit or soul of any particular animal taken as an individual, but as a spirit representing the entire species as a whole and partaking of the nature of the species, at the same time having human and Manitou attributes. Brainerd 33 makes some interesting remarks on this subject, which are worth quoting. They do not indeed suppose a divine power essential to, or inhering in, these creatures, but that some invisible beings, communicate to these animals a great power, and so make these creatures the immediate authors of good to certain persons. When such a creature becomes sacred to the persons to whom he is supposed to be the immediate author of good, and through him they must worship the invisible powers, though to others he is no more than any other creature. Certain it is, if a Lenape states that his blessing or power comes from the otter, he does not mean some particular otter, but a spirit otter whose existence is independent of the life of any particular animal. However, such an animal was supposed, like a man, to have a spirit or soul of its own. Plant spirits. When gathering herbs for medicine it was customary to offer prayers to certain spirits. Some seem to have prayed at this time to the four directions, others to the presiding genius of the species of plants they sought, or to the spirit of the individual plant itself. The Minci say that only certain plants were thus addressed. The corn spirit has already been mentioned. Local genii. Certain localities, it is said, were thought to be the dwellings of local genii, to whom offerings were occasionally made, especially such places as displayed curious or unusual natural features, while even certain stones were said to have an animate principle or indwelling spirit. Chapter 3 Survival of the Soul. The doctrine of the survival of the soul or spirit after the death of the body, forms an integral part of Lenape belief. The spirit is supposed to leave the body at the moment of dissolution, but remains in the vicinity 11 days, during which time it subsists on food found in the houses of the living, if none has been placed at the grave. Some say that the actual food is not consumed but that the ghost extracts some essence or nourishment from it. The land of spirits. On the 12th day the spirit leaves the earth and makes its way to the 12th or highest heaven, the home of the Creator, where it lives indefinitely in a veritable happy hunting ground, a beautiful country where life goes on much as it does on earth, except that pain, sickness, and sorrow are unknown, and distasteful work and worry have no place, where children shall meet their parents who have gone before, and parents their children, where everything always looks new and bright. There is no sun in the land of spirits, but a brighter light which the Creator has provided. All people who die here, be they young or old, will look the same age there, and the blind, cripples, anyone who has been maimed or injured will be perfect and as good as any there. This is because the flesh only was injured, not the spirit. This paradise, however, is only for the good, for those who have been kind to their fellows and have done their duty by their people. Little is said of those who have done evil in this world, except that they are excluded from the happy land of spirits. Some Unami say that the blood in a dead body draws up into globular form and floats about in the air as a luminous ball, but this is not the true spirit. The Minsi seem to have retained a more archaic belief, for they say that the land of spirits lies to the southwest, in a country of good hunting. Here they say, the wigwams of the spirits are always neat and clean, and happiness prevails. But between our world and the spirit country flows a river which the spirit must cross on a slender footlog or in a canoe. Ghosts and mediumship ghosts do not seem always to have left the earth at the expiration of the 12 days, or else they have the power of returning, for the Lenape claim that boys, dreaming for power, have sometimes been pitted and given some blessing by the ghosts, who remain their guardian spirits through life. Such people were considered to have the power of talking with the departed and sometimes made a practice of it, but mediumship was by no means confined to them. Among the Minsi formerly they were accustomed to hold meetings in the burial grounds at certain times, when some medium, it is said, would communicate with the spirits. The late James Wolfe, one of the principal Minsi informants, was said to have this power. One time a man was drowned in the Thames River near Munsey Town in Ontario, and the body could not be located. Wolfe, it is said, walked up and down the river banks, with a companion, talking to the water. At last a strange sound was heard, and Wolfe stopped. That was the dead man's spirit, he said, the body lies right over in that hole. Surely enough, when they procured a boat, they found the body in the hole, wedged beneath a sunken log. Certain regular ceremonies were held by both the Unami and the Minsi in honor of the dead, and will be discussed in a later paper. Early accounts pen in William Penn's letter 34 dated August 16, 1683, is the first mention of any details of Lenape beliefs regarding the soul that has been found. He says, "They say there is a king that made them, who dwells in a glorious country to the southward of them, and that the souls of the good shall go thither, where they shall live again." Brainerd, the same Indian whom Brainerd saw in 1745 dressed in a bearskin costume and with a wooden mask, told him 35 that departed souls all went southward, and that the difference between good and bad was this, that the former were admitted into a beautiful town with spiritual walls, and that the latter would forever hover around these walls, in vain attempts to get in. Later 36 Brainerd speaks of the spirit land of the Lenape to the southward as being an unknown and curious place in which the shadows of the dead will enjoy some kind of happiness, such as hunting, feasting, dancing, and the like. One of his Indian informants defined the kind of bad folks who would be unhappy in the hereafter as those who lie, steal, quarrel with their neighbors, are unkind to their friends, and especially to aged parents, and, in a word, such as are a plague to mankind. These would be excluded from the happy hunting ground, not so much as a punishment to themselves, as to keep them from rendering unhappy the spirits of the good inhabiting the beautiful town. Zeisberger about 1748, according to Zeisberger 37 a number of preachers appeared among the Indians, who claimed to have traveled in heaven and conversed with God. Some exhibited charts of deer skin upon which were drawn maps of the land of spirits and figures representing other subjects used in their preaching. Some of their ideas concerning the Son of God, the devil, and hell, are evidently derived from the whites, others seem more aboriginal in character, such as purification by emetics, 12 different kinds being used. He wrote, other teachers pretended that stripes were the most effectual means to purge away sin. They advised their hearers to suffer themselves to be beaten with 12 different sticks from the soles of their feet to their necks, that their sins might pass from them through their throats. They preached a system of morals, very severe for the savages, insisting that the Indians abstain from fornication, adultery, murder, theft, and practice virtuous living as the condition to their attaining after death the place of good spirits, which they called Chapeghaki, the land of spirits, where the life is happy, and deer, bear and all manner of game are abundant and the water is like crystal. There naught was to be heard save singing, dancing, and merry-making. The passage thither is the Milky Way. Whoever reaches that place will find a city of beautiful houses and clean streets. Entering a house he will see no one, but have good things to eat placed before him, a fire made and a bed prepared, all of which is done by spirits invisible to him. Others assert that such an one will see the women coming with baskets on their backs full of strawberries and bilberries, large as apples, and will observe the inhabitants daily appear in fine raiment and live a life of rejoicing. The bad Indians will not reach the place, Chapeghaki, but must remain some distance away, able to see those within dwelling happily, but not able to enter. They would receive nothing but poisonous wood and poisonous roots to eat, holding them ever near the brink of a bitter death, but not suffering them to die. Zeisberger usually specifies when his information is derived from tribes other than the Lenape, from whom most of his data were procured, so it is probable that the following quotation applies to them, although in part somewhat at variance with our other knowledge. He says 38 they believe in the immortality of the soul. Some liken themselves to corn which, when thrown out and buried in the soil, comes up and grows. Some believe their souls to be in the sun, and only their bodies here. Others say that when they die their souls will go to God, and suppose that when they have been some time with God they will be at liberty to return to the world and be born again. Hence many believe, that they may have been in the world before. They believe also in the transmigration of the soul. Wandering spirits and ghosts, they claim, sometimes throw something into a public path and whoever goes over it is bewitched and becomes lame or ill. Such was the Lenape belief with regard to the powers that control the world, and such were his notions concerning the souls of men. The main channel of communication between this great supernatural realm and mankind was, to the Lenape as to so many other tribes of Indians, the dream, or vision, experienced either while fasting or in natural sleep. This subject will be considered in the next chapter. Chapter 4 Visions and Guardian Spirits. The most vital and intimate phase of Lenape religion is the belief in dreams and visions, and in the existence of personal guardian spirits or supernatural helpers, concepts of wide distribution among the North American tribes, but rarely, perhaps, so vivid or well developed as we find them here. The vision was the point of contact, the channel of communication, in Lenape belief, between the great and marvelous supernatural world and the sphere of everyday human life. In a vision the youth first found his guardian spirit, to whom he would always appeal, as his own special friend in the supernatural hierarchy, for aid and comfort in time of trouble, and for the revelation of coming events. He felt that this being took a close personal interest in his affairs, while the greater gods, including the Great Spirit himself, were so remote and so occupied with controlling more important things that they might not notice or concern themselves with the affairs of one individual man. Therefore the bulk of his prayers and offerings went to his guardian spirit. If a Lenape won great success on a war expedition or a hunting trip, he was sure the spirit had helped him. If unlucky, he believed that for some reason his guardian had become estranged, or had been overpowered by superior and malevolent forces. A man might become a sorcerer or a shaman at the behest of his guardian spirit, given in a dream or vision, or change his mode of life in other ways. Not every Lenape was blessed with such a guardian, yet many were so favored, usually in their boyhood days. To be eligible for supernatural favor, the youth had to be pious, or pure, which means that not only must he be chaste, but that he must have kept strictly all the taboos against eating food prepared by women in their periodic condition, etc. Old Lenape say that, as the children of the tribe are reared nowadays in the same way as the whites, they can no longer be PLS, and the powers will speak to them no more. This is a sad matter, for it means the loss of their principal ancient ceremonies, at which only those blessed with a vision can take active part. The old people feel it keenly that there will be no one left to conduct the rites when the last of their generation has been laid away. Initiation of boys' parents were especially anxious, of course, that their sons should have supernatural aid. Hence, when a boy reached the age of about 12 years, they would frequently pretend to abuse him, and would drive him, fasting, out into the forest to shift as best he might, in the hope that some Manitou would take pity on the suffering child and grant him some power or blessing that would be his dependence through life. Sometimes a man who had several sons would take them out into the forest and build them a rude little tent, and here they would remain for days at a time. During the day the boys were not permitted to eat, but just before sunrise every morning each was given a medicine to make him vomit, after which a tiny piece of meat was given him, about the size of a man's little finger. Occasionally the boys became able to fast in this way for 12 days, at the end of which time, the Lenape say, some had received such power that they were able to rise into the air, or go down into the ground, or prophesy events a year or two ahead, with the magic aid of the supernatural being that had taken pity on them. Other visions. It sometimes happened also that people received visions of power in natural sleep without fasting, or even when wide awake, while feeling melancholy and heartsick over the death of a loved one, or suffering other misfortune or trouble. As they sat brooding, some Manitou might address himself to them, and give them advice and comfort, or endow them with some kind of power. Women occasionally had visions of this kind. The guardian spirit, whatever the precise circumstances of its appearance, the guardian spirit in many instances was said to show itself first in human form, and it was only when it turned to leave that its real shape, of an animal, for instance, was noticed by the recipient of its blessing. Sometimes the interview was quite long and the directions given by the Manitou, for ceremonies, etc., quite explicit. On other occasions they were very vague and cryptic. Frequently, according to the stories told, some tangible object, called by the Unami the Opina, or blessing, was handed by the Manitou to the recipient of his favor, who usually swallowed it. Some recipients were called on, however, to make and keep some symbol of their protector, which was usually worn on the person in the form of a charm. Favored individuals, persons favored with a guardian spirit, usually became prominent among their people and were held in high esteem. They composed rhythmic chants referring to their visions for use at the annual ceremony, which will be discussed in the next chapter, and dance songs to accompany them. Rarely were the words of either chants or songs at all definite. As a rule they merely mentioned attributes of the singer's guardian, or incidents of their first meeting, without stating outright what the guardian spirit was, or telling a consecutive story of the vision. Most Lenape who have had such visions cannot be induced to tell the details, but the following examples of such experiences, imperfect in many points, were finally obtained. Incomplete though they are, they will give some idea of this class of beliefs and in this way may prove of value. Unami examples. One old man named Pokite Breaker, known to the whites in Oklahoma as George Wilson, saw in his vision what seemed to be a man who held out to him a white round object like a boy's marble, then tossed it to him. Pokite caught it and swallowed it. Then as it turned to go, the being cried quonk, quonk, quonk. The ducks have a praying meeting in the fall of the year. As it turned, Pokite noticed that it was really a duck instead of a man, and was colored half black and half white. 39 Pokite could pound on his chest at any time and apparently cough up a round marble-like object, which he would show in his hand and then appear to swallow again. This he claimed was the opina given by his guardian spirit. He seemed to regard the words of the duck spirit as an admonition to do all he could to keep up the tribal annual ceremony, which was held in the fall, while the blessing gave him good fortune. The chant he composed for use at this ceremony is as follows: Laolangi iujtak sway akunanaug wayalagamau Lenape, Elinan telaua, Lauanuni, Endigiko lauayat, Lauani. The interpreter's translation, which is a somewhat free one, follows: when he opened his hands something came out of the center that's his blessing, for, our kinfolks, the Lenape, because that is what he said, he did say this, when he spoke, he said this. Then came the dance song, Hii nihani ladamain nihani lamanakunanauig, nauigun haalagamagwi hiahagahi. This, according to the interpreter, means simply, when stripped of its superfluous syllables, we own a temple his blessing our kinfolks. Another man saw in his boyhood vision the missing Holly Kun, or living solid face, riding on a deer. I was unable to get the details of their meeting, or the chant, but this is the dance song, He hota ejene zingalo pi awewani missing Holly Kun a he. This, the interpreter said, means riding it, big buck deer, this one, missing Holly Kun. Seldom do the songs or chants refer so definitely to the protector as does this. A third Lenape, when a boy, was sent out to the cornfield to drive away the crows. As he stood by the field he saw them flying around to light on a tree nearby. Suddenly someone spoke to him, and among the things said, which were not revealed to me, were the words "I like this Lenape food," referring to the corn. The boy thought a man was addressing him, until the person suddenly flew away in the form of a crow, crying ha, ha, ha. I failed to get the Indian words for the song, and my informant did not remember the chant, but the translation of the song was given as follows: I like this Lenape food. I never knew a crow said that till the crow was cawing ha, ha, ha. A fourth had seen some kind of an animal in his vision, but never told any of his tribesmen what it was. His song, as now remembered, was translated thus: Come, follow me, I am going out into the country. A fifth had Mother Corn, the corn spirit, for a guardian, but only part of his song is remembered. All my children are glad when I come out. Some people were helped by the spirits of the dead in the same way that others received aid from animal or other nature spirits. Old man Secondine, now dead, a well-known Oklahoma Lenape, was one of these. When a boy his parents drove him out in the woods, as was the custom, in the hope that he might receive a supernatural helper. After wandering about for a time, he took refuge in a large hollow tree, and made that his camping place. Before long he was visited by apparitions of persons he knew to be dead, who took pity on his starving condition, and brought him food which they had taken at night from the houses of the living, this being the way that disembodied spirits are supposed to get nourishment when visiting the scenes of their earthly life. In the meantime his parents were unable to find him, and searched for him without avail until the ghosts finally revealed to them his camping place, and then he was brought safely home. Ever afterward he claimed the ghosts as his guardians, and like others blessed with this kind of helpers, was said to hold some kind of communication with the departed. Mincy examples: the late James Wolfe, my principal Mincy informant, was said to possess this power, as was stated in the preceding chapter. He had, moreover, received another vision when a boy, but had made little, if any, use of it, because of his profession of Christianity. One time in his boyhood days, he told me, he thought or dreamed, he was not asleep at the time, that there was no water in the river, and that he went down into its bed and found only one little hole containing water. In this was a creature resembling a catfish, yet somewhat different, and near it was an ordinary crayfish, while on the surface of the water walked a number of little flies. The boy, thinking what he had seen was real, ran home in haste to tell his father. The father walked down with him to see, but stopped on the bank where the edge of the water had been, while the boy ran on down to his pool. The riverbed seemed dry to him, but his father would not come, saying that the river was full of water. The boy then came out and they started for home, but before they were out of sight, the lad looked back. To his surprise, the river was full as usual. The father, who was Flying Wolf, a noted Mincy warrior, had been favored himself, when a boy, with a rather unusual sort of vision, which James Wolfe related to me, as nearly as possible the way the old man used to tell it at the annual ceremony. When I was a boy, I was once fast asleep on a hill near a little creek. Someone said, "Wake up. Let us go where our friends are." So I got up and followed him across the little creek and up a hill, where I saw 6 men sitting on a log. Then I went up and shook hands with them all. After they had shaken hands with me, they all danced around in a ring. At this point he used to sing one verse of his dance song, "Wemi Wangato Kuya," all greet one another Yoki Lenape Witai. Now Lenape at the same time Yehi Yehi. They told me, "We will go to see our friends," so I went with them. Every now and then they stopped and danced around as they had done before. After a while one of them told me to look toward the south, and there I saw a black cloud in which the lightning flashed. "Would you like to go there?" they asked me. I answered no. Then one asked if I wanted to go that way, pointing to the northeast, where the sky was blue and bright, to which I answered that I would rather go in that direction toward the clear sky. A little farther on they said, "We will now leave you. Watch us as we go." They went to the east a little way, and then I saw them trotting. They were wolves, and I had thought all the while that they were human beings. Verses of the dance song were sung at intervals during this speech. From analogy with other visions, such as are recorded above, one would think that the 6 wolf men must have become Flying Wolf's protectors, but instead, it was a thunder being that became his principal guardian, whose participation in the vision is merely inferred from the mention in the speech of the black cloud and the lightning. Evidently this thunder being was not offended when Flying Wolf told his guides that he would rather go toward the clear sky than toward the black cloud. The Mincy say that when Flying Wolf recited his vision in the big house ceremonies, he moved everyone, some even to tears. After he had finished, they say, a thundershower would almost always rise. He would become strangely excited when the dark clouds began to bank up on the horizon and spread themselves over the land. Stripping himself to the breechcloth, he was ready to go out when the storm broke, for he would never stay beneath a roof at such a time. He loved to expose his body to the driving gusts of wind and rain. The appalling roar was music to his ears, while the lighting, to the eyes of the frightened onlookers, seemed to play about his very body. He used to say that if he stayed indoors the lightning display would be so terrible that the others in the house could not endure it. No wonder they used to say of him, "Piles Wal Pualatzel." He is in league with the thunders, or better, perhaps, the thunders will protect him. Within the memory of Mincy now living in Canada there were 2 members of the tribe who claimed the sun spirit, Keesho or Keeshawks, as their protector. One of these was known as Old Man Half Moon, the other as Munsey John Henry. Half Moon, it is said, when he wished to appear as a warrior, would sometimes hold his bare hands up toward the flaming face of his guardian, then rub the palms down his cheeks. When he removed his hands, it was seen that his face, clean before, was now painted in brilliant colors. Surely, the people cried, "This man is in league with the sun." That the idea of a tangible blessing is found among the Mincy, as well as among the Unami, is shown in certain of their traditions. Historical references. Brainerd seems to have been about the first author to recognize in any degree the importance of the dream or vision in Lenape religious belief. He says 40 they give much heed to dreams, because they suppose that these invisible powers give them directions at such times about certain affairs, and sometimes inform them what animal they would choose to be worshipped in. Other remarks by Brainerd on the same general topic were quoted in the preceding chapter. Zeisberger 41 also devotes a paragraph to it, in which he says, almost all animals and the elements are looked upon as spirits, one exceeding the other in dignity and power. There is scarcely an Indian who does not believe that one or more of these spirits has not been particularly given him to assist him and make him prosper. This, they claim, has been made known to them in a dream, even as their religious belief and witchcraft has been made known to them in a dream. One has, in a dream, received a serpent or a buffalo, another the sun or the moon, another an owl or some other bird, another a fish, some even ridiculously insignificant creatures such as ants. These are considered their spirits or manitos. If an Indian has no manito to be his friend, he considers himself forsaken, has nothing on which he may lean, has no hope of any assistance and is small in his own eyes. On the other hand, those who have been thus favored possess a high and proud spirit. Loskiel's account 42 seems largely derived from the above. He remarks, the manitos are also considered as tutelar spirits. Every Indian has one or more, which he conceives to be peculiarly given to assist him and make him prosper. One has in a dream received the sun as his tutelar spirit, another the moon, a third, an owl, a fourth, a buffalo, and so forth. An Indian is dispirited, and considers himself as forsaken by God, till he has received a tutelar spirit in a dream, but those who have been thus favored, are full of courage, and proud of their powerful ally. Heckewelder 43 devotes a whole chapter to the subject, under the head of Initiation of Boys, to which the reader is referred, as it is all of interest, but cannot be reproduced here. I will merely quote portions of one paragraph, which will serve to show that this author found approximately similar ideas as had his predecessors, concepts which still exist among the Lenape. When a boy is to be thus initiated, he is put under an alternate course of physic and fasting, so that he sees, or fancies that he sees visions, and has extraordinary dreams. Then he has interviews with the manito or with spirits, who inform him of what he was before he was born, and what he will be after his death. His fate in this life is laid entirely open before him. The spirit tells him what is to be his future employment, whether he will be a valiant warrior, a mighty hunter, a doctor, a conjurer, or a prophet. Later in the chapter, Heckewelder mentions the fact that persons favored with such dreams considered themselves under the protection of the celestial powers, and mentions the strength, the power, and the courage conveyed to them, but lays more stress on the prophetic side of these visions than on the actual aid rendered, according to Lenape belief, by the supernatural guardians. Adams. From Heckewelder's time to the present, I know of but one writer, besides myself, who describes, from his own observation, the Lenape belief in visions and guardian spirits. This is R.C. Adams, 44, himself of Delaware blood, whose notes may be found in the volume on Indians of the United States Census Report for 1890, p. 298 ETSEQ. He says, it is believed by the Delawares that every one has a guardian spirit which comes in the form of some bird, animal, or other thing, at times in dreams, and tells them what to do and what will happen. The guardian spirit is sent from the Great Spirit. Having now considered the very foundation of Lenape religion, we may turn with better understanding, to their great annual ceremony. Chapter V. Unami Annual Ceremony. The great annual ceremony of the Lenape now in Oklahoma was and is held when the leaves turn yellow in the fall of the year, usually, according to the pale face reckoning, sometime between the 10th and 20th of October. It is not exactly a tribal affair, although the whole tribe participates, but must be undertaken by some certain individual of the proper qualifications who takes the responsibility of bringing in the meeting and acting as a leader. The phratry to which this leader belongs determines the exact form of the ceremonies to be held, for each totemic group has a ritual of its own, that of the wolf, which is here related, differing in some particulars from the ceremonies as practiced by the turtle or turkey people. In former times, it is said, when one phratry had finished its 12 days of ceremonies, another would enact theirs, followed by the third, but at present qualified leaders are so few that it seldom if ever happens that more than one of them feels able to accept such exacting duties in any one year. This leader it is who sends a messenger forth to notify the people what day the ceremonies are to commence and to invite them all to attend. Several days before the date the wagons begin to roll in and a white village of tents springs up about the grey walls of the old big house, temple, or 11 Angwican, PLV, standing on the banks of Little Connie River, north of Dewey in northern Oklahoma, far from any human habitation. PLV Lenape Ceremonial House near Dewey, Oklahoma, built of rough logs. The big house is now provided with a roof of hand-split shingles pierced by 2 great smoke holes, as shown in the frontispiece and in PLV 6, but in former days the roof was of bark. The length is about 40 feet from east to west, with a height at the eaves of about 6 feet, at the ridge 14 feet, and a width of 24.5 feet. Aside from certain ingenuities of construction which cannot be discussed here, its chief interest lies in the 2 large carvings of the human face, one facing east, figure 6, and one west, which adorn the great central post supporting the ridgepole. Similar carvings, but smaller, may be seen upon each of the 6 posts which support the logs forming the sides, figure 7, and still smaller ones, one upon each of the 4 doorposts. All 12 faces are painted, the right side of each red, the left black. The building is used only for the annual ceremony. Fig 6 central post of ceremonial house, showing carved face. Fig 7 side posts of ceremonial house, showing carved faces. Officers the messenger sent to assemble the people is one of 3 male attendants chosen by the leader, and these 3 men appoint 3 women to serve also. To these 6 attendants, known as ayahs, falls all the laborious work of the meeting. Although the duties are menial, it is considered quite an honor to be selected as ayahs. The attendants camp on the north and south sides of the little open square just east of the big house, PL7, an area where no one is allowed to pitch a tent. Other officers selected for the meeting are a speaker, usually at the time of the writer's visit, Chief Charlie Elker, 2 singers, called tailgunnock, cranes, whose duty it is to beat the dry deerskin drum and sing the necessary songs, and a chief hunter who is supposed to provide venison for the feast. Preparations. Fig 8 ceremonial fire drill used at the annual ceremony. Length of shaft, 29.5 inches. Arrived at the big house, the attendants begin at once to prepare the building for use after its year of idleness. The first act of the men is to make mortar of mud, in the old style, and stop the cracks between the logs of the house. Then they cut 2 forked saplings, and set them in the ground about 10 feet apart, some distance in front of the big house, CPL 7, upon these is laid a pole, running east and west, to support the 20-gallon kettle used in preparing hominy for the feast. After this they gather about a cord of wood for the fires inside the big house and the cooking fire outside. Then the first night, a fire pure and undefined by the white man and his matches, is made with a fire drill, figure 8. This is operated on the principle of a pump drill, like the ceremonial fire drills of the Iroquois. This fire, and this only, may be used in the temple, and no one is permitted to take it outside for any purpose. PL 6 Lenape Annual Ceremony in Progress. Native painting by Ernest Spivak. A Shawnee ceremony commenced. Two of the attendants, a man and a woman, then build the two fires in the temple, so that there may be plenty of light, and sweep the floor with turkey wings for brushes. The men attendants take turns so that one of them, at least, is always on guard outside the building. When the temple is clean, the fires are burning bright, and the ayahs have called the people in and all are assembled, the chief arises and delivers a speech. Chief's speech: first he states the rules of the meeting, then he speaks along some such line as the following, which was dictated by Chief Elker, who frequently made these speeches: "We are thankful that so many of us are alive to meet together here once more, and that we are ready to hold our ceremonies in good faith. Now we shall meet here 12 nights in succession to pray to Jaisalumukayong, who has directed us to worship in this way. And these 12 Misianji faces carved on the posts of the house are here to watch and to carry our prayers to Jaisalumukayong in the highest heaven. The reason why we dance at this time is to raise our prayers to him. Our attendants here, 3 women and 3 men, have the task of keeping everything about our temple in good order, and of trying to keep peace, if there is trouble. They must haul wood and build fires, cook, and sweep out the big house. When they sweep, they must sweep both sides of the fire 12 times, which sweeps a road to heaven, just as they say that it takes 12 years to reach it. Women in their menses must not enter this house. When we come into this house of ours we are glad, and thankful that we are well, and for everything that makes us feel good which the Creator has placed here for our use. We come here to pray Him to have mercy on us for the year to come and to give us everything to make us happy. May we have good crops, and no dangerous storms, floods, nor earthquakes. We all realize what He has put before us all through life, and that He has given us a way to pray to Him and thank Him. We are thankful to the East because everyone feels good in the morning when they awake, and see the bright light coming from the East, and when the sun goes down in the West we feel good and glad we are well, then we are thankful to the West. And we are thankful to the North, because when the cold winds come we are glad to have lived to see the leaves fall again, and to the South, for when the south wind blows and everything is coming up in the spring, we are glad to live to see the grass growing and everything green again. We thank the thunders, for they are the Manitowic that bring the rain, which the Creator has given them power to rule over. And we thank our Mother, the Earth, whom we claim as Mother because the Earth carries us and everything we need. When we eat and drink and look around, we know it is Jaisalumukayong that makes us feel good that way. He gives us the purest thoughts that can be had. We should pray to Him every morning. Man has a spirit, and the body seems to be a code for that spirit. That is why people should take care of their spirits, so as to reach heaven and be admitted to the Creator's dwelling. We are given some length of time to live on earth, and then our spirits must go. When anyone's time comes to leave this earth, he should go to Jaisalumukayong, feeling good on the way. We all ought to pray to Him, to prepare ourselves for days to come so that we can be with Him after leaving the earth. We must all put our thoughts to this meeting, so that Jaisalumukayong will look upon us and grant what we ask. You all come here to pray, you have a way to reach Him all through life. Do not think of evil, strive always to think of the good which He has given us. When we reach that place, we shall not have to do anything or worry about anything, only live a happy life. We know there are many of our fathers who have left this earth and are now in this happy place in the land of spirits. When we arrive we shall see our fathers, mothers, children, and sisters there. And when we have prepared ourselves so that we can go to where our parents and children are, we feel happy. Everything looks more beautiful there than here, everything looks new, and the waters and fruits and everything are lovely. No sun shines there, but a light much brighter than the sun, the Creator makes it brighter by His power. All people who die here, young or old, will be of the same age there, and those who are injured, crippled, or made blind will look as good as the rest of them. It is nothing but the flesh that is injured, the spirit is as good as ever. That is the reason that people are told to help always the cripples or the blind. Whatever you do for them will surely bring its reward. Whatever you do for anybody will bring you credit hereafter. Whenever we think the thoughts that Jaisalmukhayang has given us, it will do us good. This is all I can think of to say along this line. Now we will pass the turtle around, and all that feel like worshipping may take it and perform their ceremonies. Some nights the speaker says more, sometimes less, just as he feels, but he always tries to tell it as he heard it from the old people who came before him. Recital of visions. Now, as was stated, these meetings are brought in by individuals, that is, a certain person, usually a man, undertakes to arrange for the meeting and to lead the ceremonies. This person must be one of those gifted by a vision or dream of power in their youth, and hence, according to Lenape belief, one in communication with the supernatural world. Fig 9 Rattle of land tortoise shell, used by celebrants at the annual ceremony. Length, 4.2 inches. When the people file into the big house, the few that still have them dressed in their best Indian costumes carefully preserved for such occasions, pl. The members of this leader's clan always take their seats on the north side, the other two clans in the west end and the south side. Men and women, however, do not mingle, but sit separately in the space allotted to their common clan. The diagram, pl. 7, shows the seating of the clans when the ceremony is brought in by a member of the wolf division. Fig 10 Drum made of dried deerskin used at the annual ceremony. Length 38.2 inches. After the chief's speech, the leader arises from his place just north of the central post, and, rapidly shaking a rattle, Taxo 11 Kawanai gun, made of a box tortoise shell, figure 9, recites his vision in a high monotone, word by word. After he utters each word, he pauses an instant to give the singers sitting at the rolled dry deerskin called Kawanai gun, which serves as a drum, figure 10, ample time to repeat the same word in the same tone, which produces an extraordinary effect. When he finishes, the drummers beat rapidly on the dry hide, repeating ho-oh-oh a number of times. pl. 7 Plan of Lenape ceremonial house and grounds near Dewey, Oklahoma. Then the celebrant repeats a verse of his song in the same way, and the drummers, having learned the words, sing them to a dance tune, beating the drum in slower time. After dancing a while, the celebrator whoops, and they stop, then another similar verse, if not the same, is recited and then sung. When the leader dances, he circles about the two fires contraclockwise, and those who wish may join in the dance and follow him, pl. 6. His dance finished, the leader passes the turtle shell to the next man who has been blessed with a vision. This one has the privilege of singing his vision if he wishes, if not, it is handed to the next dreamer. After a celebrant has taken his seat, it is customary for those who desire it to smoke until the next man is ready to commence. At this time also it is considered proper for the people to enter or leave the big house, which is not permitted while the actual ceremony is in progress. When the turtle rattle has thus made the round of the building and gets back to its starting point, the meeting is brought to a close. This is usually along toward morning, the exact time of course being dependent on the number who have sung their visions, and on the length of the intermissions. Conclusion of rites. Now, when the man who started the ceremonies begins to dance, that is a signal for two of the women ayahs, or attendants, to go out and pound corn for hominy or meal, and two of their men colleagues cook it in the kettle hanging on the pole, so that it is ready when the turtle has made its rounds and the meeting is about to close. Then the repast of hominy or corn mush called sapan is distributed, and the speaker says, "We will now pray 12 times, so 12 times they cry ho-oh-oh, as a prayer. Then they feast, using mussel shells from the river as spoons, and finally the speaker dismisses them with the words, 'This is all for tonight, tomorrow night we will meet again.' Departure of the hunters. When the next night arrives, approximately the same performance is repeated, and the same the next, with little of interest occurring during the day, but on the fourth morning, the leader who has selected a man for chief hunter, gives him a yard of wampum as pay. This master of the hunt then selects as many assistants as he wants, and he and his crew all gather in the big house, where they are served about noon with a feast prepared for the occasion by the women of the camp, and the attendants tie sacks of the food to the hunters' saddles. When they have finished eating, they arrange themselves in a row, each hunter standing on his left foot and barely touching the ground with the toes of his right, an action whose meaning I have not yet been able to determine. Then the speaker rises and talks to them, and the missionary who has been seen about the camp from time to time, is in the big house listening to his words. "When you hunt," says the speaker, "think of nothing but luck to kill deer." As he speaks he goes to the west fire and throws into it, 6 times, an offering of native tobacco, then to the east fire, where he sacrifices 6 more pinches of the sacred herb, 12 in all. While sacrificing tobacco, he prays to the missionary to drive the deer up, so that the hunters can kill them. As he drops the last tobacco into the flames, he says, "If you kill a deer right away, bring it in tonight, if not, bring in all you kill day after tomorrow." What tobacco is left is given to the chief hunter with the words, "When you camp tonight, burn this and ask Missing Holly Kun to let you kill deer." The reader will remember that Missing Holly Kun, in whose image the missionary is carved, is supposed to have control over the deer, and in fact over all wild animals. All the hunters that are in the habit of chewing tobacco are now given some for this purpose. When they file out and mount their horses, the missionary follows them and sees them off. After the hunters have disappeared, the people call the missionary back into the big house and coax him to dance, while 2 men volunteer to sing for him. Prayer for the hunters. The following evening 6 men are appointed and given a yard of wampum to divide among them, to go out close to the forked game pole east of the big house, intended for the carcasses of the deer, and pray there 12 times. The meaning of this, of course, is that they sound the prayer word ho-oh-oh, which is evidently to help the hunters. This night also a yard of wampum is unstrung and scattered on the ground just west of the east fire, and this the attendants must pick up, crying ho-oh-oh, as they do so. For doing this, which is called picking berries, they are supposed to keep what wampum they pick up. Return of the hunters. If the hunters are lucky and kill a deer the first day, they send 1 man back with it. As he approaches he fires a gun as a signal of his coming, at which the singers run into the big house and begin to sing and beat the drum. Then everyone is happy. In any case the hunters all return on the 3rd day. If they have killed deer, they shoot their guns, if not, they come in very quietly. When the shots are heard, the singers hasten to their places, and, beating the drum, sing a song that is used only on such occasions. Then when the hunters arrive, they feast, and their leader announces the names of those lucky enough to kill a deer. The carcasses are skinned and hung on the deer pole, shown in frontispiece, east of the big house, and are used in the feasts at the close of every night's meeting until the gathering disbands. New fire every night. The usual program is repeated until the 9th. On this night a new fire is kindled with the sacred pump drill called Tuda-iwa with diaresis heg Mani Toak or fire maker of the Mani Tos, figure 8, and the ashes of the old are carried out through the west door of the big house, which is used only for this purpose, among the Unami, and is usually kept closed. The new fire seems to symbolize a fresh start in all the affairs of life. Use of carved drumsticks also on the ninth night. Before the singing begins, they bring out the two ancient drumsticks, pakadigun, carved with tiny human heads, one male and one female, figure 11, to use in place of the cruder sticks used before, which are marked only with the rude cross, figure 12a. At this time, also, 12 prayer sticks, matehigun, are distributed 6 plain and 6 striped ones, figure 12b, by 2 of the male attendants, each with 6, one man starting from each end of the big house and proceeding in a trot to distribute the sticks while the drum is beaten, and the people, holding up their hands, cry the prayer word ho-oh-oh. Fig 11 Sacred drumsticks, used at the annual ceremony in Oklahoma. Length of A, 18.6 inches. Fig 12A, plain drumstick used at the annual ceremony, B, prayer stick. Length of B, 18.9 inches. Both drumsticks and prayer sticks are used every night from this time on. If it so happens that the plain sticks do not fall opposite each other, or on opposite sides of the house, they must all be picked up again and redistributed. After this, those who have received a stick raise that instead of their hand, when they repeat the prayer word ho-oh-oh, and carry it when they dance. Turtle rattles at this time, too. All who own turtle rattles such as are used in singing the visions, figure 9, are requested to bring them into the meeting, when they are placed in a row on the north side, in front of the man who, as the Indians phrase it, brought on the meeting. The backs of the turtle shells are all measured with strings of wampum, which are cut off in lengths corresponding with the lengths of the backs. Then the owners are called to get their turtles and wampum, which is supposed to be their pay for bringing them to the meeting. As each takes up his turtle, he shakes it, and if it does not sound well, then the people laugh, and the owner, abashed, takes his property out of sight as soon as possible. Phratry prayers. Then they call up 6 men, 2 from each of the 3 phratries: turtle, turkey, and wolf. Each goes outside and cries the prayer word ho-oh-oh, 12 times, holding up his left hand. When the first one returns, he is given 1 yard of wampum, and divides it with the other 5. This is done each night until the end. Women's Night. Fig 13 Paint dish of bark, used at the annual ceremony. Length, 2.2 inches. The 12th night is reserved for the women to relate their visions, but before they begin, the speaker orders the attendants to burn cedar leaves in the 2 fires, and the people are supposed to inhale the smoke and purify themselves. Then 2 women are ordered to take, one a little bark dish, a siptagun, of red paint, figure 13, the other a similar vessel of grease, and the 2 start from the door on the north side of the temple and go to each person present. One dips her fingers in the paint and touches the color to the person's left cheek, while her companion similarly anoints the person's head with a little of the grease. This done, 2 men attendants take the bark vessels and paint and grease in the same way the 12 Missy faces carved upon the posts of the building, also the drumsticks, the prayer sticks, the deerskin drum, and the turtles. A variant has it that both bark vessels contain paint, the customs differing according to phratry. Each woman who takes part on this night receives a share of the venison. If there is any, the biggest and fattest buck the hunters kill and the attendants cook it for them at the fire outside. Conclusion of ceremony. Next morning the men resume the ceremony and continue until the sun is high. 2 men are then appointed to close the meeting, for which each receives 1 yard of wampum. Their duty is to sing 12 times while the people dance about the central post, the women in a circle next to the post, the men in another circle outside that of the women. These 2 singers stop dancing in front of where the chief is sitting, and announce, "We will now pray 12 times." They go back to their seats and cry ho ho ho, 12 times. Then the attendants serve the last feast. 2 women then go around with wampum in a wooden bowl, giving everyone 2 or 3 beads. Payment of attendants. Then the attendants, 3 men and 3 women, stand in a row and receive 6 yards of wampum on one string, which they hold in their hands, the first in the row holding the end of the string, which stretches along from one to the other. Then the chief says, "We thank you attendants of this meeting for your kindness in sweeping our temple for these 12 nights, and the attention and care you have given. We have heard our old parents say that, if you sweep this meeting house 12 different times, you will sweep up to where our great Father is, as he is up in the 12th heaven above the earth." The attendants then circle about the fires and go out to the cooking fireplace, where they divide the wampum, taking a yard apiece. At last, when the shadow of a person is nearly under him, that is, about noon, the speaker or chief arises, and says, "All of us kinfolk must now go out and end our meeting, which has been going on for 12 days and nights." Thereupon they all file out, men, women, and children, and form a row extending north and south, facing east, just east of the big house, the hunters taking with them the skins of the deer they killed. Finale, here they all pray, or rather cry the prayer word ho ho ho, 6 times standing, holding up one hand, and 6 times kneeling, holding up the other hand. The meeting is then ended. This is shown in the frontispiece. The deer skins are given to poor old people, who need them to make moccasins. One informant stated that instead of crying ho 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 12 times in closing the meeting, it was customary to use this word only 10 times, and then cry ha 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 twice, completing the sacred number 12, but such discrepancies are probably due to the variation of ritual among the 3 phratries before mentioned, the turkey, the turtle, and the wolf. This kind of prayer was noticed by Zeisberger 45 as early as 1779, for he writes, "At a third kind of feast 10 or more tanned deer skins are given to as many old men or women, who wrap themselves in them and stand before the house with their faces turned toward the east, praying God with a loud voice to reward their benefactors. They turn toward the east because they believe that God dwells beyond the rising of the sun. At the same time much wampum is given away. This is thrown on the ground and the young people scramble for it. Afterward it is ascertained who secured the most. This feast is called Engamuin, the meaning of which they themselves are unable to give." The suspicion that Zeisberger mistook the conclusion of the annual ceremony for a separate rite is strengthened by the fact that he gives its name as Engamuin, which seems to be a form of Gamuing, the modern Lenape name for their annual ceremony. Payment of officers. All the officers of the meeting receive pay in wampum for their services, except, of course, the leader, the man who has caused the meeting to be held. The speaker receives a yard for every night of the meeting, the drummers get a yard between them each night. There are also the payments to the attendants, hunters, and others, already mentioned. The attendants have other sources of profit, too, for they serve meals 3 times a day in the big house to the leader of the meeting and all his near relatives, also to the speaker and the drummers. When they have finished feasting, the leader calls the attendants to come and get their dishes and pans. Each has a cup in which he brings coffee, and the leader puts 25 wampum beads in each cup for every meal. Moreover, when anyone in the outside camps is hungry, he may go to an ayaz and obtain a meal for 25 wampum beads. The attendants have a table near the tent of one of the woman ayaz, and here they eat. Valuation of wampum for ceremonial purposes. The wampum, white, is held at 1 cent a bead, 100 to the dollar. Before the meeting the people give a yard or so apiece, if they are able, to show their appreciation and to be prayed for, or subscribe money for its purchase and for the other things needed at the meeting. The wampum is afterward redeemed at the same rate and is kept to use again. Indian comments on the ceremony. Some explanations and remarks concerning the annual ceremony, as furnished by the Indians themselves, may prove of interest here. Julius Fouts, or Fox, the interpreter, remarks, when the Delawares complete this meeting, then they claim they have worshipped everything on this earth. God gave the powers above authority to go around and give all the tribes some way to worship. They say these things were as if carried in a bundle, and when they come to the Delawares, last of all, there was a lot left in the bundle and they got it all. That is why the Delawares have so many different things to do in their meetings. In explanation of the prayer word ho-oh, he said, "Did you ever hear that noise out in the woods, in the fall of the year? Ho-oh, it says. What is it? It is the noise of the wind blowing in the trees. When the Delawares pray in the big house, they raise their voices and cry ho-oh to God, and the Missiongi hears it and understands, for he is of the same nature as a tree, and there are 12 Missiongi carved in the big house who will carry the prayers to the 12th heaven. The Indians call the Missiongi grandfather, because the trees were here before the Indians. The big house is going out of use now, because only the old people have had gifts or visions of power to sing about. The children of today are not pious, or pure, they are reared like the whites, and the powers above do not speak to them anymore. Chief Charlie Elker, or Elkire, who frequently served as speaker in the big house, said, "The Delaware meeting helps everybody in the world, for they pray for good crops and everything good, even wild fruits." About 10 years ago the people thought they would give up holding these meetings, and the following year they had high winds and big rains, and everyone was frightened. Then grasshoppers came in swarms, but they came in the fall a little too late to get all the crops. So the people held a council and talked about the big house again. They finally decided to resume it, before any more bad luck came, so they began the ceremonies again in the fall. Then it seemed as if all the trouble stopped. Of late there has been talk of again giving up the meeting, but if we do give it up we are likely to have a tornado or maybe dry weather to ruin the crops. Once the Delawares owned a great deal of land, but that is nearly all gone now, and the people seem to have no power to do anything. When God looks down from heaven, he sees but very few Delaware people, and the reason for this is that they cannot follow the meeting house ceremonies now. When I was a little boy, I heard my people say that this thing would happen just as it is happening now. You see, the young people raised during the last 30 years do not believe in the old ways. We are having good times yet, but we don't know when we shall catch it. If anything happens to us, and once really begins, we cannot stop it. It will be too late. Even if they take up the meeting again they cannot do right, even when the ceremonies are going on. They cannot accomplish anything in the big house, they cannot raise it up, because there are a lot of young folks who do not even try to do what the speaker tells them, for they do not believe in it. The people could get along fine, if they followed the rules of the meeting, not only the Delawares, but the other people round about. For when the Delaware prays, he prays for things that will benefit everybody, he prays for the children as well as for himself, he prays for future time. But if anything comes to destroy the world, it will be too late to think of starting the big house then. Penn's account. William Penn seems to have been the first to attempt a description of Lenape rites, for he wrote in 1683, in the same letter we have quoted before, "Their worship consists of two parts, sacrifice and cantico. Their sacrifice is their first fruits. The other part of their worship is by cantico, performed by round dances, sometimes words, sometimes songs, then shouts, two being in the middle that begin, and by singing and drumming on a board direct the chorus. They are said to lay their altar on 12 stones. In this brief account should be noted the presence of two drummers, the fact that they did not use a drum, but a board which was probably, If Penn had taken the trouble to look more closely, a dried hide, the word Kantiko, which resembles the modern Lenape words for dance ki nika among the Unami and ki antika among the Minsi, and finally the use of the sacred number 12. Zeisberger's account, the earliest detailed account, however, of the great Lenape ceremonies, is given by Zeisberger 46, who, writing about 1779, says, "Worship and sacrifices have obtained among them from the earliest times, being usages handed down from their ancestors. Though in the detail of ceremony there has been change, as the Indians are more divided now than at that time, worship and sacrifice have continued as practiced in the early days, for the Indians believe that they would draw all manner of disease and misfortune upon themselves if they omitted to observe the ancestral rites. In the matter of sacrifice, relationship, even though distant, is of significance, legitimate or illegitimate relationship being regarded without distinction. A sacrifice is offered by a family, with its entire relationship, once in 2 years. Others, even the inhabitants of other towns, are invited. Such sacrifices are commonly held in autumn, rarely in winter. As their connections are large, each Indian will have opportunity to attend more than one family sacrifice a year. The head of the family knows the time and he must provide for everything. When the head of such a family is converted, he gets into difficulty because his friends will not give him peace until he has designated someone to take his place in the arrangement of sacrificial feasts. Preparations for such a sacrificial feast extend through several days. The requisite number of deer and bears is calculated and the young people are sent into the woods to procure them together with the leader whose care it is to see that everything needful is provided. These hunters do not return until they have secured the amount of booty counted upon. On their return they fire a volley when near the town, march in solemn procession and deposit the flesh in the house of sacrifice. Meantime the house has been cleared and prepared. The women have prepared firewood and brought in long dry reed grass, which has been strewn the entire length of the house, on both sides, for the guests to sit upon. Such a feast may continue for 3 or 4 nights, the separate sessions beginning in the afternoon and lasting until the next morning. Great kettles full of meat are boiled and bread is baked. These are served to the guests by 4 servants especially appointed for this service. The rule is that whatever is thus brought as a sacrifice must be eaten altogether and nothing left. A small quantity of melted fat only is poured into the fire. The bones are burnt, so that the dogs may not get any of them. After the meal the men and women dance, every rule of decency being observed. It is not a dance for pleasure or exercise, as is the ordinary dance engaged in by the Indians. One singer only performs during the dance, walking up and down, rattling a small tortoise shell filled with pebbles. He sings of the dreams the Indians have had, naming all the animals, elements, and plants they hold to be spirits. None of the spirits of things that are useful to the Indians may be omitted. By worshipping all the spirits named they consider themselves to be worshipping God, who has revealed his will to them in dreams. When the first singer has finished he is followed by another. Between dances the guests may stop to eat again. There are 4 or 5 kinds of feasts, the ceremonies of which differ much from one another. At these feasts there are never less than 4 servants, to each of whom a fathom of wampum is given that they may care for all necessary things. During the 3 or 4 days they have enough to do by day and by night. They have leave, also, to secure the best of provisions, such as sugar, bilberries, molasses, eggs, butter, and to sell these things at a profit to guests and spectators. Adams' account, the best and, in fact, the only late account previous to his own first article 47 the writer has seen of the annual ceremony among the Lenape in Oklahoma, is that written by Adams 48 which reads as follows: The peculiar steps which they use in this dance have caused the name stomp or stamp to be applied to it. In regard to the stomp dances of our people, we have several kinds of dances. The most important one is the worship dance, which is carried on in a large building called a temple, which is rectangular and ranges from 60 to 80 feet long, from 30 to 40 feet wide, and is about 10 feet high. It is built of wood with 2 doors. The main entrance is at the eastern door, and it has only a dirt floor. On each post is carved a human face. On the center post or one in the center of the building 4 faces are carved, each face is painted one half red and one half black. All the people enter at the east and go out the same way. When they come in they pass to the right of the fire, and each of the 3 clans of the Delawares take seats next to the wall, the Turtle clan on the south, the Turkey on the west, and the Wolf on the north. In no case can anyone pass between the center post and east door, but must go around the center post, even to go to the north side of the temple. This dance is held once each year, in the fall, and generally in October, in the full moon, and lasts not less than 12 days for each part. The tribe is divided into 3 clans, and each clan has to go through the same part, so the dance is sometimes 36 days long, but sometimes the second and third clans do not dance more than 6 days each. The Turtle clan usually lead or begin the dance. A tortoise shell, dried and beautifully polished and containing several small pebbles, is placed in the southeast corner near the door in front of the first person. If he has anything to say he takes the shell and rattles it, and an answer comes from the south side of the temple from the singers, who strike on a dried deer's hide. Then the party who has the tortoise shell makes an address or talk to the people, and thanks the Great Spirit for blessings, and then proceeds to dance, going to the right and around the fire, followed by all who wish to take part, and finally coming to the center post he stops there. Then all the dancers shake hands and return to their seats. Then the shell is passed to the next person, who dances or passes it on, as he chooses. On the 3rd day of the dance all men, both married and single, are required to keep out of the company of women for 3 days at least. They have a doorkeeper, a leader, and 2 or 3 parties who sweep the ground floor with turkey wings, and who also serve as deacons. The ashes from the fire are always taken out at the west door, and the dirt is always swept in the fire. In front of the east door outside is a high pole on which venison hangs. It is a feast dance and the deacons distribute food among the people. The officers and waiters are paid in wampum for their services. In no case is a dog allowed to enter the temple, and no one is allowed to laugh inside it, or in any way be rude. Each person is allowed to speak and tell his dream or dreams or to give advice. It is believed by the Delawares that everyone has a guardian spirit which comes in the form of some bird, animal, or other thing, at times in dreams, and tells them what to do and what will happen. The guardian spirit is sent from the Great Spirit. Traditions say that 10 years before white men came to this country, America, a young man told his dream in the temple. This was on the Atlantic coast. He saw coming across the great waters a large canoe with pinions, wings, and containing strange people, and that in 10 years they would in fact come. He told this dream and predicted the arrival of the white men each year until they came and were seen by his people. Many of our people still keep up this dance, but the temple is not so large as it used to be, and the attendance now is not more than 100 persons. Any Indian of any tribe can also take part in the dance, but no white man can. When the dance is over, all the people go out and stand in a single line from east to west with their faces to the south. Then they kneel down and pray, and then go home. We do not know the origin of the worship dance, but the old Indians claim that the Great Spirit came many years ago and instructed it and also gave them the wampum. In spite of several inaccuracies, such as the statement that the people face south, instead of east, while praying after the ceremony. This account is valuable on account of the additional data it furnishes on several points of interest, especially the tradition concerning the prophecy of the coming of the whites. Another form of the annual ceremony. It appears that in former years there was, in addition to the rite just described, another form of the annual ceremony practiced by the Lenape, before their removal to what is now Oklahoma from Kansas, where the last man to bring in such a meeting was John Sarcoxy, now dead. The ceremony, which was called Muxhato El Zing, seems, from the accounts given the writer by his informants, to have taken place in a similar building, and to have been similar in ritual to that just described, except that it was held for only 8 days instead of 12, and that, after the return of the hunters, the skin of one of the deer they had brought in was stuffed with grass and stood up by the central post of the big house, antlers and all, while about its neck hung a string of wampum, perhaps as a propitiatory offering. Moreover, on the morning of the last day of the ceremony a large sweat house was built and stones heated. Then about noon the men who had been reciting their visions went into it, each taking one of the hot stones with him. This privilege was not confined to the actual celebrants, however, for every one blessed by a guardian spirit, even if they had not sung their visions in the meeting, was entitled to carry in a stone and join them. The entrance was then closed and water poured upon the stones, and while the steam rose and the sweat house grew hotter and hotter, the perspiring occupants prayed to their guardian spirits and recited their visions. These finished, with a shout of "There go our prayers to those above," the cover was suddenly snatched from the sweat house so that the steam it had contained rose in a puff. If the steam cloud went straight up into the air, it was thought that the prayers would be heard and answered, and that all was well, but if it broke and spread out, the people felt that something had gone wrong, and that their prayers were of no avail. In endeavoring to explain the presence of such variations of the annual ceremony, it should be remembered that the Lenape now in Oklahoma, whom the writer has called for convenience Unami, are not really pure descendants of this tribe, but probably have a large proportion of the blood of the Unalachtico or Unalachtigo, whose dialect, according to Heckewelder, was very similar, and a smaller proportion of Mincy and even Nanticoke blood. Perhaps then the first form of annual ceremony described may have originally been purely Unami, and the second Unalachtigo or Mincy, or vice versa, but later, when the remnants of these tribes became amalgamated, their mixed descendants inherited both forms. The second form seems to be a variant of the rite mentioned by Zeisberger 49, who describes it as follows: a fifth kind of festival is held in honor of fire, which the Indians regard as being their grandfather, and call Moktuzin, meaning to perspire. A sweating oven is built in the midst of the house of sacrifice, consisting of 12 poles, each of a different species of wood. These 12 poles represent 12 manitos, some of these being creatures, others plants. These they run into the ground, tie together at the top, bending them toward each other. These are covered entirely with blankets, joined closely together, each person being very ready to lend his blanket, so that the whole appears like a baker's oven, high enough nearly to admit a man standing upright. After the meal of sacrifice, fire is made at the entrance of the oven, and 12 large stones, about the size of human heads, are heated and placed in the oven. Then 12 Indians creep into it and remain there as long as they can bear the heat. While they are inside, 12 pipes full of tobacco are thrown, one after another, upon the hot stones, which occasions a smoke almost powerful enough to suffocate those confined inside. Someone may also walk around the stones singing and offering tobacco, for tobacco is offered to fire. Usually, when the 12 men emerge from the oven, they fall down in a swoon. During this feast a whole buckskin with the head and antlers is raised upon a pole, head and antlers resting on the pole, before which the Indians sing and pray. They deny that they pay any adoration to the buck, declaring that God alone is worshipped through this medium and is so worshipped at his will. That this is really the same ceremony is shown not only by the details as related but by the native name of the rite, the Mokhtuzin of Zeisberger corresponding with the Muxhatoelzing of the present writer. Chapter 6 Minsi Big House Ceremonies. The following account of the great ceremonies of the Minsi, which correspond to the annual ceremony of the Unami, was obtained from Chief James Wolfe, now deceased, and his nephew, Chief Nellis Timothy. Myth of origin. At first, it appears, the Indians did not know how to worship, so Katanatowet, the great Manitou or god, now called Patumawas, came down and told them what to do. After following his instructions, they watched him when he ascended. He carried 12 sumac sticks in his hand, and they could see them shine far up in the air. Every now and then he dropped one, and when he dropped the 12th he disappeared, while they heard the heavens crack like thunder behind him as he went in. After this the Lenape began to hold these meetings according to the instructions he had given them. Number of ceremonies. There were 2 of these ceremonies every year, both held in the Minsi Big House, Watekan, which was quite similar to that of the Unami. One of these, performed about June when the wild strawberries were ripe, lasted only a single night. The other, early in winter, covered 12 days and nights. This latter corresponds to the annual ceremony of the Unami. At the June ceremony fresh strawberries were made into a drink for the people, which reminds one of the Iroquois strawberry dance, or dance of first fruits, as it is sometimes called. Strawberries were dried at this time to make a drink for the winter ceremony. Arrangement of the Big House. Fig 14 Drum of dried deer skin, Minsi type. E.T. Teft Collection, American Museum of Natural History. Length 16.7 inches. Fig 15a, Drumstick, Minsi type, B, Prayer Stick. E.T. Teft Collection, American Museum of Natural History. Length of A, 19 inches. Like the Unami Big House, that of the Minsi had a large central post bearing carved faces, but, unlike that of the Unami, there was a second short post, near the central one, upon which was hung, for each ceremony, a raw fresh deer skin with the head and horns at the top. This feature, however, corresponds with the second form of the annual ceremony noted among the Lenape in Oklahoma and also recorded by Zeisberger in Pennsylvania. Near this central post the singers sat, and beat with 4 carved sticks upon a dry deer hide folded into a square, in lieu of a drum, figure 14, differing from the Unami form, which is a rolled dry deer skin upon which are tied several slats of wood, figure 8. The drumsticks are flat, resembling those of the Unami, as each bears a face carved upon one side, but differ from them in the form of the forked end, and in width. Some, it is said, represented women, the breasts being indicated as among the Unami, but this feature does not appear in the set collected by the writer at Grand River Reserve, figure 15, a, which the Indians said were representative of the Minsi type. There were 2 poles laid along on each side from end to end of the big house to divide the dancing place in the center from the sitting places on the side, which were covered with a special kind of leaves. Along these poles 12 little sumac sticks, figure 15, b, peeled and painted, were laid for 12 people to hold in their hands, and tap on the poles in time to the music. There were also provided a turtle rattle, which was placed at the foot of the central pole, a fire drill which Nellis Timothy thinks was worked on the pump drill principle, like that of the Unami, and a lot of entirely new and unused bowls and spoons of bark. Unlike the Unami custom, both doors of the big house were used, the people always going in at the east door and coming out at the west, and here also, like the Unami, the ashes were carried out. The sun and everything else goes toward the west, say the Minsi, in explanation, even the dead when they die. Preliminaries. The first act remembered by the informants preparatory to holding a meeting was to send to each man in the tribe who had been blessed by a vision of power, a little stick which represented an invitation to the ceremony, the time of which the messenger gave out, before which date the people leaving their scattered homes gathered and camped about the big house. Meanwhile hunters were sent out, appointed before, not during the meeting as among the Unami, to bring in for the winter ceremony, if possible, exactly 12 deer, which were cooked by 4 young men who served as attendants in a small separate house, built for the purpose. The fire was made with a fire drill by a group of old men for use in the big house, but, as among the Unami, none of it could be taken outside during the ceremony. Purification. When the 2 fires had been built, but before the crowd had gathered, the house was purified by the smoke of hemlock boughs thrown on the flames, and by sweeping the floor with turkey wing fans, which cleared away both dirt and evil influences. Opening of the ceremony. Chief's speech. The next step was for the attendants to call in all the people from their camps except the women in their menses who were not allowed to enter. When all were seated, the speaker rose and addressed those assembled in terms like the following: "We are now gathered here, our house is purified and clean, and Patumawas is with us, ready to hear our worship. We must thank him for all the things that we enjoy, for he made them every one." Then he proceeded to tell the people not to drink liquor, nor to do anything wrong in the big house or in the camp about it, and advised them to be always honest and kind and hospitable. He held virtue as something to be followed, at the same time condemning evil, every vice that he could think of being mentioned. The chief then gave thanks for everything he could remember, from the heavenly bodies to the animals, trees, and herbs of the earth, not forgetting corn, beans, and squashes, and prayer for successful hunting and good health for all the people. At the summer meeting he prayed for good crops also. When he had finished, bear's fat was thrown on the 2 fires, and the smoke rose and filled the place with its odor. Ceremonial drink. At this point it was customary to pass around a vessel of drink made of crushed wild strawberries, from which each person present swallowed about a spoonful, a drink made at the summer ceremony of fresh fruit, but in winter necessarily of berries dried for the purpose. Recital of visions. The first man to relate his vision, my informant did not remember whether he was the one who brought in the meeting or not, took up the turtle rattle from its place at the foot of the post and began to shake it rapidly, while the singers struck the drum of dry hide. He then recited the story of his vision of power, still keeping the rattle shaking, following this with his dance song, at the same time dancing and rattling the turtle shell. Anyone who wished to dance was supposed to give wampum to the vision teller for the privilege. Some who were well off would give him an entire string, others merely a few beads. These the vision teller would take, when he had quite a handful, to 2 officers who sat in a corner of the building, whose duty it was to count the wampum, after which it was kept by the chief or leader. Sometimes if a poor person who had no wampum wished to dance, they would give him some to pay the vision teller. A translated example of a Minsi vision chant and dance song has already been given. When the dream teller finished the first verse of his dance song, he exclaimed, "Iye," whereupon the singers took up the strain and sang the verse several times, for the benefit of those who wished to dance, omitting, however, the final exclamation, but those who had bought the privilege rose and danced where they stood, instead of circling around, as among the Unami. Each set ended with a hoop, kwai. When the vision teller finished dancing, he went around the house and shook hands with everyone. Then the turtle rattle was passed to another man who had been blessed with a vision, and so on, until all those qualified, who wished to recite their visions, had done so. Other features: the prayer cry. From time to time during the night the prayer cry ho-oh-oh, was repeated 12 times, and the 12th cry, they say, was heard by the great Manitou. Feast. The people were accustomed to eat a light supper before going into the meeting, Then about midnight the 4 attendants carried around baskets with boiled meat and corn bread, and in the morning, before leaving the big house, a regular feast of venison was served in new bark bowls and eaten with new bark spoons especially made for the purpose. Final address before the meeting closed, the speaker again addressed the people, telling them to do right, and prayed that the hunters about to leave for the winter hunt might be successful, and that all might live to meet again. Conclusion of rites. In the morning after the ceremonies in the big house were finished, the people filed out through the west door, circled about the building, and lined up, facing eastward, to the east of it. Then they raised their hands and cried ho-oh-oh, 12 times, and the 12th time, it is said, their cry reached heaven. In comparing this form of the annual ceremony with that of the Oklahoma Lenape, the most noticeable difference is that here no masked impersonator of missing Hollycon was seen in or about the big house, the masks among the Mincy, as with the Iroquois, constituting a society with its own separate rites. Grand River version. Such was the version of the great ceremonies given the writer by the Mincy of Munseytown, Ontario, which is similar to, but more detailed in parts than, the account previously obtained from the Delawares of Grand River Reserve, published by the writer in the American Anthropologist 50, which we will reproduce here. It will be noticed that this description gives fuller information in some places where the first is deficient, so that between this and the preceding account, a good general idea of the Mincy form of the ceremony can be reconstructed. It reads, in the old religious ceremonies of the Delawares at Grand River a very peculiar drum was used, a dry skin folded in rectangular form and beaten with 4 sticks, each bearing a tiny human head carved in relief, figure 15a. I secured the set of 4 original sticks from Michael Anthony, N. and employed him to make me a reproduction of the drum, figure 14, as the original had been destroyed. This he did, and in addition made 6 painted sticks, figure 15b, also used in the ceremony. The description of how these articles were used, pieced together from several Indian accounts, may prove of interest here. It appears that the Delawares of 6 Nations Reserve formerly held what was known as a general Thanksgiving ceremony called in Lenape Giklagan, twice a year, once in the spring and again in the fall. At these times it was customary to meet in the Cayuga Longhouse, borrowed for the occasion. At a certain point in the proceedings, I shall not attempt a consecutive description from hearsay testimony, a man stood up and recited, in a rhythmical sing-song tone, his dream, the vision of power seen by him in his youth. Nkamayaza remembered how one old man was accustomed to tell about a duck, half black and half white, which had appeared to him. Between the verses of the dream 4 musicians kneeling at the drum, Pw Awahigun, began a plaintive song, beating time with the carved sticks, Pw Awahigunak. As they sang, the reciter swayed his body to and fro, while a group of dancers gathered on the floor behind him danced with a sidewise step. Before the ceremony, poles were laid lengthwise along both sides of the council house, and against these, at intervals, 3 on a side, the painted sticks, called Nkahigun, were laid. If anyone in the crowd felt especially happy, he was privileged to strike with one of these sticks upon one of the poles in time to the music. The carved heads on the drumsticks meant that human beings were giving thanks. The lengthwise painting of the sticks, half black and half red, implied that men and women were together in thanksgiving, the black representing the warriors, the red the women. The fork at the striking end of the sticks was to give a sharper sound. The dyes for producing the colors were made by boiling bark, the black being soft maple, sexy chimancy, and the red alder bark, widow pine. In another part of the same ceremony wampum was used in the form of strings and bunches, both of which were represented in my collection from the Delawares. At least 13 of the strings were used, each one made different by different combinations of the white and purple beads. These 13, it is said, represented respectively, 1. Earth, 2. Plants, 3. Streams and waters, 4. Corn, beans, and vegetables, 5. Wild birds and beasts, 6. Winds, 7. Sun, 8. Moon, 9. Sky, 10. Stars, 11. Thunder and rain, 12. Spirits, and 13. Great Spirit. At the ceremony these strings were laid upon a bench before a speaker, who picked them up one by one as he made his address, each string reminding him of one part of his speech. He began, my informant told me, by explaining that the Great Spirit had made all things, the earth, plants, streams, and waters, everything. Having thus enumerated all the things represented by the wampum, he proceeded to speak to each of the remaining 12 directly, holding the appropriate string in his hand. Thus he gave thanks to the earth for the benefits it gives to man, and prayed that its blessings might continue, then thanked in the same way the plants, the streams and waters, the winds, the corn, beans, and vegetables, each one in turn. As he finished each string he handed it to an attendant, who laid it aside. When his long speech or prayer was finished, he announced, "We will now enjoy ourselves," and selected a man to distribute little bunches of wampum, 3 beads in each, which served as invitations to join in the dancing that followed. These bunches were delivered only to a certain number of those known to be sober and honest among the crowd in the long house. If any person wishing to dance failed to get invitation wampum, it was his privilege to ask for one of the bunches, which was given him if he was considered qualified. The first man receiving wampum arose first, then the others, until the dancers were all on the floor. It is said that this dance, which sometimes lasted all night, did not circle around like most of the Iroquois dances, but each performer remained in about the same spot. I was told that in this dance a small rattle without a handle and made of turtle shell was used, probably like the box turtle rattle still used in the annual planting dance by the Seneca and Cayuga. Wabunno's version, the only extended account in print, known to the writer, of the great ceremonies of the Minsi, beside his own, quoted above, is that furnished by John Wampum, known as Chief Wabunno 51, which reads as follows: they kept annual feasts, a feast of first fruits which they do not permit themselves to taste until they have made an offering of them to the Manito'oal, or gods. There is one of the greatest sacrifice offerings of our forefathers every 6 months for cleansing themselves from sin. They will have 12 deers to be consumed in one day and night. At the great feast of the offerings of the first fruits of the earth, which feast the Delawares or Munsees hold annually, they brought a little of all that they raised, such as Indian corn, or huisquim, potatoes, beans, pumpkins, squashes, together with the deer. The Indian women were busily engaged in cooking their provisions, previous to the commencement of their exercises. They invited all strangers into a long pagan temple prepared for such purposes. There is a door at each end, one opening to the east, and one opening to the west. On entering, they with all the Indians were seated on the ground around 2 fires. In the center of the temple was a large post, around which was suspended a number of deer skins, and wampum is kept buried at the foot of this post. Near the post sat 2 Indian singers, each with a large bundle of undressed deer skins which served as drums. There were 2 young men appointed to watch the doors and keep the fires burning, the doors being closed. Each of the young men brought an armful of hemlock boughs, which being thrown on the fires smothered them and caused a great smoke. In order that the smoke might fill every corner of the temple, each man waved his blanket over the fire. This was done with the idea of purifying the temple and driving out the evil spirits. After the smoke had subsided, the master of ceremonies, an old chief, rose and began to rattle a turtle shell he had in his hand. he delivered a speech to the people telling them the object of the meeting was to thank the Great Spirit for the growth and ripening of the corn. When he finished his speech he began to dance, sing, and rattle the shell, the two singers joining in, beating on their skins. When he took his seat he handed the shell to the next person, who performed in the same way, thus it went from one to the other all night. The purport of their speeches was to recount the mercies of the Great Spirit to them during the past year, and telling any remarkable dreams that they had had. In the course of the night a number of them went out the west door, making a wailing noise to the moon, and came in again the east door. In the morning the meat and soup were divided amongst the people. These feasts often lasted 12 days and 12 nights, and the Indians call it Nashanich Taghoquanuman, or Winda Muchteen. No drinking or improper conduct is allowed. The utmost solemnity prevails. Chapter 7 The Misianji or Mask. The Minsi version of the myth explaining the origin of their great ceremonies has been already related, but not that of the Unami, for the latter, which concerns itself with the origin of the Unami rites as now practiced, is so intimately interwoven with the story of the Misianji, or Mask, figure 1, that it was thought best to place it in the chapter devoted to that curious being, with whose position in the Lenape pantheon, recorded history, and activities in the annual ceremony, we have already become acquainted. The myth is therefore presented herewith, as related by Chief Charlie Elker, the Lenape master of ceremonies, with only such additions as later questioning brought forth. Origin of the mask, and of the big house. This is the way the Lenape found out that there is a living missing Hollycun above us. Many years ago, when the Delawares lived in the east, there were 3 boys who were not treated very well. Their relatives did not take care of them, and it seemed as if it made no difference whether the children died or not. These boys were out in the woods thinking about their troubles, when they saw the missing Hollycun or living solid face. He came and spoke to them, and gave them strength so that nothing could hurt them again. To one of these boys he said, "You come along with me and I will show you the country I come from." So he took the boy up in the air to the place whence he came, which is Rocky Mountains above us, reaching out from the north and extending toward the south. It is not the place where people go when they die, for it is not very far from this earth. A long time ago people could see this country of missing Hollycun, but none can see it now. While he was showing the boy his country, the missing Hollycun promised him that he would become stout and strong, and would have the power to get anything he wished. Then he brought the boy back. Afterward, when the boy grew up and went hunting, he used to see the missing Hollycun riding a buck around among the other deer, herding them together. Thus it happened that there were 3 men in the tribe, who knew that there is a missing Hollycun, because they had seen him with their own eyes. The Delawares had always kept a big house, 11 Angwican, to worship in, but in those days it was built entirely of bark and had no faces of the Misianji carved upon the posts as it has now. Here they used to sing about their dreams, visions of power, but some time after the 3 boys talked with the missing Hollycun, the people gave up this worship, and for 10 years had none. Then there came a great earthquake, which lasted 12 months and gave great trouble to the Lenape. It came because they had abandoned the worship their fathers had taught them. In those times the tribe lived in towns, not scattered about the country as they are now, and in one of these towns a chief had a big bark house, and here the people met to worship, hoping to stop the earthquake, while they were building a new big house. When it was finished, they began to worship there, and sang and prayed all winter for relief. After spring came, they were holding a meeting one night when they heard the missing Hollycun making a noise, ho ho ho, right east of the big house. The chief, who did not know what was making the noise, called for somebody to go and see what it was. Then these 3 men offered to go, because, as they said, they knew what was making the noise and could find out what he wanted. So they went out and found missing Holly Kun, and asked him what he wanted. He answered, "Go back and tell the others to stop holding meetings and attend to their crops. Do not meet again until fall, when I will come and live with you, and help in the big house. You must take wood and carve a face, Missy Ng, just like mine, painted half black and half red, as mine is, and I will put my power in it, so that it will do what you ask. When the man who takes my part puts the face on, I will be there, and this is how I will live among you. This man must carry a turtle rattle and a stick, just as I do now." Then he told them how to fix the 12 carved faces on the posts of the big house, and the faces on the drumsticks, and taught them how to hold the ceremony. Then he said, "You must also give me hominy every year in the spring. I take care of the deer and other game, that is what I am for. Wherever you build the big house, I will keep the deer close by, so that you can get them when you need them. Never give up the big house. If you do, there will be another earthquake, or something else just as bad." The earthquake stopped that time, that is why the Delawares have kept the Missy Ng and the big house ever since. The mask is left in charge of some family who will take good care of it, and burn Indian tobacco for it from time to time. It will be seen that, according to the above tradition, the Missy Ng was, first of all, a personal helper, or guardian spirit, that afterward became more or less of a tribal deity, and that his cult became engrafted on the annual ceremony among the Unami, the rites of which were already ancient among them. That this engrafting really took place seems possible from the fact that among the Minsi there were no masked performers at the big house ceremonies, and that, while the central post of the temple was provided with carved faces, the masks had an entirely different function among this people. The innovation, if it took place at all, must have been before Brainerd's 52 time, however, for, as related in our first chapter, he found the Missy Ng and big house in use, as among the Unami today, as early as May 1745, while traveling among the Delawares living at that time on Susquehanna River. Missing dance. Besides the part taken by the Missy Ng in the annual ceremony, he has certain rites peculiar to himself which were held every spring. As the Indians put it, when spring comes, the Delawares are glad, and they are thankful that their helper, the Missy Ng, is still among them. For this reason they give a feast and dance to make him happy too. Notification. So at the time of the full moon, about May, the keeper of the mask gives another Indian a yard of wampum to ride around to all the Delaware houses, wearing the mask and bearskin costume, PL2, to let the people know that the time for the Missy Ng dance, Missinkinika, is at hand. The Missy Ng rides horseback, and another man, also mounted, follows him to see that he comes to no harm. At each house the impersonator dismounts and enters, making known his errand by signs, but saying only ho ho ho, and everywhere they give him tobacco, which he puts in his sack. At this time the people frighten disobedient children with the threat that, unless they behave, the Missy Ng will carry them away in a sack full of snakes. Preparations. The dance ground customarily used for this purpose has meanwhile been put in order, a cleared place in the wood selected for good shade and pleasant surroundings, and the logs which serve as seats arranged to form the rectangle within which the dance takes place. A great pot of hominy is also prepared. This constitutes the main dish of the feast. The ceremony. When the people have gathered on the night appointed, and the impersonator has returned from the bushes where he retired to dress, wearing the mask and bearskin suit, PL2, the speaker addresses the people and relates the origin of the dance, then addressing the Missy Ng, says, "Take care of us while we are dancing, so that everything goes smoothly." Then they have a dance in which the Missy Ng joins, but he dances around the outside of the circle of people, not with them. When they have finished, he dances 12 changes alone, which occupies the time until morning. When daylight appears, the hominy is brought out and everyone eats, including the Missy, after which the speaker says, "Now we have eaten with our Missy. We will have this dance again next spring." The people then disperse to their homes, the Missy is put away and the impersonator paid a yard of wampum for his dancing. At this dance the singers keep time by striking with sticks on a dry deer hide rolled over and stuffed with dried grass, very similar to the drum used in the big house. Adam's account, the only account the writer has seen of this ceremony, is that of Adams 53, the chief inaccuracy of which is the statement that the dance is only for amusement. It furnishes, however, several additions to our knowledge of the solid face. It is as follows: Messink or solid face dance or devil dance. The principal leader in this dance is the Messink, an Indian, who is dressed in a bearskin robe with a wooden face, one half red and one half black. He has a large bearskin pouch and carries a stick in one hand and a tortoise shell rattle in the other. He is a very active person. The dance is only for amusement, and men and women join in it. A large place is cleared in the woods, and the ground is swept clean and a fire built in the center. Across the fire and inside of the ring is a long hickory pole supported at each end by wooden forks set in the ground. On the east of this pole the singers stand, on the west end is a venison or deer, which is roasted. About daylight, when the dance is nearly over, all the dancers eat of the venison. They have a dried deer hide stretched over some hickory poles, and standing around it beat on the hide and sing. The dancers proceed around the fire to the right, the women on the inside next to the fire. After the dance is under headway the Messink comes from the darkness, jumps over the dancers, and dances between the other dancers and the fire. He makes some funny and queer gestures, kicks the fire, and then departs. The Messink is never allowed to talk, but frequently he visits the people at their homes. He is a terror to little children, and when he comes to a house or tent the man of the house usually gives him a piece of tobacco, which the Messink smells and puts in his big pouch, after which he turns around and kicks back toward the giver, which means thank you, and departs. He never thinks of climbing a fence, but jumps over it every time that one is in his way. The devil dance is what the white men call it, but the Delawares call it the Messink, or solid face dance. The Messink does not represent an evil spirit, but is always considered a peacemaker. I suppose that it is from his hideous appearance that white men call him the devil. Other functions of Missing: the Missing, the Indians claim, takes care of the children, as well as of the deer, for as before related, if any Delaware has a child who is weak, sickly, or disobedient, he sends for the Missing and asks him to attend to his child. On his arrival it does not take the impersonator long to frighten the weakness, sickness, or laziness out of such children, so that afterward they are well and strong, and whenever they are told to do a thing, they lose no time in obeying. This is the only trace of the doctoring function of the mask found among the Unami. When the keeper of the Missing burns tobacco for him and asks for good luck in hunting, it turns out that way every time, and the Lenape say moreover that if anyone loses horses or cattle, either strayed away or stolen, he can go to the keeper of the Missing with some tobacco as a gift and get them back. He explains his errand to the keeper, who in turn informs the Missing that they want him to look for the horses or cattle. The loser then goes back home, and after a few days the missing animals return, driven back by the Missing, who if they had been tied or hobbled by the thieves, frightened them until they broke away and came home. When the big house meeting is held in the fall, the Missing, as before related, is seen going around among the tents of the Delawares assembled, and in and out of the big house, always coming from the woods, where the impersonator has a place to change his clothes. The Indians say, he helps the people with their hunting, and also helps in the big house while the ceremonies are in progress. If he finds anyone there who has not done right, he informs the 3 guards of the meeting, who take that person and put him out. In all these ways the Misiengi helps the Delawares. Masks of the Minsi Mitsi cognate with the Unami Misiengi, was a mask made of wood with copper or brass eyes and a crooked nose, according to my informants at Munsey Town, and judging by Peter Jones' drawings, PL3, they were provided also with hair, tufts of feathers, and jingling copper cones or deer hoofs. The Mitsink at Grand River was of Minsi type, judging by the specimen obtained by the writer, figure 4. Such masks were made to represent Mitsinkali Kun, who was something like a person, but different from the Indians, and was powerful. They saw him first among the rocks on a hill, and he spoke to them and told them what to do to get his power. When a man put on a Mitsink he received the power of this person or spirit, he could even see behind him, and could cure diseases. The Mask Society. The men who owned these masks formed a kind of society which Nellis Timothy says originally had 12 members, but which, before it disbanded, dwindled to about 5. Sometimes only 2 appeared in costume. The society had a meeting house of its own where its dances, Mitsinki Antika, were held, for, unlike the Unami custom, no Mitsink ever appeared in the big house. The members appeared wearing their masks and clad in rough bearskin and deerskin costumes, while some, at least, were provided with a turtle shell rattle which they would rub on a long pole, crying "Oh oh oh," the while. Ceremonies. While no consecutive account of their ceremonies is now remembered, it was said that they sometimes put down their rattles, heaped up the ashes from the 2 fires, then threw the ashes all over the house to prevent the people assembled from having disease. Should any sick person appear, he or she would be especially treated with ashes. Sometimes the performers would pick up live coals and throw them about, frightening the people. At other times the whole company of them would go around to the different houses begging for tobacco, and would dance in any house where someone was willing to sing for them. Nothing was said among the Minsi about the Mitsink bringing back stray stock or driving deer, characteristic attributes of the mask being of the Unami. The writer obtained but 1 mask among the Canadian Lenape, and this was from the Grand River Band, figure 4. It has been described by him 54 in the following words, but 1 mask, Mitsink, was obtained. It differed from those of the Iroquois chiefly in being cruder, and also in decoration, the lines being burnt into the wood instead of being painted or carved. The original use of the mask had to do, in part at least, with healing the sick, but Isaac Montour, Kapiuhum, from whom I bought it, failed to make himself clear as to the details. It will be seen that the Minsi beliefs and practices noted above resemble those of the False Face Company of the Iroquois tribes much more than they do the customs connected with Misiengi among the Unami. In fact, a vague tradition exists to the effect that the False Face Company of the Cayuga once put a stop to an epidemic of cholera among the Minsi. While this was not given to account for the origin of the society among the Minsi, it at least shows that they were familiar with the Iroquois practices in this line. Chapter 8 Minor Ceremonies. The doll being, called by the Unami Odas and by the Minsi Nanitas, has been already mentioned as a minor Lenape deity, and it now remains only to relate the ceremonies and beliefs connected with it, beginning with the myth accounting for its origin. Myth of origin. Long ago, the Lenape say, some children, playing with sticks, decided to cut faces upon them, and were then very much surprised to notice that the little dolls which they had thus made seemed to have life. Their parents made them throw the dolls away when they discovered this, and most of the children soon forgot what had happened. One little girl, however, grieved for her doll, it bothered her all the time, and finally she began to dream of it every night. Then she told her parents of her trouble, and they realized that they should not have compelled her to throw the doll away. One night the doll appeared to the child and spoke to her, saying, "Find me and keep me always, and you and your family will ever enjoy good health. You must give me new clothing and hold a dance for me every spring," and then told her exactly what to do. The girl reported this to her parents, who immediately looked for the doll and found it, then dressed it, made some hominy, killed a deer, and held a dance in its honor as they were instructed, and this rite has been continued to the present day. Preparations for the ceremony: when the family owning a doll of this kind is ready to conduct the doll dance, o Doskinica, they select 2 men to gather firewood and to clean up the dance ground used every year, and to engage a speaker and 2 singers, paying each of them with a yard of wampum. The dance ground is square, similar to that used for the Misiangi dance, with logs ranged about for seats, in some pleasant place out in the woods. A hunter is then selected, who calls on several to help him get a deer, which, when brought in, is hung on poles prepared for it at the dance ground, where it remains overnight. The next morning they cook the deer and a kettle of hominy, and are then ready for the ceremony. The doll dance: about the middle of the afternoon the speaker rises and addresses the people, telling them the story of the doll's origin and explaining its function. Then he addresses the doll, which has now been fastened on a pole, calling it grandmother and notifying it that they are about to hold a dance in its honor, at the same time asking it to ensure good health to the family of its owner. When he finishes, the dance leader, who should be a relative of the family owning it, takes the doll on its pole, and then, as the drummers sitting in the center of the dance ground begin to strike the dry hide stuffed with grass that serves as a drum, and to sing the song of the doll dance, he commences to dance, circling round the drummers, still carrying the doll, the people falling in behind him, forming 2 circles, the men inside, next to the drummers, and the women outside. When the leader finishes his set, he passes the doll pole to the men behind him, who repeats the process, and so on until the men dancers have carried it 6 times, when it is transferred to the women, who, in their turn, dance 6 sets, making 12 in all, the Lenape sacred number. The 12 sets, or changes, lengthen the ceremony far into the night, and this necessitates a large fire to give light. This is built near the center of the dance ground. Sometimes, if the crowd in attendance is large, 2 such fires are built. Between the changes the doll pole is stuck into the ground near the fire. When the 12th set is finished, the speaker announces, "The doll dance is over," and the feast of hominy and venison is served to everyone. Then the speaker says, "If you want to dance the rest of the night, you may do so, for many of you have come a long way from home and should have a chance for more enjoyment. We will hold another doll dance next year." Then they put the doll away and amuse themselves with various social dances until morning. Minsi doll ceremony. Among the Minsi the beliefs concerning the doll being were similar, but differed in detail. As to origin, Wolf told the writer that one time a man lay ill, likely to die, and his family called in a medicine man, or witch doctor. The shaman finally announced that the family must make one of these dolls and care for it, and that the sick man would then get well. This was done, and the doctor's prediction being realized, the Minsi have ever since made and used these dolls, called in their dialect nanitas, which were transmitted from parents to children. Wolf's own mother had one, carved out of wood in the form of a person, with a woman's dress and moccasins, for as a rule they represent women, and she always cared for it religiously, in the belief that if well treated it would protect the family and give them good health, but if neglected, someone would surely die. Every year, in the fall, when the deer are in their best condition, Wolf's mother held a dance for it, called feeding the nanitas, but she did more than feed it, She put new clothes on it, 3 sets, and new moccasins every year. She believed that the image sometimes went about of its own accord, although she kept it carefully in a box, for the old dresses always seemed worn at the bottom and soiled, and she found burrs clinging to them when she went to put new clothes on Nanitas. She hired a man especially to hunt a yearling doe for the ceremony, which took place in her own dwelling. The details are lost, but it is remembered that a man beat a little drum and sang while she, as owner, danced around, carrying the doll in her hands, followed by such of the other women present as wished to participate. Said Wolf, the Nanitas helped the Indians, that's why they fed it. PL8 Nanites the Guardian of Health, E.T. Teft Collection, American Museum of Natural History, an old Mincy doll. The writer was able to obtain but one old specimen of this type, PL8, which was procured at the Grand River Reserve, Ontario, for the E.T. Teft Collection, now in the American Museum of Natural History, and was described in the writer's article 55 before cited, as follows. Perhaps the most interesting Delaware specimen of all is the little wooden image, about 8 inches high, bought of Dr. Jones, which his father, Reverend Peter Jones, described and illustrated in his book under the name Nanites, the Guardian of Health. He says, I have in my possession 2 family gods. One is called Pabuco Way, the god that crushes or breaks down diseases. The other is a goddess named Nanites, the Guardian of Health. This goddess was delivered up to me by Eunice Hank, a Munsee Indian woman, who with her friends used to worship it in their sacred dances, making a feast to it every year, when a fat doe was sacrificed as an offering, and many presents were given by the friends assembled. She told me she was now restored to worship the Christians' God, and therefore had no further use for it. There can be no doubt in this case concerning the identity of this specimen with the one illustrated in the book quoted. It will be noticed, however, by those who are familiar with Peter Jones' illustration that Nanites, like many humans, has lost her hair in her old age. An interesting feature of the specimen is the primitive skirt, which is made apparently by belting a blanket-like bit of cloth, bound at the edges, around Nanites' waist. A vestige of this method of making a skirt survives, I think, in the form of the beaded strip running up one of the vertical seams of the more modern Indian skirt, among both the Delawares and the Iroquois. The writer afterward found such skirts still in use among the Lenape in Oklahoma, pl. I.B. An early account of Nanitas. Another early account of the Nanitas among the Mincy may be found in the Wisconsin Historical Collections, among the documents relating to the Stockbridge Mission, written by the Reverend Cutting Marsh 56. It reads as follows, November 6, 1839. A Munsee Indian who came to this place over a year previous from Canada called upon me with an interpreter in order to give up a family idol. This man, whose name is Big Deer, is upwards of 50 years of age, and since removing to this place, through the influence of this family above mentioned, has attended meetings constantly and gives some evidence of a change of heart. The history of this idol was very interesting. He said that his mother gave it to him before her death, which occurred about 29 years ago, and that he had worshipped it until within a few years, when he heard about Jesus Christ, but had never given it up before. Now he says, I wish to give it up and follow the Lord Jesus Christ, and I give this idol to you, and you may do what you are a mind to with it. It was indeed not only a shameful thing, but a horribly looking object about the size of a common doll, fantastically arrayed in Indian costume and nearly covered with silver brooches and trinkets, and whilst retained as an object of worship was kept wrapped up in some 20 envelopments of broadcloth trimmed with scarlet ribbon. They called it their mother. It is more than 100 years old, and its late possessor was the 4th generation which had worshipped it. The season for worshipping it was in the fall after a hunt, when they made a feast to it and danced around it. If they did not do this every fall, they said, that is, make the feast and see, it would be angry and destroy them by some dreadful sickness. It was therefore an object of fear or dread with them, but not one of love and compassion. Bear ceremony. We will now consider two ceremonies of the Unami which are based on animal cults, which show a considerable similarity not only in their traditional origin, but also in their ritual. The more important seems to be the one called Papaso Quitlun, which, although no part of a bear appears in its rites as practiced within recent years, was evidently a bear ceremony in the days when these animals were abundant. It also exhibits some features suggesting the annual ceremony before described, but there is no Misianji and there are many other important differences. Traditional origin. The Indians say that a cub bear, kept as a pet by a Lenape family long ago, became a great playmate of one of the little sons of the family, but finally grew so large that the child's parents decided to get rid of it, so they tied a little bag of tobacco around its neck and told it to go away. This it did, but the little boy, its playmate, soon fell ill, and his parents searched in vain for a cure. After a long while, one of the Indian doctors told his parents that if they would hold a ceremony of this kind and repeat it every 2 years, the child would recover and would keep his health. This was done, the boy recovered, and his family, who belonged to the wolf phratry, have continued to practice the rites ever since, believing that it preserves their health. Preparations. This ceremony required a special house, which was made new for it every 2 years, so the first thing the family did, when the time approached, was to find a number of men, each of whom was paid a yard of wampum to cut forks and poles and erect the building. This was made by setting up a frame of poles in the form of a big house, but smaller, only 7 paces wide and 15 paces long, then covering the top with brush and piling brush at the sides. Then to the east of the house a pole was erected, upon which to hang the meat for the feast, which, in old times, had to be a bear, but when bears became scarce a black hog was substituted, and of late a hog of any color has been used. The building finished, the hog was killed, and, having been hung on the pole overnight, was taken into the house the next day, quartered, singed on a fire that had been built inside, then carried out again, cut up, and cooked, all except the loose fat, which was kept for a special purpose, as will appear later. When done, the meat was kept in large baskets, with the exception of the head, which, having been cooked whole, was placed in a large bowl with 2 of the animal's ribs in its mouth. The rites. When night came, the leader entered the brush house, taking with him a turtle rattle similar to that used in the annual ceremony, followed by the men who were to participate, no women being allowed, and then made a speech, telling of the men who had brought in this meeting, and explaining its origin, but making no prayers to the Great Spirit or to any of the Manitoic, his helpers. He then threw half of the hog fat upon the fire, and placed a string of wampum around his own neck. At this juncture the cook brought him the hog's head in its bowl, and then, first announcing, "I am now going to carry the head around," the leader began to chant and to walk about the house, making false motions to everyone as if to give him the head, then withdrawing it and proceeding to the next. The burden of the chant, the Indians say, was what his dream helper told him, very much as in the big house, but here the people kept time to his chant orally, saying "hoo hoo hoo," until he stopped. The informant does not know who, if anyone, shook the rattle. Probably it was employed by the singers after the burning of the head. After making the circuit twice, the leader hung his string of wampum upon some old man of the turkey phratry who had a vision of power, who took the head and made his rounds in the same way. He finally cut off the ears of the head, pulled the ribs from its mouth, and threw it into the fire, bowl and all. The meat was then distributed to everyone, whereupon the floor was open to any man who wished to sing an account of his vision. A bucket of prepared drink was placed at each end of the house for the refreshment of such singers, but the head, of course, was gone. When the songs were finished, the remainder of the fat, and finally the broth in which the meat had been cooked, were thrown upon the fire, and in conclusion, 6 women were called in and instructed to go out and give 6 times the prayer cry, ho-oh-oh. Perhaps the following ceremony noted by Zeisberger 57 may have been of this kind. A fourth kind of feast is held in honor of a certain voracious spirit, who, according to their opinions, is never satisfied. The guests are, therefore, obliged to eat all the bear's flesh and drink the melted fat. Though indigestion and vomiting may result, they must continue and not leave anything. Otter ceremony similar to the bear ceremony in many ways, both in traditional origin and in rites, was the observance called Aitzigamulti, said to mean compulsory hog eating, held to propitiate the otter spirit, a cult whose paraphernalia the writer was fortunate enough to collect for the Museum of the American Indian, High Foundation. Myth of origin. Many years ago, so runs the story, a little girl about 10 years of age was given a young otter for a pet, and this she kept and cared for until it was well grown. About this time she began to feel that she should keep him no longer, for she had come to realize that he was pious, meaning pure or sacred, and, like all wild things, belonged to the powers above. The old people told her what she must do, so she took her otter down to the creek, and, first tying a little bag of tobacco on his neck, said to him, "Now I shall set you free. I have raised you and cared for you until now you are full grown. Go, then, and follow the ways of your kind." The otter disappeared into the waters, and the little girl returned to her home, feeling that she had done well. But before a year had passed, a sickness came upon her, which the Indian doctors told her was caused by her pet otter, which wanted something to eat. The only way for the child to get well, they said, was for her to have a hog killed and cooked, and then to invite a number of men to eat it all, in the name of the otter. This was done, and when the men finished eating the hog and the soup, they said that the girl would recover, and so she did. For this ceremony they took an otter skin, figure 16a, to represent the girl's pet, which was used every 2 years, and when the owner died was passed to the oldest survivor of the family which owned it, and kept in the belief that it would benefit the health of all of them. It was the only one of its kind in the tribe, and is called kunuzas. Fig 16a, regalia of otterskin used in the otter rite. B. Regalia is worn. Length of A, 56.5 inches. The ceremony. The exact details and order of the ceremony were not remembered by our informant, but it was certain that the family in question fed the otter every 2 years in the spring, that being the time of year when the little girl had been taken ill. Everyone was invited, men and women, and a man was selected to cook the hog, and another to supply wood and to cut the poles for swinging the kettle, both of whom were paid with a yard of wampum. The fire was kindled with a special flint and steel always kept with the outfit, figure 17. Fig 17. Flint and steel used in the otter rite. Length of A, 3 inches. It will be observed that the otter skin has a slit down the middle of the neck, through which the owner thrust his head in such manner that the otter's nose lay under the wearer's chin, while its body and tail hung down his back. Wearing the skin in this manner, figure 16, b, himself impersonating the original otter, the owner would open the ceremony by walking about the fire, chanting and shaking the turtle rattle, figure 18, which resembles those used in the big house, while the audience kept time to his song by uttering hoo 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 hoo. The nature of the song the writer was unable to learn, but, like the chants of the bear ceremony, it probably was concerned with the singer's dream helper. When he had finished, another man put on the skin and took up the chant, and so on until noon the next day, when the ceremony was brought to a close and all joined in the feast. At this time the skin is told, "We will feed you again in 2 years." Fig 18 Rattle of land tortoise shell used in the otter rite. Length, 3.9 inches. Buffalo dance. Such was the list of native Lenape ceremonies furnished by our informants, but Adams 58 mentions several more, for which the writer was unable to procure much in the way of data. One of these was the buffalo dance, which the writer feels should be included with the otter and bear ceremonies, although Adams calls it a pleasure dance. He admits, it will be observed, that it usually took place before hunters started on the chase. His account follows: the buffalo dance is a pleasure dance and always begins in the morning and lasts all day. The ground is made clean in a circle large enough to dance on, and in the center a fire is built and a fork driven into the ground on each side, and a pole placed across the fire east and west. On each side of the fire is a large brass kettle hanging across the pole with hominy in it, and when the dance is nearly over, the dancers eat the hominy, dipping their hands in the kettle. The singers are outside of the ring and beat on a dried deer hide stretched over poles. They do not use the same step in the dance, but gallop like buffaloes and bellow like them, also have horns on their heads and occasionally hook at each other. The dance is usually given before starting on a chase. Imported ceremonies. Skeleton dance. The preceding ceremonies have all been, ostensibly at least, of native Lenape origin, but we now come to several whose outside origin is admitted by the Indians themselves. The most ancient of these is the human skeleton dance, mentioned by Adams 59. He calls it a rite belonging to the Wolf clan or phratry of the Delawares, but the writer's informants say that it is not true Lenape at all, but a Nanticoke, on TKO, ceremony introduced among the Lenape by the survivors of that tribe who had joined forces with them. Adams' account, which is better than any the writer was able to obtain, is as follows: human skeleton dance given only by the Wolf clan of the Delawares. A certain dance given as a memorial to the dead was supposed to clear a way for the spirit of the deceased to the spirit land. When a member of the Wolf clan died, the flesh was stripped from the bones and buried, and the bones were dried at some private place. At the end of 12 days the skeleton would be wrapped in white buckskin and taken to a place prepared for the dance and there held up by someone. As the singers would sing, the men who held the skeleton would shake it and the bones would rattle as the dancers would proceed around it. After the dance the skeleton was buried. Traditions say that in ancient times some of the head men in the Wolf clan had a dream that they must treat their dead in that way, and the custom has been handed down to them for many centuries. The other clans say the custom does not belong to them. The custom has been long dropped. There has not been a skeleton dance since 1860. Peyote rite. Fig 19 Peyote button. Diameter, 1.9 inches. One of the latest of introduced ceremonies, which was still much in favor with the Oklahoma Lenape when last visited by the writer, is the peyote rite, a cult now widespread among the tribes of the Central West, introduced among this people by an Indian named John Wilson, who obtained it, they say, from the Caddo on Washita River about the year 1890 or 1892. During this ceremony remarkable visions are produced by eating the dried top of a small cactus, the peyote, figure 19, for which the cult is named, and these visions, coupled with the moral teachings embodied in the ritual, make it very attractive to the Indian, who, on joining the cult, is often persuaded to discard entirely the ancient beliefs of his own people. The writer is acquainted with two principal forms of the rite, one involving native deities only, the other, almost entirely Christian in teaching and symbolism. It is this latter form which has been adopted by the Lenape, to whom the teepee, in which the ceremony is held, is as foreign an institution as the little cactus itself, brought in from southern Texas and Mexico. PL9 The Peyote Rite among the Lenape native painting by Ernest Spibuk, a Shawnee paraphernalia for this ceremony. The teepee is erected with the door to the east, and a complex series of symbols arranged inside, as shown in the smaller drawing, PL9. On the western side of the lodge is built a crescent-shaped mound, or moon, of earth, packed hard, its horns turned toward the east, which they say represents the tomb where Christ was buried, and on the center of this is placed a large peyote, dampened and flattened, figure 19, resting either on a bed of feathers or on the bare earth, and to the west of this again, sometimes a crucifix, as shown in the illustration. Between the points of the crescent is built the fire in a certain prescribed manner with overlapping sticks forming an angle pointing westward. Near the door lies another mound, a round one representing the sun. From the peyote resting on the embankment to the sun mound, directly through the middle of the fire, a line is drawn in the earth of the floor. This represents the peyote road along which the peyote spirit takes the devotee on a journey toward the sun, and also symbolizes the road to heaven that Jesus made for the souls of men when he returned thither. West of the crescent-shaped mound stands, when not in use, the highly decorated arrow or staff, frequently made in the form of a long cross, with a groove extending from end to end, representing the spirit road. A small water drum made of a piece of deer skin stretched over a crock, as seen in PL9, a nicely carved drumstick, an eagle feather fan for brushing all evil influence away from each devotee as he enters or leaves the ceremony, and a supply of dried peyote, dampened and crushed in a mortar, are all necessary for the ceremony. Each devotee, moreover, must be supplied with a decorated gourd rattle of his own. Officers The only officers needed for this rite are a roadman or speaker, who sits in the west, just opposite the door, and a fire guard stationed at the door, whose duty it is to keep the fire burning, and to brush with the feather fan the devotees as they enter. This is illustrated in the colored plate, PL9, which represents also the roadman guiding a newcomer to a seat. Conduct of the ceremony. When all are gathered in the teepee, the leader first passes around a fragment herb which the people chew and rub over hands and body. Then the mace-rated peyote is passed, and each takes enough to make 8 pellets about half an inch in diameter, of which some eat all, some only part, reserving some pellets to be eaten later. About this time the leader addresses the peyote and the fire, prays, and often delivers a regular sermon or moral lecture. He then takes the staff in his left hand, and sitting, or kneeling on one knee, he sings a certain number of peyote songs, which are a class to themselves, while the man to the left beats the drum, then passes the staff to the person on his right, himself taking the drum while this person sings, and so the staff travels round and round the lodge, each taking his turn at singing, while the devotees, men and women alike, keep their eyes fixed upon the fire or upon the peyote lying on the mound. As the night wears on, the medicine begins to take effect, and the devotees see many strange visions, pictures, and brilliant colored patterns. Often one may see the peyote spirit, in the form of an old man, who takes his spirit on a wonderful journey along the peyote road, eastward toward the sun. At daybreak they all file out of the teepee bearing their paraphernalia, as seen in PL9, b, and when the sun appears they raise their hands in salutation, and then those who are left standing, for some fall as if dead at the sight of the sun, give thanks to the great Father in heaven. Those who fall at sunrise, they say, are the ones who visited the sun in their visions. All sleep, or at least rest, until about noon, when a feast is served, after which everyone tells what he or she saw while on the peyote road. The Lenape variant of this ceremony, as related above, differs somewhat from that of other tribes practicing the Christian form of the peyote rite, but in all essentials it is almost identical. Ghost dance. The ghost dance was also introduced among the Lenape by an Indian named Wilson, about the same time, our informants thought, as the peyote rite, and, like it, probably from the Washita River region. Wilson would call a dance every now and then during his lifetime, at which the people appeared in their everyday dress, without such special costumes as were seen, for instance, at such functions among the Kiowa and the Arapaho. At these meetings the participants would dance round and round for a long time, with a sidewise step, to the sound of song and water drum, sometimes for a considerable period without stopping. Occasionally one would fall and appear to faint, and when revived would claim to have visited heaven in spirit while his body lay as if dead. When Wilson died, the cult, so far as the Delawares were concerned, perished with him. Such were the ceremonies surviving until recent times among the Lenape, from which have been omitted only the observances connected with the dead, shamanism, witchcraft, and war, all of which will be discussed in later papers. Chapter 9 Summary Religion. A study of the material presented shows that the Lenape believed in a great spirit, or creator, whose goodness is acknowledged, who is thanked for past blessings and petitioned for their continuance, but who is not their only God. He is, however, the great chief of all, and dwells in the 12th, or highest heaven. He created everything, either with his own hands or through agents sent by him, and all the powers of nature were assigned to their duties by his word. That these concepts are not new among the Lenape may be seen from the fact that most of the early writers who treat of this people have noticed such beliefs among them, which can be traced back as far as 1679. This great spirit gave the 4 quarters of the earth and the winds that come from them to 4 powerful beings, or Monitoic, namely, our grandfather where daylight begins, our grandmother where it is warm, our grandfather where the sun goes down, and our grandfather where it is winter. To the sun and the moon, regarded as persons and addressed as elder brothers by the Indians, he gave the duty of providing light, and to our elder brothers the thunders, man-like beings with wings, the task of watering the crops, and of protecting the people against the great horned serpents and other water monsters. To the living solid face, or mask being, was given charge of all the wild animals, to the corn spirit, control over all vegetation, while our mother, the earth, received the task of carrying and feeding the people. Besides these powerful personages were many lesser ones, such as the small people, the doll being, the snow boy, and the great bear. Certain localities, moreover, were the abode of supernatural beings, while animals and plants were thought to have spirits of their own. Besides these there were, of course, the countless spirits of the human dead who were still supposed to retain some influence in earthly affairs. This, then, was the supernatural world which, to the mind of the Lenape, controlled all things on which they must depend for health, for success in all their undertakings, even the daily task of deer hunting or corn raising. Benevolent beings must be pleased, and bad spirits combated and overcome, or at least placated. There was, however, until very lately, no conception of a devil in the modern sense of the word. The main channel of communication between the supernatural world and man was the dream or vision, obtained, as before described, by fasting and consequent purification in youth. Through the vision the young man obtained his guardian spirit or supernatural helper, who gave him some power or blessing that was his main dependence through life, his aid in time of trouble, the secret of his success. No wonder, then, that visions and helpers form the basis of Lenape belief and worship. Among the guardian spirits figured not only such great powers as the sun and the thunder beings, the personified powers of nature, but the spirits representing various species of animals and birds, such as the wolf or the owl, of plants, as mother corn, as well as the mask being, and even the spirits of the dead which some Lenape claimed as helpers. Those favored by such visions were considered the leading people of their community. They usually composed rhythmic chants referring to their visions, and appropriate dance songs to go with them, to recite at the annual ceremony. Belief in a soul or spirit surviving the death of the body formed an integral part of Lenape philosophy. The soul is supposed to linger for 11 days after death, and is addressed and offered food by the surviving relatives, sometimes in a formal feast of the dead, but on the 12th day, they say, it leaves the earth and finally makes its way to the 12th or highest heaven, the home of the Great Spirit, where it leads a happy life in a land where work and worry are unknown. Some persons are thought to have the power of communicating with the departed. Ceremonies. Most of the beliefs summarized above were found among the descendants of both Unami and Minsi, but when we consider their great religious ceremonies, we begin to note differences. While it is true that, 1. In both cases these rites are based on the recital of the visions seen by the participants, combined with thanksgiving to the Great Spirit and his helpers for past blessings and prayers for their renewal, that, 2. The new fire ceremony figures in both, and that, 3. They take place in a building of special form and decoration erected for the purpose. We note that among the Unami the ceremony is conducted only once a year, and is combined to a certain extent with the cult of the Misienji, or mask being, a magnified guardian spirit or personal helper, while the Minsi have in addition to that held in the fall, a spring ceremony also, cognate with the Iroquois thanks for the first fruits, or strawberry dance, and masked impersonators do not appear in the Minsi ceremonial house. In the ceremonies of both Unami and Minsi, however, we note other similarities besides those first mentioned, such as the manner of prayer, the use of a drum made of a dried deer hide beaten with flat forked drumsticks each bearing a carved face, the fumigation and sweeping of the big house, the restriction against women in their menses, and the use of 12 as a sacred number. It therefore seems likely that the rites, in spite of the differences noted, probably have a common origin, and hence date back to a period before the separation of the Unami and the Minsi. Indeed, we have an historical account which seems to refer to this kind of ceremony as early as 1683, while under date of 1779 there is a description of the rites practically as enacted as late as 1920. Minor ceremonies. Analyzing the minor ceremonies of Lenape origin, we find the cults of two types, one founded on a beneficent spirit, a personal helper such as the mask being, whose relations are friendly with mankind, the other based on a discarded toy or pet, which makes trouble for its former owner unless propitiated by the ceremony in question. A good example, in fact the only one we recorded, of the first type is the ceremony in honor of the missing Holly Kun, or mask being, among the Unami, which, however, does not find its counterpart among the Minsi, who had a society of masks whose rites and functions were similar to those of the Iroquois False Face Company. The second class embraces the cults of the doll, bear, and otter, all of which must be propitiated periodically, under pain of sickness or death. It will be observed that recitals of visions form a part of the bear rites, and probably also of the otter ceremony, all of which, taken into consideration with the preceding, gives rise to speculations concerning the basic form of Lenape ceremonies. Perhaps originally, everyone who had been blessed with a vision, held a periodic ceremony at which rites appropriate to his own guardian spirit were emphasized, but at which others so blessed could recite their own visions. Of course, ceremonies of extraneous origin, such as the peyote rite, cannot be classified with those of true Lenape origin, and there are others of which our accounts are so fragmentary that we cannot place them, and still others, doubtless, that have disappeared entirely. That such may have been the case is not remarkable, not nearly so extraordinary as the fact that the Lenape have retained so much of their ancient beliefs and practices after 3 centuries of contact with civilization. Notes 1 Handbook of American Indians, Bulletin 30, Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I, p. 386, Washington, 1907. Indian Population in the United States and Alaska, 1910, p. 73, Washington, 1915. Annual Report of the Department of Indian Affairs for 1913, Ottawa, 1913. 2 Dankers, Jaspa and Sluiter, Peter. Journal of a Voyage to New York in 1679-80. Translated from the original manuscript in Dutch for the Long Island Historical Society, pages 266 to 267, Brooklyn, 1869. 3 Penn, William. A letter from William Penn, Proprietary and Governor of Pennsylvania in America, to the Committee of the Free Society of Traders of that province, residing in London, p. 6, London, 1683. 4 Holm, Thomas Campaneus. Short Description of the Province of New Sweden, now called Pennsylvania. MEM. History SOCPA, Volume 3, p. 139, Philadelphia, 1834. 5 David Zeisberger's History of the Northern American Indians. Edited by Archer Butler Hulbert and William Nathaniel Schwarz. Ohio Archaeological and Historical Quarterly, Volume 19, NOS 1 and 2, p. 128, Columbus, 1910. 6 Heckewelder, John. An Account of the History, Manners, and Customs of the Indian Nations who once inhabited Pennsylvania and the neighboring states. Transactions of the American Philosophical Society, Volume I, p. 205, Philadelphia, 1819. 7 Wabano, Chief, John Wampum. The Traditions of the Delawares, as told by Chief Wabano. London N.D. This little pamphlet contains some original material on the Mincy and some purporting to apply to the Mincy, but copied from Peter Jones' History of the Ojibwe Indians. 8 Brainerd, David. Memoirs of the Reverend David Brainerd, missionary to the Indians, chiefly taken from his own diary, by Reverend Jonathan Edwards, including his journal, now, incorporated with the rest of his diary, by Sereno Edwards Dwight, pages 344, 349, New Haven, 1822. 9 Brinton, Daniel G. The Lenape and Their Legends, p. 65 ETSEQ, Philadelphia, 1885. 10 Loskiel, George Henry. History of the Mission of the United Brethren among the Indians in North America, p. 34, London, 1794. Zeisberger, OPCIT, pages 128 to 129. Heckewelder, OPCIT, p. 205. 11 Loskiel, OPCIT 12 Zeisberger, OPCIT, p. 130. 13 Brainerd, OPCIT, p. 238. 14 Holm, OPCIT, p. 139. 15 Strachey, W.M. The History of Travail into Virginia. Hakluyt SOCPUB, Volume 6, p. 98, London, 1849. 16 Brainerd, OPCIT, p. 344. 17 Loskiel, OPCIT, p. 43. 18 Brainerd, OPCIT 19 Loskiel, OPCIT 20 Ibid 21 Ibid 22 Zeisberger, OPCIT, p. 147. 23 Heckewelder, OPCIT, p. p. 205. 24 Loskiel, OPCIT, p. 43. 25 Jones, Reverend Peter. History of the Ojibwe Indians, p. 83, London, 1861. 26 Skinner, Allinson, Antrobus, Max. A preliminary report of the Archaeological Survey of the State of New Jersey, Bulletin 9 of the Geological Survey of New Jersey, p. 32, Trenton, 1913. 27 Skinner, Allinson. The Lenape Indians of Staten Island, Anthropological Papers of the American Museum of Natural History, Volume 3, p. 21, New York, 1909. Item. 2 Lenape stone masks from Pennsylvania and New Jersey, Indian Notes and Monographs, 1920. 28 Brainerd, OPCIT, p. 237. 29 Zaysberger, OPCIT, p. 141. 30 Ibid, OPCIT, p. 139. 31 Brainerd, John, quoted by Abbott in Idylls of the Delaware Indians, American Naturalist, October 1882. 32 Jones, OPCIT, pages 87, 95. 33 Brainerd, David, OPCIT, p. 344. 34 Penn, William, OPCIT. 35 Brainerd, David, OPCIT, p. 238. 36 Ibid, p. 346. 37 Zaysberger, OPCIT, pages 133 to 134. 38 Ibid, p. 131. 39 A similar vision of a black and white duck was reported by the Lenape at the Grand River Reserve in Ontario. See Harrington, M.R., Vestiges of Material Culture Among the Canadian Delawares, American Anthropologist, N.S., Volume X, No. 3, p. 414, July Sept, 1908. 40 Brainerd, David, OPCIT, p. 347. 41 Zaysberger, OPCIT, p. 132. 42 Loskiel, OPCIT, p. 40. 43 Heckewelder, OPCIT, p. 238 ETSEQ 44 Adams, RC Notes on Delaware Indians, in Report on Indians Taxed and Indians Not Taxed, U.S. Census 1890, p. 299. 45 Zaysberger, OPCIT, p. 138. 46 Ibid pages 136, 137. 47 Harrington, M.R. A Preliminary Sketch of Lenape Culture, American Anthropologist, Volume 15, No. 2, April-June, 1913. 48 Adams, LOCCIT. 49 Zaysberger, OPCIT, p. 138. 50 Harrington, Canadian Delawares, pages 414, 415. See Note 39. 51 Wabono, OPCIT, p. 27. 52 Brainerd, David, OPCIT, p. 237. 53 Adams, LOCCIT. 54 Harrington, Canadian Delawares, p. 416. 55 Ibid p. 417. 56 Marsh, Reverend Cutting. Documents relating to the Stockbridge Mission, 1825-48, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Volume 15, pages 164 to 165. 57 Zaysberger, OPCIT, p. 138. 58 Adams, LOCCIT 59 Ibid. Index AOS or attendance of annual ceremony, duties of 84 to 85, 87 to 88, 96 to 97, 103, 105, 107. See attendance. Adams, R.C., on annual ceremony, 118 to 122, on Buffalo Dance, 182 to 183, on Dreams or Visions, 80, on Missy Ng Dance, 154 to 156, on Skeleton Dance, 183 to 184. Air, Manado of, 30. See Thunder Beings Alder, die from bark of, 141 alphabet used for Lenape words, 15 to 16 altar at annual ceremony, 115 America, prophecy of whites coming to, 121 American anthropologist, account of Mincy ceremony in, 138 to 143 American Museum of Natural History, doll in collection of, 46, 168 to 169, Teft collection in, 15, 38 American tribes, concept of Great Spirit among, 19 to 20 animals, as guardian spirits, 49 to 50, 65, 70, 77, 80, 121, 195, ceremonies of, 171 to 183, spirits of, 118, 125, 194, thanks. 2, 134. See Wild Animals Anima Mundi compared with Great Spirit, 22 Annual Ceremony, Authorities on, Adams, 118 to 122, Indian Comments, 111 to 115, Penn, 115 to 116, Zeisberger, 116 to 118, Bear Ceremony Resembling, 171, Carved Faces in, 31, Chant of Pokait Heman at, 67 to 69, Chants of Visions at, 66, 73 to 76, 195, compared with Mincy Ceremony, 127 to 145, Four Winds in Ritual of, 26, Native Name for, 109, Penalties of Omitting, 113 to 116, Rites of Mask in, 36, 146, 151, Thanks Given to Earth in, 29, Unami Rites of, 81 to 111, Variants of, 122 to 126, Worship of Great Spirit in, 19, Worship of Mask Being in, 35. See Mincy Anthony, Michael, Acknowledgement to, 14, 139 Ants as Guardian Spirits, 78 Arapaho, Ghost Dance of, 191 Arrow, Ceremonial Use of, at Peyote Rite, 187 to 188, Arrows of Thunder Beings, 29 Ashes, Ceremonial Removal of, 101, 131 to 132, Prevention of Disease by, 160 A Siptagun or Paint Dish of Bark, 105 Eightsagay Multi, Native Name for Otter Ceremony, 176. See Otter Ceremony Attendance, at Annual Ceremony, 84 to 85, 87 to 88, 96 to 97, 103, 105 to 111, 117 to 118, 120, at Bear Ceremony, 172 to 173, at Feast of First Fruits, 144, at Mincy Ceremony, 132 to 133, 137, at Otter Ceremony, 179, at Peyote Rite, 188. Caos Axe, tornado threatened with 47 bad luck, caused by neglect of rites, 113 to 116 bag, full of snakes, 35, 153, mask worn in, 42, of mask impersonator, 34, of tobacco offered, to bear, 172, to otter, 177 bark, boiled for making dyes, 141, ceremonial bowls and spoons of, 131, 137, ceremonial paint dish of, 105 to 106, first big house of, 148, roof of big house of, 83 beads of wampum, as invitation to dance, 142 to 143, payment in, 110 to 111, 135, used in Mincy ceremony, 141 to 143. See wampum beans, offering of, 144, thanks to, 134, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142 bear, abundance of, in happy hunting ground, 58, ceremony of, 171 to 176, 199, fat of, burned, 117 to 118, 134, flesh of, offered to corn goddess, 44, hair of mask being like, 33, head of, fastened to mask of mask impersonator, 34, provision of, for feast, 117 bearskin, bag of mask impersonator, 34, 155, cap of mask impersonator, 42, coat of mask impersonator, 41, dress of mask impersonator, 56, 152 to 153, leggings of mask impersonator, 34, 41, worn by members of Mask Society, 159 beautiful town or heaven, 56 to 57. See happy hunting ground belief, in doll being, 162 to 171, in dream or vision, 61 to 80, in great spirit, 18 to 24, 88 to 92, 192 to 193, in immortality, 52 to 60, 195 to 196, in supernatural beings, 17 to 51 Bergen, New Jersey, information from Indians at, 20 Big Deer, Nanny 'tis given up by, 170 to 171 Big House or 11 Angwican, annual ceremonies in, 35, 82 to 122, common to both tribes, 129 to 133, 196 to 197, construction of, 82 to 83, 119, 148 to 150, Elker on significance of, 113 to 115, mask impersonator present in, 98 to 99, Muxhato L. Zing in, 123, of bear cult, 173, of Mincy, 127 to 145, origin of, 147 to 152, prayer in, 112 to 113, preparation of, for ceremony, 85 to 87, 117, return of hunters to, 100 to 101, rites of mask in, 151 to 152, seating of congregation in, 93, serving of meals in, 110, turtle rattles of, 181, visions recited in, 75 to 76. See annual ceremony, meeting house bilberries, at annual feast, 118, in happy hunting ground, 58 birds as guardian spirits, 78, 80, 121, 195 black, and red, carved faces painted with, 83, 119, mask painted with, 33, 41, 150, 155, and white duck, as guardian spirit, 67, 140, hog, offering of, 173, symbolizing men, 140 to 141 blanket, ceremonial waving of, 145, blankets spread over sweating oven, 125 blessing granted by guardian spirits, 65 to 67, 77, 194 to 195 blood, luminous ball of, 53 to 54 body. Luminous form of, 53 to 54 bones, burning of, at annual ceremony 118 bowl and dice game of Monitoic, 25 to 26, ceremonial, in bear cult, 173 to 174, bowls, bark, in Mincy ceremony, 131, 137 bows and arrows of thunder beings, 29 box tortoise rattle in annual ceremony, 94 to 96, 118, 120. See rattles box turtle rattle of planting dance, 143. See rattles boys, dreaming of, 4 power, 54, initiation of, 63 to 64, 78 to 80, pet of, 172, vision of mask being by, 147 to 152, visions of, 62 to 63, 72 to 75, 92, 140, 194 to 195 Brainerd, David, on animal spirits, 50, on annual ceremony, 151 to 152, on carved faces in big house, 42, on concept of soul, 56, on dream or vision, 77, on evil spirit, 25, on four directions, 27, on great spirit, 22 to 23, on impersonator of mask being, 41 to 42, on sun, 28 Brainerd, John, on idol image or doll, 46 to 47 brass eyes of Mitzi and K. 158 bringing in the meeting, 81, 92 to 94, 104, 122, 135, 174 Brown, William, acknowledgement to, 14 Brush House of Bear Cult, 173 to 174 Buck, chant referring to, 69, prayer to, 126, written by Mask being, 33, 148, women's share in, 106 buckskin, skeleton wrapped in, 184 buffalo, as guardian spirit, 78, dance of, 182 to 183 bunches of wampum, symbolism of, 141 to 143 burial, wolf clan rites of, 183 to 184 burning, of bones, 118, of cedar leaves, 105, of fat, 117 to 118, 134, 173 to 175, of hemlock boughs, 133. 144 to 145, of hogshead, 175, of moccasins, 47, of tobacco, 29, 98, 126, 151. See offering cactus called peyote, 186. See peyote right catto, peyote cult originating among, 185 Canada, Lenape now resident in, 13 to 14, 170. See Ontario canoe, coming of white men in, 121, over river to spirit land, 54 Cantico, Penn's term for ceremony, 115 to 116 Cap, bearskin, of mask impersonator, 42 carved drumsticks, in annual ceremony, 101 to 103, 150, in Mincy ceremony, 130 to 131, 139 to 140, 197 carved faces, on drumsticks, 101, 130 to 131, 197, on posts of big house, 42 to 43, 83, 88, 106, 119, 148, 150, on posts of Mincy big house, 129 to 130, 151, representing keepers of the heavens, 31. See mask, masks, Missy Ng catfish, James Wolfe stream of, 72 to 73 cattle, mask being guardian of, 35, 157 Cayuga, false face company of, 161, Longhouse, Thanksgiving of Lenape in, 139, planting dance of, 143 cedar leaves, burning of, at annual ceremony, 105 central post, carved faces on, 83, 119, 151, ceremonial of, in annual ceremony, 94, 106, 119 to 120, in feast of first fruits, 144, in Mincy big house, 129 to 130, 135, in Muxhato Elzing, 123 Central West, Peyote cult in, 185 ceremonies, directed by guardian spirit, 65, extinction of, 63, in honor of dead, 55, 191, 195 to 196, minor, 198 to 199, a big house, 75 to 76, 82, of Lenape, paintings of, 14, of Mincy big house, 127 to 145, of Mincy to Mother Corn, 43, of Unami and Mincy, compared, 196 to 200, thanks given to Great Spirit in, 18, 145, 196. See annual ceremony, ceremony, of bear, 171 to 176, of buffalo, 182 to 183, of doll being, 46, 162 to 171, of first fruits, 144 to 145, of mask being, 35, 198 to 199, of mask society, 37, 159 to 161, of otter, 176 to 183, of peyote, 185 to 191, of skeleton dance, 183 to 184, of Thanksgiving, 139 to 143. See Annual Ceremony, Ceremonies Chant, at Otter Ceremony, 180 to 181, of Pokaidhiman, 67 to 68, referring to mask being, 69, referring to visions, 66 to 74, 136, 174 to 175, 195, Unami examples of, 67 to 72. See Singers, Singing, Visions Charm, Opina or Blessing as, 65 to 66, Charms, from Great Horned Serpents, 49, Miniature Masks as, 36, 42. See Fetishes Charts of Heaven drawn on deer skin, 57 Chastity of Boys, 62 to 63 Chief, of the Gods, Great Spirit as, 19, Hunter of Annual Ceremony, 85, 97. See Leader Chief Wabano, Description of Minsi Ceremony by, 143 to 145, on Great Spirit, 21 to 22 Children, cared for by Mask Being, 34 to 35, 153, 155 to 156, Doll being revealed to, 162 to 163, Little People hunted by, 49, 193, Meeting of, with Parents in Heaven, 53, 91, No Longer PLS, 63, 112 to 114, Part of, in Annual Ceremony, 108 to 109, Prayers for, 115. See Boys, Girls Cholera checked by False Face Company, 161 Christ, Tomb of, at Peyote Rite, 186 to 187. See Jesus Christ Christianity, Concepts of, in Peyote Rite, 186 to 190, Idols given up for, 38, Nanitas given up for, 169, Visions given up for, 72. See Devil, Missionary, White's Clans, see Phratries Clothing of Nanitas, 167. See Costume Coat of Bearskins of Mask Impersonator, 34, 41 Colors, Dyes for, 141. See Black, Red Comet, Attributes of, 48 to 49 Cones, Copper, Adorning Mitzi and K, 158 Confederacy of the Lenape, 13 Conjurer, Information of, in regard to Great Spirit, 22 to 23 Copper adorning Mitzi and K, 158 Corn, beans, and vegetables, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142, called Lenape food, 70, in rattle of mask impersonator, 42, offering of, 144, soul likened to, 59, spirit, duties of, 193, thanks for, 145, thanks to, 134. See Mother Corn cornbread at Mincy ceremony, 137 Corn goddess, see Mother Corn corn mush, see hominy, sa pan costume, of impersonator, of mask being, 33 to 34, 41 to 42, 56, 152 to 153, 155, 158, of otter, 177 to 182, of members of Mask Society, 159, of Nanitas, 169 to 170, of Sun, 27, worn at annual ceremony, 93, worn at Ghost Dance, 191 cranes or singers of annual ceremony, 85. See Singers Crayfish, James Wolfe's Dream of, 72 to 73 Creator, see Great Spirit Cripples, Injunction to Help, 91 to 92 Crooked Nose of Mitzi and K, 158 Crops, Prayer for, 44, 134, Ruin of, 113, Supernatural Control of, 194, Watered by Thunder Beings, 193 Cross, Drumsticks marked with, 101, Spirit Road represented by Line On, 187 to 188. See Crucifix Crow as Guardian Spirit, 69 to 70 Crucifix at Peyote Rite, 187 Cult, see Ceremony, Ceremonies Dance, at Thanksgiving Ceremony, 142 to 143, in honor of Great Spirit, 88, native terms for, 115 to 116, of Buffalo, 182 to 183, of Doll Being, 164 to 165, of First Fruits, 128, of Guardian Spirits, 73, of Ghost, 190 to 191, of Mask Impersonator in Big House, 42, 99, of Missy NG, 152 to 156, of Skeleton, 183 to 184, of Weopilacus, 36, Planting, 143, Strawberry, 128, 197, Dances connected with Mask Society, 160. See Dancing Dance Songs accompanying chants, 66. See Chant, Singers, Singing Dancing, at Annual Ceremony, 42, 95, 99, 103, 106, 115 to 116, 118 to 122, at Feast of First Fruits, 145, at Mincy Ceremony, 135 to 136, 140, in Ceremonies of Nanitas, 168, 171, in Happy Hunting Ground, 56, 58. See Dance Dankers, Jaspa and Sluiter, Peter, on Great Spirit, 20 Day, Clothing the Great Man, 23, God of, 28. See Great Spirit Dead, Beliefs Concerning, 52 to 60, Ceremonies in Honor of, 55, 191, Dance in Honor of, 183 to 184, Food Offered to, 52, 195 to 196, Food Taken by, 71, Going West, 132, Spirits of, as Guardians, 71 to 72, 194 to 195. See Ghosts, Immortality Death, Propitiation to Prevent, 199 Deer, Abundance of, in Happy Hunting Ground, 58, Ceremonial Hunting of, 97 to 101, for Annual Ceremony, 117, for Doll Dance, 163 to 164, 168 to 169, for Feast of First Fruits, 144, for Mincy Ceremony, 132, Herded by Mask Being, 33, 148, 150, 156 Deer Hoofs adorning Mitzi and K, 158 Deer Skin, Charts of Heaven drawn on, 57, Clothing Sun, 27, Drum at Annual Ceremony, 85, 94 to 95, 100, 106, 115 to 116, 120, drum at Buffalo Dance, 182 to 183, drum at Doll Dance. 165, drum at Mincy Ceremonies, 130, 135, 139, drum at Missy NG Dance, 154 to 155, drum at Peyote Rite, 188, giving away of, at Annual Ceremony, 108 to 109, stuffed with grass, 123, suspended from pole, 144, taken by hunters, 108, worn by members of Mask Society, 159 Delaware, Lenape first encountered in, by whites, 13 Devil, a Christian concept, 24 to 25, 57, 194. See Evil Spirit Devil Dance, Missy NG Dance so called by whites, 156 Dewey, Oklahoma, Big House near, 82 Dictionary, Indian, Zaysberger, author, 43 Disease, caused by neglect of rites, 116, Ceremony of expelling, 37, cured by mask being, 159, 161, cured by Pabuco Way, 168 to 169, prevention of, by ashes, 160. Seasickness dish of bark used in annual ceremony, 105 to 106 dough offered to Nanitas, 168 to 169 dogs, forbidden in big house, 121, prevented from eating bones, 118 doll being, belief in, 45 to 47, 162 to 163, 193, 199, Unami dance of, 163 to 166. See Nanitas dolls, see fetishes dream helper, see guardian spirit dreams, see visions drink, ceremonial, at bear cult, 175 to 176, of Mincy ceremonies, 128, 134 drum, at annual ceremony, 85, 95 to 94, 100, 103, 106, 115 to 116, 120, 197, at Buffalo Dance, 182 to 183, at Doll Dance, 165, 168, at Feast of First Fruits, 144, at Ghost Dance, 191, at Mincy Ceremony, 130, 135, 139 to 140, 197, at Missy NG Dance, 154 to 155, at Peyote Rite, 188 to 189 drummers, at annual ceremony, 95, 100, 110, 150, at Doll Dance, 165. Drumsticks, at annual ceremony, 101 to 103, 106, 150, at Mincy ceremony, 130 to 131, 139, 197, at Peyote Rite, 188 duck as guardian spirit, 67 to 69, 140 dies for red and black, 141 eagle feathers, fan of, 188 earth, concept of, 28 to 29, created by Great Spirit, 18, 21, duties of, 193, thanksgiving to, 89 to 90, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142 earthquake caused by abandoning rites, 149, 151 east, ceremonial significance of, 74, 83, 85, 98, 100 to 101, 108 to 109, 119, 121 to 122, 131, 137, 144 to 145, 149, 155, 182, 186 to 187, grandfather at, 26, home of Great Spirit in, 109, Thanksgiving to, 89 Ilaunado or Comet, attributes of, 48 to 49 Elder Brother, title, of Moon, 28, 193, of Sun, 28, 193, of Thunder Beings, 29, 193 Elements, as Guardian Spirits, 77, Worship of, 29 to 31. See Thunder Beings Elker, Chief Charlie, Acknowledgement to, 14, Annual Ceremony explained by, 112 to 115, Myth of Mask related by, 146 to 152, Speaker of Annual Ceremony, 85, Speech of, at Annual Ceremony, 87 to 92 Elkire, see Elker Emetics, Purification by, 57, 79, Visions induced by, 64 in Delun Toiyun, title of 4 directions, 26 English settlements on Susquehanna, 41 Europeans, concept of devil introduced by, 25, 57, 194. See Christianity, White's Evil, Exclusion of, from Heaven, 53, 56 to 59 Evil Spirit, Native concept of, 24 to 25 Evil Spirits, driving out of, 133, 145, 188, Ghosts as, 59, Giant Bear 1 of, 49, Great Horned Serpents as, 29, 49, 193, Placation of, 194, Tornado 1 of, 47 to 48 Yehi Yehi, Cry concluding chant, 136 Faces, carved, by children on sticks, 162, in Big House, 31, 42, 83, 88, 119, 148, 150, in Mincy Big House, 129 to 130, 151, on drumsticks, 101, 150, 197, on Mincy drumsticks, 130 to 131. Ceremonial painting of, 105 to 106, painted by Sun, 76, painted, of Mask Being, 33, 41 to 42, 150, 155, painted, of Sun, 27. See Mask, Masks Fairies, Little People Like, 49 Fall, Annual Ceremony celebrated in, 81, 116, 119 to 120, Ceremony of Nanitas in, 171, Thanksgiving in, 139 False Face Company of Iroquois, 198 to 199, compared with Mincy Mask, 161 Family, Keepers of, Bear, 172, Doll, 163 to 164, Mask, 33 to 35, 151, Nanitas, 166 to 171, otter, 177 to 182, sacrifice by, 116 to 117 fans, eagle feather, at peyote rite, 188, turkey wing, ceremonial sweeping with, 133 fasting, visions induced by, 60, 64, 79, 194 fat, drinking of, 176. Thrown on fire, 117 to 118, 134, 173 to 175 feast, at annual ceremony, 85, 96 to 97, 107, 109, at bear ceremony, 173 to 176, at buffalo dance, 182, at doll dance, 166 to 167, at Mincy ceremony, 137, at Missy Ng dance, 152 to 156, at peyote rite, 190, ceremonial, Zeisberger on, 116 to 118, of the dead, 195 to 196, of first fruits, 144 to 145, of hunters, 97 to 98, 100 to 101, of Moktusin, 126, of otter ceremony, 177, 179, 182, to Nanitas, 169, 171 feasting in happy hunting ground, 56 feathers, adorning Mitzi and K, 158, fan of 188, peyote placed on, 187, red, worn by sun, 27 feeding, of dead, 52, 71, of Nanitas, 167, of otter, 179, 182 female deities, doll being, 46, 162 to 171, earth, 28, 89 to 90, 193, grandmother at the south, 26, great spirit, 20, mother corn, 43 to 44, 70, 195 festival of Moktusin, 125 to 126. See ceremonies, ceremony fetishes, or dolls, 45 to 46, 162. See charm, doll being fire, ceremonial making of, at annual ceremony, 85 to 88, 101, 132 to 133, 196, at buffalo dance, 182, at otter ceremony, 179, ceremonial use of, at annual ceremony, 98 to 100, 105, 107, 117 to 121, 134, 160, at bear cult, 173 to 175, at doll dance, 165 to 166, at feast of first fruits, 144 to 145, at otter ceremony, 180 to 181, at peyote rite, 187, 189, festival in honor of, 125 to 126, gift of great spirit, 18, tobacco offered to, 126 fire drill used in annual ceremony, 86. See pump drill fire maker of the Mani Tos, 101. See pump drill first fruits, offering of, 115, 144 to 145, 197. See Strawberry Dance Fish as Guardian Spirit, 72 to 73, 78 Flint, and Steel, Ceremonial Fire Making with, 179, Fire Springing from, 18 Flying Wolf, Vision of, 73 to 76 Food, Ceremonial Purity of, 62 to 63, Distribution of, at Annual Ceremony, 121, Hunters provided with, 97, Offered to Dead, 52, 195 to 196, Procured by Dead, 71. See Feast Foot Log Across River to Spirit Land, 54 Forest, Boys Driven Into, for Vision, 63 to 64 Forks on Drumsticks, 130, 141 for, Attendance, at Annual Ceremony, 118, in Mincy Ceremony, 132, Drumsticks in Mincy Ceremony, 139, Musicians in Mincy Ceremony, 144 Directions or Four Winds, Monitoic of, 25 to 27, 29, 88, 112 to 113, 193, Prayers to, 51. See Wines Four Powers, Brainerd on, 22. See Four Directions Fouts, see Fox, Julius, Acknowledgement to, 14, Explanation of Annual Ceremony by, 111 to 113 Fox, Minnie, Acknowledgement to, 14 Fruits, Prayer for, 113. See First Fruits Full Moon, Annual Ceremony held in, 119 to 120, Missy Ng Dance in, 152 Future, Controlled by Guardian Spirit, 62, Foretold by Visions, 61 to 62, 79 to 80, 121, Prayers for, 115. See Immortality Game, Mask Being Guardian of, 150 Ga Mewing, Native Name for Annual Ceremony, 109. See Annual Ceremony General Thanksgiving, see Thanksgiving Genii of Places, 51 Ghost Dance, Rites of, 190 to 191 Ghosts, as Guardian Spirits, 54, Bewitchment by, 59 Giant Bear, An Evil Manitou, 49. See Great Bear Jislam Ukeong or Great Spirit, 88. See Great Spirit Gikonikis Ho or Gikakwaita, Unami Name of Sun, 27. See Sun Girls, Sacred Otter of, 176 to 179, Vision of Doll Being by, 162 to 163 Gik Lagan or Thanksgiving Ceremony, 139 to 143 God of Day, 28. See Sun God of Light, 23 to 24. See Great Spirit Goodness, Attribute of Great Spirit, 17, 23 to 24, Definition of, 58, Reward of, 53, 56, 58, 90 to 92 Gourd Rattle at Peyote Right, 188 Grandfather, at the East, 26, at the North, 26, 48, at the West, 26, Title of, Four Directions, 193, Mask, 112, Tornado, 47, Fire, 125 Grandmother, at the South, 26, Peiboth Kui, Great Spirit of the Shawnee, 20, Title of Doll Being, 164, Title of One of Four Directions, 193 Grandparents at the Four Directions, 26 to 27 Grand River, Ontario, Drumsticks. Collected at 130 to 131, mask collected at 158, 160 to 161, Nanitas collected at 168, version of Mincy ceremony at 138 to 143, worship of corn goddess at 43, grass, deer skin stuffed with 123, drum stuffed with 154, 165, strewn for seating guests, 117, grasshoppers, plague of 113, graven image of mask being 33. C mask, Missy Ng Greece, anno ending with, in annual ceremony, 105 to 106, great bear, a lesser Manitou, 49, 193, great father, see great spirit, great horned serpents, evil Manitoic, 49, protection against, 29, 193, great man, attributes of, 23. See great spirit or Jaislamukeong, concept of, 18 to 24, 88 to 92, 192 to 193, early writers on, 20 to 24, goodness of, 23 to 24, guardian spirit sent by, 80, 121, home of, in east, 109, home of, in 12th heaven, 19, 31, 52 to 53, 196, masks the messengers of, 31, 88, 112 to 113, Mincy concept of, 127 to 128, 133 to 134, prayer to, 18, 31, 88 to 90, 112 to 113, 136 to 138, 196, relation of mask being to, 32 to 33, remote from individual, 62, thanks to, at annual ceremony, 18, 120, 138, 196, thanks to, at feast of first fruits, 145, thanks to, in peyote rite, 190, thunder beings ministers of, 29, wampum given by, 122, wampum strings symbolizing, 141 to 142, worship of, at annual ceremony, 118. See Patumawa's guardian spirit, animals as, 49 to 50, 70, 77, 80, ants as, 78, birds as, 78, 80, buffalo as, 78, chants explanatory of, 66, courage derived from, 78 to 79, crows as, 69 to 70, dead as, 54, 71 to 72, ducks as, 67 to 69, 140, elements as, 77, fish as, 78, given by Great Spirit, 80, 121, given in visions, 65 to 66, 194 to 195, mask being as, 69, 151, 197, moon as, 78, mother corn as, 70, owl as, 78, periodic ceremonies of, 199, prayer to, in sweat house, 123 to 124, serpent as, 78, sun as, 76, 78. Supernatural helpers as, 61 to 63, thunder being as, 74 to 75, title of mother corn, 43, vision of, 174 to 175. See Thunder Beings, Visions Ha-A-A, variant of Prayer Cry, 108. See Ho-O-O-Hair, of Mask Being, 33, 158, of Sun, 27, of Tornado, 47 Half Moon, Sun Spirit Guardian of, 76 Hank, Eunice, Nanny 'Tis Given Up By, 169 Happy Hunting Ground or Land of Spirits, 20 to 21, 52 to 59, 88, 90 to 92. See Heaven Head, Bears, Ceremonial Offering of, 173 to 175, of Family, Duties of, 117, Heads, anoint with red paint, 105, carved on drumsticks, 101, 139 to 140, 150, 197, dropping of, by comet, 48 to 49, stone, of Mask Being, 40 to 41 health, bear cult preserving, 172, fetishes preserving, 45 to 46, otter cult preserving, 177 to 179, god of, 168, mask restoring, 34, 36 to 37, 156 to 157, 159, 161, Nanny 'Tis Guardian of, 163 to 164, 166 to 171, Prayer for, 134, Supernatural Control of, 194. See Sickness Heaven, Concept of, 20 to 21, 52 to 59, Duration of Journey to, 88, Milky Way to, 58, Peyote Road to, 187, Sweeping Way to, 88, 107, Visited by Preachers, 57, Visited during Visions, 189 to 191. See Happy Hunting Ground Heavens, Keepers of, 31, Return of Patumawas to, 127 to 128. See Happy Hunting Ground, 12th Heaven Hekawelder, John, on Dreams or Visions, 78 to 80, on Great Spirit, 21, on Thunder Beings, 30, on Unala TKO, 124 Hell, Extraneous Concept of, 57 Hemlock Boughs, Ceremonial Burning of, 133, 144 to 145 Herb, Past at Peyote Right, 188 to 189, Herbs, Prayers in Gathering, 26, 51, Thanks to, 134 High Museum, see Museum of the American Indian, High Foundation Hill, Home of Mask Being, 158 Hog, Feast of, at Otter Ceremony, 176 to 179, Offering of, 173 to 175 Ho 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 or Cry of Mask Being, 149, 153 Holm, Thomas Campanews, on Evil Spirit, 25, on Great Spirit, 21 Hominy, at Buffalo Dance, 182, at Missy NG Dance, 153 to 154, offered to Doll Being, 163 to 164, 166, offered to Mask Being, 150, preparation of, for annual ceremony, 85, 96 to 97 Ho-Oh-Oh, a prayer cry, at annual ceremony, 95, 97, 99 to 100, 103 to 104, 106 to 108, 136 to 138, at bear ceremony, 175, origin of, 112 to 113 horses, mask being guardian of, 35, 157, tobacco offered to recover, 35 hoo, cry at bear ceremony. 174 to 175 hoo, cry at otter ceremony, 181 human heads carved on drumsticks, 101, 139 to 140, 150, 197 human skeleton dance, see skeleton dance hunt for Nanitas, 171 hunter at doll dance, 164 hunters, buffalo dance of, 182 to 183, of annual ceremony, 97 to 101, 108, 110, 117, of Mincy ceremony, 132, 137, of Muxhato Elzing, 123 hunting, help of impersonator of mask being in, 158, in happy hunting ground, 56, prayer before, 134, 137, supernatural control of, 62, 194, tobacco offered before, 35, 157. Huisquim, Mincy term for corn, 144. See corn idol or mezink, 43. See mask, mask being, Missy and illegitimacy disregarded in family rights, 116 images possessing life, 45 to 47. See doll being, fetishes immortality, belief in, 20 to 21, 52 to 60, 195 to 196 impersonator, of mask being, 34 to 36, 41 to 42, 45, 56, 98 to 99, 138, 150, 152 to 159, of otter, 177 to 182 Indian corn, see Corn Indian Dictionary, Zeisberger, author, 43 Indians, comments of, on annual ceremony, 111 to 115, United States Census Report on, cited, 80 initiation of boys, 63 to 64, Hecawelder on, 78 to 80. See boys, Visions Iroquois, ceremonial fire drills of, 86, masks of, compared with Mincy, 36, 138, 160 to 161, 198 to 199, planting dance of, 143, primitive skirt among, 169, strawberry dance of, 128, 197 Jesus Christ, Nanitas given up for, 170, road of, 187. See Christianity, Peyote Wright Jones, Peter, on Nanites, the Guardian of Health, 46, 168 to 169, on Mincy Masks, 37 to 38, 158 Journal of a Voyage to New York in 1679 to 1680, Dankers and Sluiter, authors, June 20, Mincy Big House Ceremony in, 128 Cacamunito, Sequence Kansas, Celebration of Annual Ceremony in, 122 to 124, Lenape now resident in, 13 Kapayuhum, native name of Isaac Mancha, 14, 161 Kunspatamounds or Cacamunito, ancient Mincy name of Great Spirit, 22. See Great Spirit Keeper of Mask, general duties of, 34 to 36, 151, notification of dance by, 152, stray stock return through, 157 keepers of four directions, see four directions keepers of the heavens, 31. See carved faces, four directions K Tanitowet, ancient Mincy name of Great Spirit, 19, 127. See Great Spirit Kikaron or Kikarum, recorded name of Great Spirit in New Jersey, 20 Ki Nika or Ki Antika, native terms for dance, 115 to 116 Kiowa, ghost dance of, 191 Keys Ho or Keys Hawks, Mincy name of sun, 27. See Sun Kokolapo We, native name of Chief Charlie Elker, 14. See Elker Kunuzas, native term for otter skin, 179. See Otter Ceremony Kwai, or Hoop, concluding dance, 136 Lakes, home of great horned serpents, 49 Lameness caused by ghosts, 59. See Cripples Land of Spirits or Chepeghaki, 58. See Happy Hunting Ground, Heaven Leader, of Annual Ceremony, 81 to 82, 92 to 94, 117, 120, of Bear Cult, 174 to 175, of Doll Dance, 165, of Feast of First Fruits, 145, of Mincy Ceremony, 133 to 134, of Peyote Rite, 188 to 190, Leaders, Favored with Visions, 195 Leaves, Strewn for Seating Guests, 131 Legend, of Annual Ceremony, 111 to 112, of Comet, 48 to 49, of Coming of Whites, 121 to 122, of Mother Corn, 43. See Myth Leggings of Mask Impersonator, 34, 41 Lesser Monitoic, Animal Spirits, 49 to 50, Bear, 172 to 176, Comet, 48 to 49, Doll, 45 to 47, 162 to 171, Earth, 28, 89 to 90, Great Bear, 49, 193, Great Horned Serpents, 29, 49, 193, Keepers of the Heavens, 31, Mask Being, 32 to 43, 146 to 161, Ministers of Great Spirit, 18, 21, 193 to 194, Moon, 28, Mother Corn, 43 to 44, of Four Directions, 25 to 27, Otter, 50, 176 to 182, Snowboy, 48, Sun, 27 to 28, Thunder Beings, 29 to 31, Tornado, 47 to 48 Light, Brinton on concept of, 23 to 24. Lightning, Flying Wolf's Love of, 75 to 76, Prayer to Avert, 30 Little Connie River Oklahoma, Big House on Banks of, 82 Little People Hunted for by Children, 49, 193 Living Mask, See Mask, Mask being Living Solid Face, See Mask, Mask being Logan Family, Mask delivered up by, 38 Logs, Big House built of, 82, Footlog to Spirit Land, 54, Seats for Missy NG Dance, 153 Loskiel, George Henry, on Dreams, or Visions, 78, on Earth, 29, on Four Directions, 27, on Great Spirit, 25, on Moon, 28, on Sun, 28. On 12 Gods, 31 Moktuzin, Festival in Honor of Fire, 125 to 126. Si Muxhato Elzing Maze, Si Korn Monitoic or Spirits, Belief in, 17 to 44, Offerings to, 144 to 145, Thanksgiving to, in Annual Ceremony, 89 to 90. Si Great Spirit, Lesser Monitoic Manitos, Heka Welder on, 21. Si Lesser Monitoic Maple, Die from bark of, 141 marble-like object given to Pokaite Hemon by Guardian Spirit, 67 Marsh, cutting, account of Nanitis by, 169 to 171 Mask, absent from Bear Ceremony, 171, Anointing of, 105 to 106, as Guardian Spirit, 151, called Weapilakis, 35 to 36, carved faces of, in Big House, 42, 83, 88, 148, 150, healing power of, 34, 37, 156 to 157, 159, 161, keeper of, 34 to 36, 151 to 152, 157, painting of, 33 to 34, 41, 150, 155, Society of Mincy, 36 to 37, 138, 159 to 161, 198 to 199, Unami Myth. Of, 146 to 152. See Mask Being, Masks, Missy Ng Mask Being or Missing Holly Kun, as Guardian Spirit, 195, Ceremonies of, 197, Cult of, 32 to 43, 198, Deer herded by, 33, 99, Diseases cured by, 34 to 35, 156 to 157, 159, 161, General Duties of, 193, Impersonator of, 34 to 36, 41 to 42, 45, 56, 98 to 99, 138, 150, 152 to 159, masks the symbol of, 33, 42, 45, 83, 88, 99, 148, 150, myth of, 147 to 152, relation of keepers of heavens to, 31, vision concerning, 69. See mask, masks, Missy Ng masks, of stone, found in New Jersey and vicinity, 38 to 41, painting of, 83, 119, prayer cry carried by, 31, 112 to 113, representing keepers of the heavens, 31, symbols of mask being, 33, 42, 45, 83, 88, 99, 148, 150. See mask, mask being, Missy Ng Master of Ceremonies, see Leader May, Missy Ng Dance in, 152 meals served by Ayaz, 110 to 111, 118 medicine, from tooth of great bear, 49, prayer to 4 directions in making, 26 medicine man, see shaman mediumship, belief in, 54 to 55, 196 meeting house of mask society, 159 men, black symbolizing, 140 to 141, drumsticks representing, 101, 130 to 131 menses, Women in, taboo, 62 to 63, 88, 133, 197 Mezink or idol, 43. C. Mask, mask being, Missy messengers of Great Spirit, 31, 88. C. 4 directions Messink, atoms on dance of, 155 to 156. C. Mask, mask being, Missy Mizinke, name given by Peter Jones to Mitzi Nk, 38. C. Mitzi Nk Milky Way, the road to heaven, 58 miniature masks or charms, 36, 42 to 43 Mincy or Muncie, a tribe of the Lenape, 13, archaic heaven of, 54, belief of, in Great Spirit, 19, 127, 133 to 134, belief of, in plant spirits, 51, big house of, 128 to 132, mask impersonator absent from, 138, carved faces in, 129 to 130, 151, ceremonies of, compared with Unami, 127 to 145, 196 to 200, ceremonies of, to Mother Corn, 43, chants of, referring to visions, 72 to 77, doll being of, 45 to 47, 162, 166 to 171, feast of first fruits of, 144 to 145, guardian spirits of, 72 to 77, key antica or dance of, 116, mask of, 36 to 38, 158 to 161, mask society of, 138, 159 to 161, 198 to 199, mediumship among, 54 to 55, proportion of, in Lenape, 124 to 125, Thanksgiving ceremony of, 138 to 143 Missy Ng, dance of, 152 to 156. C. Mask, Mincy mask missing Hollycon, Unami name for mask being, 32. C. Mask being missing Kinika, Unami name for Missy Ng dance, 152. C. Missy Ng missionary teaching, concept of Great Spirit not due to, 19 to 20. C. Christianity Mitzi Nk, Mincy form of Missy Ng, 158. C. Mask Society, Mincy Mask Mitzinkalikun, Mincy form of Missing Hollycun, 36. C. Mask being Mitzinki Antika or Dance of Mask Society, 159 Gahigun, Mincy term for painted sticks, 140. C. Sticks Moccasins, burned to deflect tornado, 47, made for Nanitas, 167, made of ceremonial deer skins, 108 Mancha, Chief Nellis, acknowledgement to, 14 Mancha, Isaac, acknowledgement to, 14, Mincy mask bought from, 161 Moon, or Mound, at Peyote Right, 186 to 187, or Piscawennike's Ho, as guardian spirit, 78, concept of, 28, duties of, 193, whaling to, 145, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142. See Full Moon Moral Code, at Annual Ceremony, 58, 90 to 92, at Feast of First Fruits, 144, at Mincy Annual Ceremony, 133 to 134, 137, at Peyote Rite, 186 to 190 mortar made of mud, 85 mortar, peyote crushed in, 188 mother, title of earth, 28, 89 to 90, 193, title of Nanitas, 170 to 171 mother corn, as guardian spirit, 70, 195, attributes of, 43 to 44, 51 mount, ceremonial, in peyote rite, 186 to 187 mountains, home of mask being, 33, 147, home of thunder beings, 30 Mahamsa Iliosi Gok or grandfather at the west. 26 Mahamsalawani young or grandfather at the north, 26 Mahamsa Wahangio Pung or grandfather at the east, 26 mud, ceremonial mortar made of, 85 Muncie devil idol or mask, 38. See mask Muncie John Henry, Sun spirit guardian of, 76 Muncie Town, Ontario, drowning near, 55, masks of, 158, Mincy ceremony at, 127 to 138 Muncie, see Mincy Museum of the American Indian, High Foundation, masks in, 36, paraphernalia of otter ceremony in, 176, researches of, 15 music, see drum, singers, singing mussel shells used as spoons at feast, 97 Muxhato Elzing form of annual ceremony, 123 to 124. See Mokhtuzan myth, of bear ceremony, 172, of doll being, 162 to 163, of Mincy annual ceremony, 127 to 128, of otter, 176 to 179, of thunder, 30. See legend Nanites, the guardian of health, Peter Jones on, 168 to 169. See Nanitas, account of, by Reverend Cutting Marsh, 169 to 171, ceremonies of, 166 to 171, feeding of, 167 to 168, in E.T. Teft collection, 168 to 169, Mincy term for doll being, 45 to 47, 162. See doll being N'Ainkumayaza, native name of Michael Anthony, 139, 140. See Anthony, Michael Nanticoke, proportion of, in Lenape, 124 to 125, skeleton dance of, 183 to 184 nature, how regarded, 17, 23. See Great Spirit, Lesser Manitoic, offering, prayer Nashonich Tag Ho Kwanuman, or Winda Muchteen, Mincy term for Feast of First Fruits, 145 New Fire, ceremony of, 196, making of, 101. See Fire New Jersey, early writers on Lenape in, 20, Lenape first encountered in, by whites, 13, Lenape stone masks found in, 38 to 41 New York, Lenape first encountered in, by whites, 13 Ngamuan, or feast, described by Zaysberger, 109. See annual ceremony Niagara Gorge, home of thunders, 30 Nicholas, Joe, mask delivered up by, 38 Night Sun, see Moon no Omika Wayne young or grandmother at the south, 26 North, ceremonial significance of, 93, 103, 108, 119, 147, Manitoic of, 25 to 26, Thanksgiving to, 89 North American tribes, belief in visions among, 61 October, annual ceremony held in, 81, 119 to 120 Odas, Unami term for doll being, 46, 162. See doll being Odas Kinika, Unami term for doll dance, 163. See doll being offering, of bear's fat, 117 to 118, 134, of bear's flesh to corn goddess, 44, of deer to doll being, 163, of doe to nanitas, 168 to 169, of first fruits, 115, 144 to 145, of food to dead, 52, 195 to 196, of hog to otter, 173, of hominy to doll being, 163 to 164, 166, of hominy to mask being, 150, of moccasins to avert tornado, 47, of tobacco, on behalf of hunters, 98 to 99, to bear, 172, to fire, 126, to four directions, 26, to mask, 34, 35, 151, 157, to mask impersonator, 153, 156, to otter. 177, to thunder beings, 29, of wampum to deer, 123, offerings, at annual ceremony, 117 to 118, to genii, 51, to guardian spirit, 62, to mask, 43, to nanitas, 45 to 46, to snowboy, 48. See propitiation, sacrifice officers of annual ceremony, 84 to 85, payment of, 110 to 111, 121 Ohio, Lenape stone masks found in, 38 to 41 Oklahoma, ancestry of Lenape now in, 124 to 125, annual ceremony celebrated in, 81 to 111, 119 to 122, 130, 138, Lenape now resident in, 13, primitive skirts worn in, 169, worship of corn goddess in, 43 1 TKO or Nanticoke, 183. See Nanticoke, Ontario, Canada, Lenape now resident in, 13, mediumship reported in, 55, Mincy ceremonies in, 43, 127 to 145. See Grand River, Munsai Town 000, Prayer Cry of Mask Society 159 OPINA or blessing granted by guardian spirits, 65 to 66. See Blessing Orientation, as to fire, 101, 119 to 120, at Missy NG Dance, 155, in Offerings, 98, in Peyote Rite, 186 to 187, in Praying, 100, 108, 109, 122, 137, in Visions, 74, 147, 149, of Carved Faces, 83, of Ceremonial Cooking, 85, 182, 187, of Entrance and Exit, 119, 131 to 132, 144 to 145, of Heaven, 54, 56, of Rattles, 103, 120, of Seating, 93, 119, 131, of Thanksgiving, 89. See East, North, South, West origin, of Bear ceremony, 172, of Mask, 33, 146 to 152, of Mincy annual ceremony, 127 to 138, of Nanitas, 166 to 167, of Otter ceremony, 176 to 179, of Peyote rite, 185, 199 Otter, ceremony of, 176 to 183, 199, power from, 50 Otter skin, regalia of, 177 to 182 Our Mother, title of Earth, 28 Owl as guardian spirit, 78, 195 Pabuco Way, God of Health, 168 to 169 Paboth Kui, Great Spirit of the Shawnee, 20 Paint, on carved faces, 83, 119, on drumsticks, symbolism of, 140, 141, on face of, mask being, 33, 41, 150, 155, on face of Muncie John, 76, on face of Sun, 27, on sticks used in Mincy ceremony, 131, 139 to 141. See Black, red paint dish of bark in annual ceremony, 105 to 106 paintings by Ernest Spivak, 14 packed die gun or carved drumsticks, 101. See drumsticks Pantheon of the Lenape, 17 to 44. See Great Spirit, Lesser Manitowoc Papaso Quailun, Unami name for bear ceremony, 171. See Bear Ceremony Paradise, see Happy Hunting Ground Parents, Kindness to, Rewarded, 57, Meeting with, in Heaven, 53, 91 Partridges, Thunders in form of, 30 Patumawas, Mincy name for Great Spirit, 19, 127, Mincy worship of, 133 to 134. See Great Spirit payment of officers and attendants at ceremonies, 97, 99, 104, 106 to 111, 118, 121, 152 to 154, 164, 172 to 173, 179. See Wampum Peacemaker, mask being so considered, 156 Pebbles in Tortoise Shell Rattle, 118, 120 Penn, William, on annual ceremony, 115 to 116, on Concept of Soul, 56, on Great Spirit, 20 to 21 Pennsylvania, annual ceremony in, 130, Lenape first encountered in, by whites, 13, Lenape stone masks found in, 38 to 41 Petenihink, native name of Julius Fox, 14. See Fox, Julius Pethicowiuk, or Thunder Beings, 29. See Thunder Beings Pets, Cult of, 198, Spirits of, 172, 176 Peyote, Rite, 185 to 196, 199, Road, 187, 189 to 190 Pheasant, Monroe, Acknowledgement to, 14 Phratries or totemic groups, Prayers of, 104, Rituals among, 81 to 82, 108 to 109, 119 to 120, Turkey, in bear cult, 175, wolf, bear cult of, 172, skeleton dance of, 183 to 184 picking berries or wampum, 100 pile swak or pile soak, Mincy name of thunder beings, 30. See thunder beings pile swalp walatzel or in league with thunders, 76 pils or pure, otter, 176 to 177, visions vouchsafed to, 62 to 63, 112 to 114 Piscawennikees ho or night sun, 28. See moon placation of spirits, 194. See offering, prayer places, genii of, 51 plants, as guardian spirits, 195, spirits of, 17, 51, 118, 125, 194, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142 poisons, fair of wicked, 58 to 59 Pokaide Heman or George Wilson, vision of, 67 to 69 poles, deer hung on, 100 to 101, 164, deer skin hung on, 129 to 130, 144, in Fire Festival, 125, in Mincy Big House, 131, 140, meat hung on, 173, representing 12 Manitowic, 125, used in Missy NG dance, 155, venison hung on, 121. See 4 directions, posts pontifical garb of impersonator of mask being, 41. See costume pour, deer skins given to, 108 to 109 posts, a big house, carved faces on, 31, 42, 83, 106, 119, 148, of Mincy Big House, 129 to 130. See central post, poles, sticks potatoes, offering of, 144 power, derived from guardian spirit, 50, 66, 78 to 79, from vision, 54, 140, 147 to 148, 175, 194 to 195. See blessing Pauanigun or deer skin drum, 94 to 95. See drum prayer, at conclusion of annual ceremony, 106 to 109, 122, 197, at Mincy ceremony, 133 to 134, 136 to 138, 197, at Thanksgiving ceremony, 142, carried by masks, 112, for hunters, 99 to 100, of bear ceremony, 174, of freightry, 104, to buck, 126, to corn goddess, 43 to 44, to doll being, 164 to 165, to earth, 29, to 4 directions, 26, to great spirit, 18, 31, 88 to 90, 196, to guardian spirits, 62, 124, to mask, on behalf of hunters, 98, to mask being, 149, to thunder beings, 29 to 30, to tornado, 47. Universal benefit of, 113 to 115, while gathering herbs, 26, 51. See prayer cry, at Mincy ceremony, 136 to 137, carried by masks, 31, 88, 112 to 113, of women, 175. See Ho prayer meeting of the ducks, 67 prayer men at annual ceremony, 99 to 100, 104 prayer sticks or matehigun at annual ceremony, 103, anno inting of, 106 preachers, native, reported by Zaysberger, 57 Prince of Darkness, 25. See evil spirit prophecy of coming of white men, 121. See future, visions propitiation to prevent misfortune, 199. See offering, prayer pump drill, ceremonial fire made with, 86, 101, in Mincy ceremony, 131 to 132 pumpkins, offering of, 144 purification, biomedics, 57, 64, 79, by sacrifice, 144 to 145, by smoke, 105, 133, 144 to 145, 197, by stripes, 58, necessary to vision, 194. See PILS purple and white beads, 141 pw Awahi gun, Mincy term for drum, 140. See drum pw Awahi gunuk, Mincy term for drumsticks, 140. See drumsticks rain, charms for bringing, 49, caused by thunder, 89, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142 rattles, of box tortoise shell, at annual ceremony, 92, 94 to 96, 103 to 104, 106, 118, 120, at bear ceremony, 174 to 175, at feast of first fruits, 145, at Mincy ceremony, 131, 135 to 136, at otter ceremony, 180 to 181, at planting dance, 143, at Thanksgiving ceremony, 143, of gourd, at peyote rite, 188, of mask impersonator, 34, 38, 42, 150, 155, 159 red, and black, faces painted with, in big house, 83. 119, and black, mask painted with, 33, 41, 150, 155, ceremonial painting with, 105 to 106, feathers in son's hair, 27, symbolizing women, 140 to 141 red alder, bark of, used as dye, 141 religion, see belief road man or speaker of peyote rite, 188 road to heaven, in peyote rite, 187, 189 to 190, Milky Way, 58, sweeping of, 88, 107 rocks, home of mask being, 36 to 37, 158 river, dividing earth from spirit country, 54, James Wolfe's dream of, 72 to 73 rivers, home of great horned serpents, 49 sacrifice, by family. 116 to 118, cleansing by, from sin, 144 to 145. See offering sand, tracks of little people in, 49 Sapan or mush, repast of, at annual ceremony, 96 Sarcoxy, John, annual ceremony conducted by 122 to 124 seating, at annual ceremony, 93, 117, 119, at doll dance, 164, at Mincy ceremony, 131, at peyote rite, 188 secondine, guardian spirits of 71 to 72 Seneca, planting dance of 143 serpent as guardian spirit, 78 sexy chimancy, Mincy name of soft maple, 42 shaman, originator of Nanitas cult, 166 to 167 Shawnee, concept of great spirit among, 20, Ernest Spibuk, a native, 14 shooting by hunters, 100, 117 shooting star, sea comet sickness, caused, by ghosts, 59, by loss of bear, 172, by neglect of rights, 171, by otter, 177 to 179, cured, by mask being, 34 to 35, 156 to 157, by nanitas, 166 to 167, propitiation to prevent, 199. C. Disease silver brooches worn by nanitas, 170 sin, cleansing from, by sacrifice, 144 to 145. C. Evil singers, at annual ceremony, 85, 94 to 96, 100, 115, 118, 120, at bear cult, 175, at buffalo dance, 182 to 183, at doll dance, 164, at feast of first fruits, 144, at Mincy ceremony, 130, at Missy NG dance, 154 to 155, at skeleton dance, 184. C. chant singing, at festival of Mokhtuzan, 126, at ghost dance, 191, at peyote rite, 189, at otter ceremony, 180 to 181, in happy hunting ground, 58, of vision, at annual ceremony, 95 to 96, in big house, 148, in Mincy ceremony, 140. C. chant sister corn, C. mother corn 6 months, purification at end of, 144 to 145 Six Nations Reserve, Thanksgiving ceremony on, 139 to 143 Skeleton dance, rites of, 183 to 184 Skirt, primitive, 169 Sky, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142 Sluiter, Peter, and Dankers, Jaspa, on Great Spirit, 20 Smoke, purification by, 105, 133, 144 to 145, 197 Smoking, at annual ceremony, 95 to 96 Snakes, bag full of, 35, 153 Snowboy, attributes of, 48, 193 Society of Mask Owners, 37. C. Mask soft maple, bark of, used as dye, 141 Son of God, concept of, 57. C. Jesus Christ songs, C. chant, singers, singing sorrow-inducing visions, 64 to 65 souls, immortality of, 52 to 60, 195 to 196, nature of, 90, of animals, 50, transmigration of, 59 south, Ceremonial significance of 93, 108, 119 to 120, 122, 147, Manitoic of 25 to 26, significance of in vision 74, Thanksgiving to 89 Southeast, ceremonial significance of 120 southward, the direction of heaven, 54, 56 southwest, heaven of Mincy located in, 54 speaker, at annual ceremony, 85, 87 to 92, 98, 107 to 108, 110. 120, at Doll Dance, 164 to 165, at Mincy Ceremony, 133 to 134, at Missy NG Dance, 153 to 154, at Peyote Rite, 188, at Thanksgiving Ceremony, 141 to 142 Speech, at Annual Ceremony, 87 to 92, 98, at Doll Dance, 164, at Feast of First Fruits, 145, at Mincy Ceremony, 133 to 134 Spirit, of Corn, 43, of Light, 23 to 24, of Otter, 50, 176, of Peyote, 187, 189 to 190, of Sun as Guardian, 76, within Earth, 28 to 29 Spirit Road, see Peyote Road Spirits, Animal, as Guardians, 49 to 50, Land of, 52 to 54, Lesser, 194, of Animals, 118. 125, of Dead, as Guardians, 71 to 72, of Plants, 17, 51, 118, 125, of Stones, 17, 51, Wampum Strings symbolizing, 141 to 142, Wigwams of, 54. See Guardian Spirit, Lesser Manitoic, Soul Spoons, of Bark in Mincy Ceremony, 131, 137, Mussel Shells as, 97 Spring, Ceremony of Mask being in, 35, Mincy Ceremony in, 128, 197, Missy NG Dance in, 152 to 156, Thanksgiving in, 89, 139, Thunder in, 29 Spring Dance of Weopilakis, 36. See Missy NG Dance Spring Flying Things, see Thunder Beings Spibuk, Earnest, Acknowledgement to, 14 Squashes, Offering of, 144, Thanks to, 134 Staff at Peyote Rite, 187, 189 Stamp or Stomp Dance, 119. See Annual Ceremony Stars, Wampum Strings symbolizing, 141 to 142 Steam Carrying Prayers, 124 Stick, of Mask Impersonator, 34, 150, 155, Sticks, as Invitations to Ceremony, 132, at Peyote Rite, 187, Beating by, 58, Carried by Patumawas, 127 to 128, Transformed into Fetishes, 162, Used in Mincy Ceremony, 131, 139 to 141 Stockbridge Mission, Documents of, 170 Stockings, Bearskin, of Mask Impersonator, 41. See Leggings Stone Masks found in New Jersey and vicinity, 38 to 41 Stones, Spirits of 17, 51 Strachey, William, on concept of 4 winds, 26 to 27 Strawberries, ceremonial drink of 134, in Happy Hunting Ground, 58, Mincy ceremony in time of 128 Strawberry Dance of Iroquois, 128, 197 Streams and Waters, wampum strings symbolizing 141 to 142 strings of wampum, symbolism of 141 to 142 stripes, purification by 58 sumac sticks, carried by Patumawas, 127 to 128, in Mincy ceremony 131 Sun or Gikakwaita. As guardian spirit, 76, 78, 195, Brainerd on concept of 22, concept of 27 to 28, duties of 193, Peyote Road toward 187, 190, salutation of 190, souls in 59, turning toward west 132, wampum string symbolizing 141 to 142 supernatural helpers or guardian spirits, 61 to 63. See Guardian Spirit Supreme Being, see Great Spirit Survival of the Soul, see Immortality Susquehanna River, Rites of Annual Ceremony on 152, Rites of Mask Being on 41 to 42 Sweat House, described by Zaysberger, 125 to 126, of Muxhato El Zing, 123 to 124 Sweating Oven, see Sweat House Sweeping, Ceremonial, of Big House, 87 to 88, 107, 120, 133, 197, around fires, 121 taboos prescribed to be PILS, 62 to 63 tail gunnock or singers at annual ceremony, 85. See singers taxo 11 Kawanai or tortoise shell rattle, 94. See rattles Teano Swan, native name of Chief James Wolfe, 14. See Wolfe, Chief James Teft, E.T., Ethnological Collection of, 15, Nanny Tis in, 168 to 169, Mincy Mask in, 38 Temple, see Big House Thames River, Ontario, locating a body in, 55 Thanksgiving, at Mincy Ceremony, 134, carved head symbolic of, 140, Mincy Ceremonies of, 115, 139 to 145, 197, to Great Spirit at Ceremonies, 18, 120, 138, 145, 190, 196, to Manitowoc, 89 to 90, to Missy NG, 152 to 156, to Mother Corn, 4313 ceremonial wampum strings, 141 to 142 3, bands of thunders, 30, days, women. Interdicted during, 120, phratries, rituals of, 119 to 120, tribes of Lenape, 13 thunder and rain, wampum strings symbolizing, 141 to 142 thunder beings or Pethico-Wiyuk, as guardian spirits, 74 to 75, 195, attributes of, 29 to 31, 193, thanksgiving to, 89 thunders in league with or piles Wal Pualatzel, 76 Timothy, Chief Nellis F., account of Mincy annual ceremony by, 127 to 138, acknowledgement to, 14, on Mask Society, 159 tp, use of, in peyote rite, 186, 188 tobacco, ceremonial begging of, 160, offered. On behalf of hunters, 98 to 99, to bear, 172, to fire, 126, to four directions, 26, to impersonator of mask being, 153, 156, to mask, 34, 35, 151, 157, to otter, 177, to thunder beings, 29, to tornado, 47, smoked at annual ceremony, 95 to 96 Tamepemi Hilat, native name of Chief Nellis F. Timothy, 14. C. Timothy, Chief Nellis F. Tomb of Christ at Peyote Rite, 186 to 187 Tooth of Great Bear, medicine made from, 49 Tornado, attributes of, 47 to 48 Tortoise Shell Rattle, at annual ceremony, 94 to 96, 118, 120, at Missy Ng Dance, 155, of Mask Impersonator, 42. C. Rattles Totemic Groups, C. Phratries Toys, Cult of, 198. C. Doll Being, Fetishes Transmigration of Souls, 59 Trees, Mask Being Akin to, 112, Gift of the Great Spirit, 18, Shattered by Thunder Beings, 29, Thanks to, 134, Tchipeg or Land of Spirits, 58. See Happy Hunting Ground to the IWA with Diaresis HEG Mani Toak or Fire Maker of the Mani TOS, 101 Turkey Phratry at Annual Ceremony, 82, 104, 119, part of, in Bear Cult, 175 Turkey Wings, Big House Swept with, 87, 120, 133 Turtle Phratry, Leader of Annual Ceremony, 82, 104, 119 to 120 Turtle Rattles, at Annual Ceremony, 92, 94 to 96, 103 to 104, 118, 120, at Feast of First Fruits, 145, at Missy Ng Dance, 155, at Otter Ceremony, 180 to 181, at Thanksgiving Ceremony, 143, in Ceremonies of Mask Society, 159, in Bear Cult, 174 to 175, in Mincy Ceremony, 131, 135 to 136, of Mask Impersonator, 34, 38, 150, 155, 159. See Rattles 12th Day, Soul Reaches Heaven, 196, Heaven, Home of Great Spirit, 19, 31, 52, 107, 112, 192, 196, Night in Annual Ceremony, 105 to 106, Prayer Cry Reaching Great Spirit, 136 to 138, Stick, Dropping of, by Patumawas, 127 to 128 12, Benefactors, Corn Goddess Among, 43, Carved Faces, 83, 88, 106, 112, Celebrants, 125 to 126, Ceremonial Sweepings, 107, Ceremonial Use of, 197, Concluding Prayers, 106 to 107, days, before burial, 184 days, duration of ceremonies, 82, 119 to 120, 128 days. Ghosts linger near earth, 52, 54 days, period of boys' fast, 64, deer at feast of first fruits, 144, deer for Mincy ceremony, 132, emetics, as purification, 57, gods or masks, 31, heavens, 31, in fire festival, 125 to 126, members of mask society, 159, months, duration of earthquake, 149, nights, duration of annual ceremony, 88, 107, offerings of tobacco, 98, pipes, in fire festival, 126, prayer cries, 97, 104, 136, prayer sticks at annual ceremony, 103, repetitions of dance, 154, 165, repetitions of prayer, 19, 108 to 109, 136 to 138, sticks, penance of beating by, 58, sticks used in Mincy ceremony, 131, stones, altar laid on, 115, stones in sweating oven, 125, sumac sticks of patumawas, 127 to 128, sweepings of ceremonial fire, 88, years, age of initiation for boys, 63, years before reaching heaven, 88 Unalach Tigo, see Unala TKO, a Lenape tribe, now merged, 13, proportion of, in Lenape, 124 to 125 Unami, a Lenape tribe now mainly resident in Oklahoma, 13, ceremonies of, compared with Mincy, 196 to 200, chants of, referring to vision, 67 to 72, cult of mask being among, 32 to 43, 146 to 158, 198, doll being of, 45 to 47, 162 to 166, form of annual ceremony, 81 to 111, proportion of, in Lenape, 124 to 125 United States Census Report on Indians, cited, 80 vegetables, offering of, 144, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142 vegetation controlled by corn spirit, 193 venison, feast of, at doll dance, 166, feast of, at Missy NG dance, 155, feast of, at Mincy ceremony, 137, provision of, for annual ceremony, 85, 121, women's share in, 106 Virginia, concept of four directions in, 26 to 27 visions, Adams on, 80, as prophecies, 121, Brainerd on, 77, chanting of, at otter ceremony, 181, communication by, with spirit world, 59 to 63, 194 to 195, decline of, 112 to 113, fortuitous, 64 to 65, heaven visited in, 189 to 191, Hecawelder on, 78 to 80, induced by peyote, 186, 188 to 190, initiation of boys to induce, 63 to 64, 92, leaders blessed with, 132, Loskiel on, 78, Mincy examples of, 72 to 77, of Dal being, 162 to 163. Power given by, 54, recital of, at annual ceremony, 95 to 96, 118, 121, 196, at Feast of First Fruits, 145, at Mincy ceremony, 135 to 136, 139 to 140, at Muxhato El Zing, 123 to 124, at various rites, 148, 199, referring to skeleton dance, 184, Unami examples of, 67 to 72, Zeisberger on, 77 to 78. Sea chant, guardian spirit vomiting, 176. See emetics wampum, adorning leader at otter ceremony, 174, buried, at feast of first fruits, 144, given by great spirit, 122, given to vision teller, 135, giving of, at annual ceremony, 109, offered to deer, 123, owners of rattles paid in, at annual ceremony, 104, payment in, at doll dance, 164, payment of attendance in, at annual ceremony, 106 to 109, 118, 121, 172 to 173, 179, payment of impersonator in, 152 to 154, payment of officers in, at annual ceremony, 97, 99 to 100, 110 to 111, 121, symbolic use of, 141 to 143, valuation of, 111 wampum, John, see Chief Wabuno War, comet a presage of, 48 to 49, success in, due to guardian spirit, 62 Washita River Oklahoma, Caddo on, 185, ghost dance from region of, 190 to 191 W8 or Mincy Big House, 128. See Mincy Big House Water Drum, at Ghost Dance, 191, at Peyote Rite, 188 Water Monsters, see Great Horn Serpent's Waters, Gift of Great Spirit, 18 Winda Muchteen, see Nashonich Tog Hokwanuman Wemiel Squi, native name of Mini Fox, 14. See Fox, Mini Weopi Lakis, name for Mask of Unami, 35 to 36. See Mask West, ceremonial significance of, 83, 85, 93, 98, 100, 101, 121 to 122, 131 to 132, 137, 145, 155, 182, 187, grandfather at, 26, Thanksgiving to, 89 whiskey introduced by the whites, 24 white and black duck as guardian spirit, 67, 140, and purple beads, 141, buckskin, skeleton wrapped in, 184 whites, devil and whiskey introduced by, 24, fairies and elves of, 49, Lenape children reared like, 63, 112 to 113, Lenape first encountered by, 13, religious concepts derived from, 57, vision or dream. Regarding, 121 hoop, concluding dance, 136, in recital of vision, 95 wife, corn spoken of as, 44 wigwams of the spirits, 54 wild, animals, mask being guardian of, 33, 99, 193, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142, things, powers above guardians of, 177 Wilson, ghost dance introduced by, 190 to 191 Wilson, George, Sipokite Heman Wilson, John, peyote cult introduced by, 185 Wind, prayer cry derived from, 112 Winds, attributes of, 193, Monitoic of, 25 to 27, wampum string symbolizing, 141 to 142. C4 directions wings, of thunder beings, 29, 193, of tornado, 47, used to sweep big house, 87, 120, 133 winter, Mincy big house ceremony in, 128 Wisconsin historical collections, account of Nanitas in, 169 to 171 Wisconsin, Lenape now a resident in, 13 Witchcraft, Dreams Revealing, 77 to 78, of Ghosts, 59 Widow Pie, Mincy term for Red Alder, 141 Wolf as Guardian Spirit, 195 Wolf, Chief James, account of Mincy annual ceremony by, 127 to 138, acknowledgement to, 14, dream vision of, 72 to 73, mediumship of, 55, on evil spirit, 24, on mask being, 36, on nanitas, 166 to 168, on sun, 27, on thunder myth, 30 wolf man, sea wolves wolf freightry, at annual ceremony, 94, 104, 119, bear cult of, 172, skeleton dance of, 183 to 184 wolves, flying wolf's vision of, 73 to 75 women, drumsticks representing, 101, 130 to 131, forbidden in bear cult, 174, in happy hunting ground, 58, in menses, 62 to 63, 88, 133, 197, intercourse with, forbidden, 120, keepers of nanitas, 46, night of, in annual ceremony, 105 to 106, part of, in annual ceremony, 84 to 85, 87 to 88, 96 to 97, 108 to 109, 117 to 118, in ceremony of nanitas, 167 to 168, in doll dance, 165, in feast of first fruits, 144, in Missy Ng dance, 155, in otter ceremony, 179, prayer of, at bear ceremony, 175, prayer of, for crops, 44, red symbolizing, 140 to 141, separate seating of, in annual ceremony, 93, share of, in venison, 106, visions granted to, 65 worship, of corn goddess, 43 to 44, of elements, 29 to 31, of mask being, 35, of sun, 28. See annual ceremony, offering, prayer wounds, medicine for healing, 49 Rymouth of mask being, 42 Ozinkhoalikan, Zeisberger's term for missing Holly Kun, 42. C mask being 11 and Gwicken or Big House, 82, 148. C Big House Zeisberger, David, on annual ceremony, 116 to 118, 130, on bear ceremony, 175 to 176, on concept of soul, 57 to 59, on corn goddess, 44, on dreams or visions, 77 to 78, on evil spirit, 25, on great spirit, 21, on masks, 42 to 43, on prayer, 109, on thunder beings, 30, on variant of annual ceremony, 125 to 126. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or federal tax identification number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape. Contents: illustrations. Preface. Religion and Ceremonies of the Lenape. Chapter I. Pantheon. Supreme Being, Evil Spirit, Monitoic of the Four Directions, the Sun, the Moon, the Earth, Thunder, Beings, Keepers of the Heavens, Missing Holly Kun, or Living Solid Face, Mother Corn. Chapter 2. Minor Deities. Doll Being, Tornado, Snow Boy, Comet, Evil, Monitoic, Animal Spirits, Plant Spirits, Local Genii. Chapter 3. Survival of the Soul, the Land of Spirits, Ghosts and Mediumship. Early Accounts. Chapter 4. Visions and Guardian Spirits, Initiation of Boys, Other Visions, the Guardian Spirit. Chapter V. Unami. Annual Ceremony, the Leader, Officers, Preparations. Ceremony commenced. Chief Speech, Recital of Visions, Conclusion of Rites, Departure of the Hunters, Prayer for the Hunters, Return of the Hunters, New Fire, Use of Carved Drumsticks, Turtle Rattles, Phratry Prayers, Women's Night, Conclusion of Ceremony, Payment of Attendance, Finale, Payment of Officers, Valuation of Wampum Indian. Comments on the ceremony. Another form of the annual ceremony. Chapter 6 Mincy Big House Ceremonies. Myth of origin. Number of ceremonies. Arrangement of the big house. Preliminaries. Opening of the ceremony. Ceremonial drink. Recital of visions. Other features. Conclusion of rites. Grand River version. Wabanos version. Chapter 7 The Mising or mask. Origin of the mask and of the big house. Mising dance. Other functions of mising masks of the Mincy. Chapter 8 Minor ceremonies. The doll being myth of origin. Preparations for the ceremony. The doll dance. Mincy doll ceremony. Bear ceremony. Traditional origin. Preparations. The rites. Otter ceremony. Myth of origin. The ceremony. Buffalo dance. Imported ceremonies. Skeleton dance. Peyote rite. Ghost dance. Chapter 9 Summary. Religion ceremonies. Minor ceremonies. Notes. Index. The full project. Gutenberg license 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 160 161 162 163 164 165 166 167 168 169 170 171 172 173 174 175 176 177 178 179 180 181 182 183 184 185 186 187 188 189 191 192 193 194 195 196 197 198 199 200 201 202 203 204 205 206 207 208 209 210 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235. 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249.